Good morning, you guys. How are you? It's Wednesday. Mike. Guess what day it is? Hump day. Good morning. Good morning, Becky. Good morning, Margie. Good morning, Jennifer, who says, I just got done watching the Jen Lou and Dr. B roast of Chris Watts and Nicole Kessinger. I think I peed a little. It was so funny. Thank you so much. I don't even remember what I said in that one. Good morning, Michelle. Good morning, Mrs. Troy. Good morning, Tosh. It's I'd like to love you, and I don't know how to pronounce the artist's name, but I will find out. I'll post in the chat in a minute. All right, they're already in the courtroom.
Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat. And once you're settled in,
Oh, I wanted to tell you guys that right before the trial started, or before they brought the jury in, they were talking. The judge was basically admonishing the attorney, the attorneys, really, but it was mainly directed at the defense, mainly at Mr. Mueller Esquire, because he's been giving narratives and then also, writing things down and using it as, writing down testimony as it's given and then using it, and writing it down in front of the jury. And basically she said, listen, if you guys are going to do that, then you need to get up there and testify yourself. So there's that. Thank you, MK. That's not the banger, babe. That ain't even it. I'm working on a whole different one. I got completely inspired by a song that I heard when I was looking for songs to make a different video. And so I'm there. I've got another one coming. But I'll probably switch them out because, I get tired of the same song over and over. And you know me, I'm an Aquarius. What can I say? Here we go.
give us your full name and spell the last. It's generally easier to move the microphone than it is the chair. So if you could move that close to your mouth, please, so jury can hear you.
Tom Maciowski, Macyauski.
Thank you. Ms. Idevine?
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, what is your current occupation?
I'm retired.
And what did you do before you retired?
I was a deputy sheriff for Van Buren County.
And how many years were you a deputy sheriff?
29 years here.
And were you a detective at some point as well?
Yes.
When did you become a detective?
I believe the first time was 2007 in narcotics.
And so on January 7th of 2007, were you a detective at that time?
Yeah, I may have misspoken. It was in the 90s that I was a narcotics detective. In 2007, I would have been a criminal investigation detective.
And were you, did you become involved in an investigation involving the death of Tom Stermer at that time on January 7th of 07?
Yes, I did.
And how did you become involved?
I was notified, I believe through dispatch, that there was a fire that occurred out, I believe, on 215, and that there was a subject there at the scene that was deceased and was asked to go to the scene there.
Do you recall approximately around what time you arrived on scene?
I want to say it was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Do you recall approximately what time then the fire had occurred?
I do not remember exactly what time or remember when the fire occurred.
So once you were dispatched, did you then proceed to the scene on County Road 215?
Yes, I did.
And what did you observe when you arrived?
When I got there, I could see from the roadway that there was a lot of fire equipment in the form of fire trucks and such down a long driveway that I believe traveled west off of 215. There was a deputy or reservist at the front of the driveway restricting entrance into there.
So was the driveway actually then taped off, or
It
were
would
they
have been
just-
something like that, taped off, or certainly access would have been restricted by the officer that was there.
Then did you walk down the driveway?
I believe, that part I'm not sure whether I parked alongside the shoulder of the driveway or whether I stayed out on the street, but I did walk the majority of the driveway back to the house.
Any of the fire vehicles or emergency vehicles or law enforcement vehicles, were any of them stuck in that driveway?
No.
And did you see a fence at all on the property?
It appeared that there was a fence going around the property. I can't say the exact how much of the acreage was covered by fence, but when you first came in, there was a fence.
And could you see the home at that point enough to then recall what it looked like?
Yes.
And what did the home look like?
It was a two-story home. It was still, when I got there, there was some remnants of being on fire still. Fire crews were still actively working the fire, but it was definitely a two-story residence. If I recall, it was yellow siding on it.
And at that point, did you know what the terrain was with the basement?
At that time, no, not till later.
And once you arrived, did you make contact with anyone from the sheriff's department?
I did.
Who did you make contact with?
Would have been Deputy Verge Franks.
And were you briefed then about the facts that they were aware of at that time?
Yes, he informed me of one being deceased, stating. I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Objection. Hearsay.
Sorry.
Your Honor, I'm just getting a basis for then what his investigation and what was leading him then to then make further investigation. So I'm not offering it for the truth of the matter, just in terms of investigative, the basis of what his knowledge was.
I'll allow it for that purpose.
Thank you. So you were briefed then with Sergeant Franks. Did you also meet with Deputy Evans at that time?
I did.
And do you recall who else was on scene in terms of lay people?
I had been informed that there were neighbors that were on the scene. Mike Matheny, I believe, and his girlfriend at the time, Connie Calhoun.
Did you see them?
I did.
And where were they at?
At the time, they were in a personal vehicle on the property towards the front of the house.
Did you see the defendant?
No, not at that time.
Did you see her at any time then when you were on the property?
I don't believe I did.
Okay. And did you then make contact with any of the witnesses on scene after your initial briefing?
Yes.
Who did you make contact with?
I made contact with Mike Matheny and Connie Calhoun.
And you spoke to both of them?
I did.
At some point, did you become aware that Todd had been moved from the original location where Deputy Evans found him?
I was informed by Deputy Evans that they had moved Todd Stermer from where he was located at originally to a location further away from the house.
Were you shown where the body was positioned when he was found?
Sorry?
Were you shown by law enforcement where the body was originally found?
Yes.
At that time, were there flags marking that area?
I don't recall.
And did you find any evidence that assisted you in determining that that was in fact the location he was found?
Observation-wise, I did see that there was pooling water or fluid that was stained red at that location. There was also some, I would call it medical waste from people at the ambulance working on Todd Stermer. I believe it may have been rubber gloves or some tubing or things like that.
Did you have an opportunity to view Mr. Todd Stermer while you were on scene?
I did.
And can you describe to the jury then what you viewed and saw?
He was laying on the ground, had several items of clothing placed over him because of the inclement weather at the time. To me, it appeared like he had been burnt. I don't know what his hair looked like before, but it looked like his hair had been mostly burnt. When the medical examiner turned him over onto his side, I could see a large 3 to 4 inch laceration to the back of his skull. His clothing was disheveled. His sweatpants were down around his ankles. He was in stocking feet, just socks on that I saw. Basically, that was it. You could tell his upper chest area had been exposed, but it mostly had been covered up with, from what I later learned, items of clothing that had been placed on him to keep him warm by the Matheny's.
And at the time, was he laying on the ground or was he laying on something else?
That I don't recall. He may have been on a backboard, if I can remember correctly.
Speculating. Just testified he doesn't remember now. He's saying he may have been.
I'll overrule that. I'll allow it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Did you observe any, did you smell anything at that point?
I could smell an odor of accelerant gasoline.
How close were you to the body then when you smelled that?
Within, I'd say 6 to 8 inches. That was right there.
Did you remove anything from Todd's body for processing? You talked about all the items.
Yes, I took the items that were covering his body, jackets, shirts, sweatshirts. There was I believe, a blanket and a couple of sheets that we determined belonged to the ambulance crew. The clothing items were placed into a brand new, I would call it a garbage bag, for lack of a better term. I took them off and placed them in the bag, which Tony Evans then took possession of. The sweatpants that he was wearing were taken at that time by the fire marshal and taken into evidence by him.
And do you recall what happened? Were there any items that were left on the body then to go in the body bag?
I believe his socks were still on. There was a shirt and underwear, which I remember from the autopsy had been taken out of the body bag.
And then all the other items were packaged separately?
That's correct.
And through your conversations with Mr. Matheny, were you able to determine items that belonged to him?
Yes, Mr. Matheny identified the items that he had placed on Todd Stermer at the time that he had come to that scene.
And that included the items then that went in the clean garbage bag?
That's correct.
Objection form, leading, and it's hearsay.
I will sustain as deleting.
What items did you put in the garbage bag?
I can remember a few items. I can't remember from that far back every item, but I know that there was a sweatshirt. There was a jacket that was like a Carhartt coat or similar to that. There was, I want to say, another shirt or something of that nature, but a couple of jackets or coats that I can remember. I'd have to look and see what I put in a report to state item for item.
Would it help refresh your memory if I showed you your report?
Sure.
Once you get a chance to refresh your memory, if you could just turn those over, and then I'll ask you again.
Oh, I have an announcement while we wait for this detective to
Does
refresh
that help
his
refresh your memory?
recollection. I don't know what's going on with the closed captions. There we go. Maybe that'll help. But I wanted to tell you guys, in case you missed it, they have seated a jury in Lori Vallow Daybell's trial. Okay. There are 16 total. Obviously, it's going to be 12 that will deliberate with 4 alternates. They don't, and you guys know they pick the who actually deliberates at the very end, right? Because obviously they don't want to tell them in the beginning, oh, you're an alternate, because then maybe they'll be like, I'm probably not going to get used. I ain't paying no attention. So, of course, they don't do that. Also, it's interesting the makeup of the jurors. There are 13 men and 3 women. Now, I suspect Lori might have wanted to have more men seated than women because let's just say what it is. She's been able to manipulate men in the past. However, I think that is a huge mistake on her part when it comes to this specific case, specifically because of how she did Charles Vallow before she even had him unalived. She took his truck, she tried to clear out bank accounts, that kind of stuff, and men can relate to that. And I think that's going to definitely work against her in this case, but that's the jury makeup. The opening statements, I'm not sure why they did this. But excuse me, they're not going to do the opening statements until April 7th. So hopefully they're going to get this show on the road on this trial in the next 5 days and be finished. And at least we can just maybe, pipe in with a deliberation or whatever. However, I feel like I know they're not going to do have court on Fridays, or you know what I mean. The trial won't be on. They won't be holding court on Fridays. So that if this goes longer than the 7th, what we can do is on Fridays we'll just string this trial and catch up where we missed. Sound like a plan? All right, let's get back to it.
And I'll just ask you, what items then did you take and put into the clean garbage bag?
Okay, it would have been a maroon-colored jacket, a tan-colored Carhartt-style coat, a black and white plaid long-sleeve shirt, and a brown hoodie-type sweatshirt.
Do you recall the location of the shirt that you said went into the body, where that was located on Todd's body?
I don't.
Oh, Nedka, going on a school trip to Fort Worth for 5 days. I get it. I get it. I'd be nervous too. But Fort Worth's really cool. Okay, it's got its issues. It's Fort Worth. It's a big city, but there's a lot of really cool stuff to do in Fort Worth. So I hope your son has a fantastic time, lots of fun, and he checks in so that you're not so nervous.
And once you put those items in the garbage bag, what did you do with them?
I turned them over to Deputy Evans to place an evidence hold on to for any further processing that may be needed.
And then did you do anything with the items that were left on the body?
No, I did not, that I recall.
Just really quickly, Jennifer says she told them they were there to protect her from the prosecutors. See, Lori, she's so annoying. All right, here we go. So extra for no reason.
And did you view Sergeant Leroy then take possession of, I believe you said the sweatpants?
I did.
And who was Scott Leroy on scene at that time? What was his title?
State Police, District Fire Marshal.
After you observed Todd and the condition of his body, were you able to walk around the scene?
I was.
And what did you observe as you were walking around the scene?
Where the house was at when you first pulled up, the long driveway comes out and it's like an open area in front of the house. And then I can't attest a lot memory-wise the east side of the house, but the west side of the house does seem to slope downward. That would be honestly the northwest side. It's like an embankment that goes down around to the back of the house. The house appeared to have at one point had a balcony, but there was a cement slab on the back, like a walkout from the basement. It's difficult to say how it looked up above in the front because there was, like I said, so many emergency vehicles and stuff there. But basically nothing as you're going down the northwest side of the house. It was pretty blanketed. I believe there was a fence along the west end covering the back of the house back there. I observed a brown van that was parked behind the house on the northwest side, and the vehicle was running. I'd been told by Deputy Evans that the vehicle was in that location when he arrived and that it was running at that time.
And it was still running then when you looked at it?
That is correct.
How did you know it was running?
It was cold out. You could see the exhaust and you could hear it running.
Did you observe on the north side of the home, and because I'm directionally challenged, I'm going to say when you're looking at the front of the house to the right, did you observe if there was any pathways in that yard?
I can't remember that there was necessarily a pathway. I do remember where Deputy Evans showed me where the body of Todd Stermer originally was, and you could see where the van was located, kind of like a trail going from there, from where the body was at, down to where the van was at.
So, Chicken Shite, this is the detective from the sheriff's department. So he is one of the people who first arrived, collected evidence, stuff like that, investigated this. So I wonder if Linda Stermer gave the police an interview and if we're going to see that. Let's keep going.
From the front yard driveway to where the body was there any improved trail or driveway leading to the body?
No, there was nothing that I saw that looked like a regular driveway that went down back behind the house.
I'm sorry, what was that?
There was no appearance that I could see of a driveway that went from the front of the house down the side of the house, which would be the north side, around to the west or back of the house.
What was the terrain or the makeup of the side yard there?
Near as I can remember, it was kind of like grass and dirt for the most part.
Did you see a shed on the property?
I don't recall.
And I want to talk to you about a little more about those tire impressions that you looked at. You said that you were able to see the direction of the tire tracks from the body to the backyard?
Yes.
And you were able to see those clearly?
Yes.
And did they appear to just be one continuous motion?
Yes.
And was it clear that the tire tracks you were looking at from the body to the back of the house, was it clear that those were not made by emergency vehicles or fire trucks?
It's leading to, so I'll sustain.
Were you able to determine tracks that were made by emergency vehicles and by fire trucks?
I'm going to say no. The upper area in front of the house was a mishmash of vehicles everywhere. The only way or place that I could see anything definite was from that location where I was shown Todd Stermer to originally have been laying to where the van was parked. There was only one set of tracks that you could make out that were going from that location to the back of that van.
To the back of the van?
I saw no other crisscross traffic or anything like that. It was just one clear set of tracks.
And at that time, were there flags placed?
There was.
And where were the flags placed?
I believe they were placed on the on the outer side of the tire tracks, and there may have been flags placed where Deputy Evans had stated Todd Stermer was at when he had located him.
Did you examine the tire tracks to see if there was any evidence of a vehicle being stuck?
I did not notice any. In looking at somebody who gets stuck in a track, there's going to be a lot of spinning and dirt or mud or whatever flying up from that. There will be a rut. I saw no ruts. I saw no dirt flung about or anything like that. I just saw the two tire track trails going to the vehicle.
And did you take some photos while you were on scene?
I may have.
I want to just talk to you a little bit about that van. You saw that it was running and it was the exhaust, correct?
Yes, I walked around the van while it was there.
And did you take note of the license plate and the VIN number?
Yes, at the time I was there, I did record the VIN number and the license plate from the van.
Were you able to determine then from those two things who owned the van?
I believe it was registered to Todd Stermer.
Did you see what was in the van at that time?
I made brief observations. I did not go inside the van, but I could see through the windows.
What did you see then through the windows?
I saw that the key was in the ignition and the vehicle was running. I believe I saw a black purse laying on the floorboards of the passenger side. Looking in, the van was kind of in disarray. There's a lot of stuff in there. Not making particularly any note of anything other than seeing a purse in there and the keys in the ignition running.
Did you notice anything unusual about the exterior of the van?
Yes, when I walked around the van, in the front of the van, there is a plastic skirt that goes under the bumper, and then above that is a chrome bumper. On the driver's side, there was red staining on the plastic skirting, and then above that there was a little bit of red staining on the bumper on the driver's side of the vehicle.
What was done with that van?
At that time, it was, I believe it went from raining to snowing, and at that point it had been determined that the van was going to be needed for further processing, so a wrecker company was called and the vehicle was loaded onto a flatbed type wrecker and was transported to, I believe, Decatur Towing, and had been placed inside their facility there at Decatur Towing until such time that a search warrant could be obtained to go through the inside of the vehicle and further analysis on the outside.
At some point then, you had said that there were people that were blocking the driveway when you came in.
Yes, there was a deputy at the front of the entrance there.
Was the scene secured then throughout the evening?
To my knowledge, somebody was there until the scene was released.
Which would have been when?
I do not remember.
Were you present then when the van was examined at Decatur Towing?
I was.
And did you take pictures of the van?
I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 29. And there are 13 photos with exhibit number 29. If you could just take a look at these photos and tell me if you recognize them. Do you recognize those photos?
Yes,
And why do you recognize those?
they appear to be photos that I took. at
Changed
this-
or altered in any way?
Not that I recall, no.
Your Honor, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit number 29 into evidence at this time.
Objection, Your Honor.
Court will receive Exhibit 29.
Permission to publish?
You may.
Thank you. I'm going to show you 29-1. Could you describe to the jury what we're looking at here?
That is the Ford van that I saw out at the Stermer residence, parked out back behind on the northwest side of the home. The photo that I took was of the front left side of the van, depicting the red stain on that plastic skirting and depicting the tires on the vehicle.
I'm going to go then to picture number 2 of this exhibit. Can you describe what we're looking at here?
That would be the red stain that I saw on the driver's side front of the vehicle, that plastic skirting.
Advancing to then number 3, can you tell the jury what we're looking at here?
That is a photo of a red staining to the front driver's side tire, I believe.
You guys, how fast do you think he was going or she was
I'm gonna
going
advance then to number 4.
to
What are we
make
looking at
that
here?
blood on the bumper look like that?
Number 4 would be the undercarriage, I believe driver's side. You can see parts of the suspension spring and such, and there was, difficult to say, but red staining there as well.
Is that what you were taking a picture of, is the red
Yes.
staining? And I'm going to advance then to number 5. Let me stop you real quick. Are you then starting at the front of the van going back when you're taking these pictures?
Yes,
And what are we looking looking at here in picture number 5.
Okay, on this one, it is red staining from underneath the vehicle, but I would have to look back at my notes to see exactly what I'm depicting. It is traveling backwards in sequence, but exactly what piece that is, I cannot remember.
It's on the underbody of the
Yes,
van
it would be the underside of the vehicle.
as you're walking back then from the front.
That is correct.
It doesn't look like just blood. It actually looks like there's maybe tissue there, but it's not that great of a photograph to begin with. And I think that, hey, Sarah Marie, good to see you, babe. I think the reason that the color is off is because this was back in 2007. And I don't think they were really doing a great job with, I don't know if he used a digital camera in this. It kind of seems like he did. And I think that when it's being displayed on the screen, she's turned the brightness up. It looks like that's what's happened to me, just from my experience in adjusting photographs, like older photographs too, especially darker photographs. Hey, Sprinkled Donut, good to see you, babe. I think that's what it is, but if you guys can look at the screen, if you want to, it's right here under the blood and right here. Now, also, I do know that it can get, blood can get, have some sort of a yellowish color after a while, because, it's where the plasma separates, but I don't know. All right, let's keep going. You know what else I haven't heard? If he ran out of the house engulfed in flames, okay, how did he get put out? How were the flames extinguished? Do you guys think that in the process of being hit by that car or that van and tumbling underneath it, that's what caused the flames to go out? Because nobody's talked about that. All right, here we go.
I'm going to advance then to slide number 6. What are we looking at here?
Again, undercarriage suspension on the driver's side. You can kind of depict the right front tire there, and what I guess next is like a running board from the underside inside going a long way back.
So,
I said on the side there you could see the running board next to the tire.
I'm sorry, you
So
guys.
it's kind of taking a picture to the
I know
outside
they're
of the
graphic.
vehicle
I'm
from
sorry.
underneath.
Let me
if I were
put the
then
warning
looking
up.
at the red staining, where is the running board that you're talking about?
Go down there.
So this is what you're talking about?
Yes,
with the running
that's just
board.
part of it is part of the running board, but the actual photo isn't depicting the red stain.
And so the actual photo, the reason you took the photo is because of this staining that I'm pointing at here in the photo,
Correct,
kind of in the middle of the photograph.
correct.
Okay, and I'm going to advance then to number 7. What are we looking at here?
That's the driver's side rear axle, rear tire. You can kind of see the spare tire mounted underneath to the left, but that is the driver's side rear axle area in the red stain.
And you said we're looking at the rear tire. This is the
Rear
extra
tire
spare
mounted
tire?
underneath, yep,
So maybe the record reflect I'm pointing to like the left side of the picture in the middle, right in that area?
yes,
And you were taking it because of the staining?
yes.
I'm going to advance then to photo number 8. What are we looking at here?
Photo number 8 is a picture of the red tire, or excuse me, the rear tire on the vehicle. Appears to have some kind of staining on the back of that.
And that's the tire that we just had in the previous photo?
Yes, that's the spare tire, I believe, mounted underneath the van.
I'm going to advance then to photo number 9. What are we looking at here?
Number 9 is a picture, again, that's a running board that you're looking at the bottom section there.
So I'm going to stop you real quick. The running board that
Right,
you
yeah, if
referenced
you go
is-
down just a little bit, There, that's the running board, yep.
There?
Again, that's pretty much, I can't tell you exactly why. There may be a red stain there, slightly above center.
So if I'm in the center. are
Keep
you
going,
talking
keep right
about-
there. Yep,
And that's kind of where you're focusing that on this photo?
right.
And may the record reflect I'm directly in the middle of photograph number 9. I'm going to advance then to photograph number 10. What are we looking at here?
Again, the undercarriage of the vehicle and red stain. I want to say that's like part of the suspension bolt that holds the suspension in, but it's underneath the vehicle on the driver's side, and it's red staining.
I'm going to advance then to number 11. And what are we looking at here?
Then I'm not an automotive person, but there is this metal box underneath the vehicle, and in the right lower corner there was red staining there as well.
So you're talking about this box here,
That box there and to the right there, yes.
and we're looking at then the staining right there on that corner.
Yes.
And I'm going to advance to our last photo on number 12. What are we looking at here?
That's a photograph that indicates the right passenger side of the vehicle on the front. Captain's chair with a black purse on the floorboard there.
And actually, I lied to you. There are 13 photos. And what are we looking at here?
That's a photo from the front passenger side over to the driver's side, depicting the key in the ignition and basically how it looked from that center console area.
Did you go through the interior of the van, those contents?
I did.
And did you go through the purse that was located on the passenger side?
I did.
And what did you find in the purse?
Inside the purse, lots of various items, but there was a wallet. There was ID for, I believe, Linda Stermer, and I believe cash-wise there was $202.
So there's $202 in cash in there?
I believe so.
Did you get an opportunity to see what was behind the front seat row?
I did look throughout the van, and between the passenger and driver's seat, I found I call it a portfolio, but it's like an envelope, a big envelope that you put things in. As I recall, it had a wallet in there, or I think it was a leather wallet of some kind.
I believe those are called
The back of
accordion
the van
file
was filled with multiple
folders.
boxes of gloves.
Also, Chicken Shite, I'm so sorry to hear that your power is out, but thank goodness you have a generator. The whole time I lived in Florida, I kept saying, I'm going to get a generator. I'm going to get a generator. Spoiler alert, I never did get a generator. All right, let's keep going. Boxes of gloves. Oh my, what kind of gloves?
Which I later understood was a side business that Mr. Stermer and Mrs. Stermer were involved in. I think was selling of gloves to hardware stores, things like that. But there was a lot of packages of gloves back there.
Okay.
Was the van pretty full in the back?
Yes, yes.
And did you attend the autopsy on January 8th of 2007?
I did.
And that was with Dr. Markey?
I'm sorry?
Was that with Dr. Markey?
Yes.
At that time, did you take possession of any of the clothing that came in the body bag?
I did.
Do you recall what items you took possession of?
I took possession of 2 socks, a shirt, a pair of underwear, and I believe they also issued me what we would refer to as a DNA card. a sample of DNA from the deceased, and that would have been turned over to me as well.
And what did you do then with those items?
They were transported back to the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office, and I believe at some point were turned over to the fire marshal, as well as I believe the DNA card was turned over to the crime lab for comparison analysis to samples that they had taken that same day of the search warrant of the van.
Were you the one that packaged up those items?
I don't recall. They were placed in, I call them evidence cans. They look like paint cans, but they're silver, unused. And each item was placed into one of those paint cans, for lack of a better term, evidence can, and by the Dr. Markey and staff, and then recorded and handed over to me. And they were sealed at that location as well.
I'm going to show you what's been admitted. I'm going to show you what's been admitted as People's Exhibit number 25. And do you recognize that?
Yes, there's more labels on it than what I remember, but the label I do remember is of the autopsy lab number, which is a small sticker on here, A071024, Todd Stermer, content socks. That I do remember, and would be what they handed me that day at the autopsy.
So these are what you're referring to as containers?
Yes.
Containers
They
of
look like paint cans? Yes, ma'am.
When you were, I apologize, I forgot to ask you this question. When you were underneath the van taking pictures, the Michigan State Police Crime Lab was there as well, correct?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence? I'm gonna stop. You talked about the looking at the treads on the ground to see if there was any evidence of somebody being stuck. Did you see any evidence of the van being stuck when you were underneath the van taking pictures?
Objection calls for him to speculate what he would see underneath a van to see if it was stuck a day before in whatever terrain.
I'll overrule it. I don't think it's speculation.
In observing the van out there, I did not see, both at the scene and at the search warrant, did not see what you would consider big clumps of dirt, mud stuck all over the van where it would appear that it was stuck or had been, if you've ever been stuck, rocking the vehicle back and forth, moving it back and forth, and getting large amounts of matter stuck up in it. There was, the tires at the time I'd seen them were wet and did have dirt on them, but it's more like muddy water than it would be clumps of soil. If that makes any sense, observation-wise?
At some point in your investigation, did you become aware that the defendant went to the Marathon station in Lawrence?
Yes.
And what did you do upon receiving that information?
I went to the Village Marathon in Lawrence. I did meet with the owner, Sue Oppold, and I requested from her, knowing that they did have video at that location did request videotapes, VHS type from that location, which was their type of surveillance at the time, and also for the tape register for the purchases that may have occurred at that time, and she did supply those to me.
Were you able to then review the VHS tapes?
I did.
And did you see anything of any evidentiary value on those tapes?
I did not.
And why is that?
The time frame established to where Ms. Stermer had been at the marathon, you could see transactions before that, but at the time frame or shortly before that time frame, it stopped showing video of actions at the store and just went to what I call snow, like, you know, when the TV show's off the air. It just went blank, so to speak, and that was the end of it. I did take them to the Sheriff's Department in Kalamazoo County, where they have, back at that time, video analysis, where they would look at things, and had them look at the videotapes as well, and there was nothing there that they could recover or get from those videotapes.
There was just nothing in that time frame that you needed or
No,
could find?
there was not.
And you said you were able then to collect tape of some sort?
The register tape from the transactions of that day and what was purchased and what time and things like that.
What's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 30-1 and 30-2. I'll start out with 30-1. Do you recognize this item?
Yeah, this appears to be the cash register tape roll from the Lawrence Marathon that I received from the owner.
And that's, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That was back on 2/1 of 2007.
And that's when you received it?
That's correct. I believe it's when I received it.
2/1 of 07?
February. Well, that's what I have dated here from Sue Oppel to Detective Sergeant Masiowski, 2/1 of 2007.
And has it been altered or changed in any way?
It appears to look like the same tape. It's been some time, but yes.
And those are your initials on the outside of the packaging?
That is, well, you say initials.
Or your name or signature?
It is my name printed on the chain of custody on the first receiving of it.
And I'm going to show you what's been marked as 30-2. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, it's a copy of the receipt that was determined to be on the roll that was here in this package from the Lawrence Marathon for the transaction that occurred using what would be Todd Stermer's MasterCard on the date of 1/7/2007.
Your Honor, this time I move to admit People's Exhibit number 30, including both -30-1 and 30-2 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Court will receive 31 and 32.
And just so the record is clear, there are 2 exhibit stickers, one dated of 2007 and one dated for today on the packaging.
Okay.
Once you got that tape, you were able to then go through that tape?
Yes,
And did you determine then the relevant transaction or what may be of interest to you at that time?
I believe so, yes.
And that's where then the copy was made of the individual receipt?
That's correct.
Once you then collected that tape, you took the pictures of the van, and you examined the scene. Can you tell the jury then what your involvement was other than those items?
After doing that part of investigation, it would have been then follow up to any information that we may have come into contact with, follow up interviews with people.
Okay, so Chicken Shite says, wait, so the receipt may not even be from her. Shake my head. Well, I'm curious if they're going to have the clerk from Marathon testify. And if they do, then that might be trouble for Linda, because even if there wasn't video that was working during her specific transaction, if they can put the person who rang her up, and they can say, yeah, she filled up her tank with gas and she filled up a gas can, and it was her that used the credit card. So they can do that. They might do that. I don't know.
Basically, information that came in either through evidence or through people we would have followed up on and assigned people to do just that, interviews or collect items, keep in touch with the prosecutor's office and for their input and proceeding with the case.
So if you received tips,
We received, through interviews, people would provide information, and then from that information, we would follow up and see where that would lead as well.
as part of your follow-up, did you interview Cynthia Deloach?
I did.
And who was she?
Cynthia Deloach was a clerk at the Lawrence Marathon at the time that those items had been were seen on that receipt using the credit card of Todd Stermer. She was the clerk that was working that day when those items were purchased.
You interviewed Chris Williams?
I did.
Did you interview Trevor Stermer,
I believe I did.
Trenton Stermer?
I believe I did.
Interviewed Dardita Gordon?
I believe I did as well.
And where did you interview Dardita Gordon at?
It would have been at the Van Buren County Jail.
So she was incarcerated at that time?
I believe she was.
Can you describe the demeanor of Dardita Gordon at the time you interviewed her?
I use the word guarded, but it could be kind of, she was willing to speak with me, but she was kind of nervous at the same time.
And did you share details of the scene, the investigation, and any evidence that you had with Dardita prior to your interview?
Objection form.
I'll overrule that and I'll allow it.
It's difficult to say, it's been so long ago, as far as report-wise, as to what I did and did not say to her at that point, other than informing her that I had heard she had heard something within the jail in regards to Miss Stermer or Mrs. Stermer, and asked her to tell me what she had heard.
And at that time, you were a trained detective, correct?
Yes.
And as part of your interviewing training, would you have told somebody pertinent details before they actually told you what you were talking to them about?
We don't give specific facts that we have. If per se it's something that we know and we want to find out if that person actually did know it, they'd have the same information. So we probably really would not give them exact information that we knew for fact. We would wait to see if they verified that fact.
And then once they verify that fact, then you may ask additional questions.
Correct.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller?
Give me 1 second, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Let me start out by asking you a little bit about the information you learned on the scene, okay?
Yes, sir.
At first, as I understand it, you learned your information from Detective Evans, Officer Evans.
My first contact, I believe, at the scene was with Sergeant Franks,
Franks.
who directed me to Deputy
Evans.
Evans. I'm sorry.
Okay. And then you learned from Deputy Evans where he thought Todd Stermer had initially been. Is that right?
He took me to where he had found him at, yes.
All right, where Deputy Evans found Todd Stermer.
That's what he told me.
Are you aware that Deputy Evans did not arrive on the scene until after Todd Stermer was moved from his initial position to his final position?
Your Honor, facts not in evidence.
Already been testified to.
It's misconstruing the testimony, Your Honor.
Your
It's
Honor,
not facts and evidence.
Jury has notes.
Okay. I'll allow you to rephrase it to consistent with what's in evidence.
You're not aware, are you, of whether Deputy Evans came to the scene after Todd Stermer was moved?
My recollection is that when I spoke to Deputy Evans, he had told me that this location where he showed me was where Todd Stermer was at, and that he and others had moved him. He as well had moved him from that area, was my recollection.
Do you have any photographs to show us that?
No, I do not.
Did you put that in your report? Exactly where Todd Stermer had been?
I'm not sure. I'd have to look back at it. I may have made mention of where I was shown by Deputy Evans, but I'm not sure.
But you can't help us, as we sit here today, pinpoint where Todd Stermer may have originally been. Is that fair?
I was not there when he was moved, no.
Now let's talk about your van inspection. That happened the day before, correct?
I'm sorry,
I mean, the day after the incident.
are you referring to the search warrant?
Yes.
Okay.
Van hold
That
on.
was, I'm sorry,
The van inspection, we'll call it that.
I call it the search warrant of the van if it was, while it was inside the towing agency.
Fair enough. You had gotten a search warrant, am I right?
Again, I'm not sure. It's been some time. I know that I did, the day after being called to that scene, I was present the following day at a autopsy for Todd Stermer. The day after that was the search warrant at the towing company. As to did I author the search warrant, I do not remember.
When you were the officer in charge of this case, am I right?
I was a case officer. If in that respect, I had superiors as well. And certainly, the initial evening of the incident, Lieutenant Brian Stump was in charge of the scene.
But somebody eventually is assigned as officer in charge of the case.
Yes,
Would that have been you?
I would say so. Yes.
Okay, so you're the one who's in charge of marshaling all the evidence, am I right?
Again, other people can be handed off and be made responsible for items and things like that under the direction that I give them, or I myself, for certain piece of items of evidence, may be responsible for those as well.
I don't want to confuse us, but typically somebody has to be in charge of the case. You can't have 20 people all running willy-nilly doing their thing.
Yes, that's true.
So you're kind of the quarterback of that case, correct?
I guess that'd be a way of putting it.
And you were the quarterback of this case, correct?
Okay.
Yes?
Sure.
Okay. So you attend a van inspection, a search warrant inspection on January 9.
That is true.
All right. A search warrant is issued when there's suspected to be a crime, correct?
Yeah, we don't have consent for the search of that van. We must take and articulate reasons why we want to search that van.
Okay, so when you saw blood on the front bumper or the skirt, you said, of that van, you thought something's odd here, right?
Yes,
And so you suspected there might be a crime, right?
certainly warranting investigation.
Okay, and that's what drove the search warrant for the van.
Yes,
All right. Now, you went to the garage, correct?
yes. If
And
you're referring to the tow company,
Decatur Tow Company?
yep,
It was inside, right?
yes.
So it's room temperature, right?
I cannot tell you if it was a heated, it was just out of the elements, I know that.
Inside, were you wearing a winter coat?
I do not remember what I was wearing that day.
Typically, if it's inside and it's roughly about room temperature, roughly about 70 degrees, right?
Again, I cannot remember what the temperature was in that room at that time.
You would certainly expect that tires, after being inside for 2 days, would not have snow, and that would account for the tires being wet.
It was
and
dry.
dirty.
It was definitely dry, yes.
Okay. Now, this vehicle is a 1993 Ford Econoline van, correct?
Okay. I say that because I know it's a Ford van. I know it's brown. I don't remember the year without looking at a report.
You have your van inspection report, don't you, or no?
I have nothing up here.
Let me see if I can refresh your memory. May I approach, Your Honor?
I don't mean to appear offstandish. It's been that long. I don't remember.
18 years, right?
Yes, so it's appreciate the
Yep.
help.
Happy to give. On the first page, it said, it should be noted that the vehicle is a 1990.
I'm going to object, it's not the proper way of recollection or of refreshing someone's memory.
I'll ask you to take a look at the vehicle.
Sir, let me make a rule. Okay?
I'm sorry.
The objection sustained.
Good. I'll ask you to take a look at where it says vehicle on page 1, on the bottom.
Yes, sir.
Are you with me?
I am.
What kind of vehicle was it?
It's a 1993 Ford Econoline van, full size.
Full-size van. You recall it was a rear-wheel drive van.
I believe it was.
Rear-wheel drive van, full-size, roughly about 4,500 pounds, if you understand what vans weigh.
You got me on that one on weights and measures of vehicles, but it's a full-size van.
Which you would expect weighs over 2 tons, don't you think?
I honestly, I couldn't tell you what my own vehicle weighed, but it's a full-size big van.
And do you recall the condition of the rear tires?
Rear tires that were on the vehicle? I mean, as opposed to the spare back there, or I'm not
That's
sure which.
correct.
You mean the ones that are actually on the vehicle?
There are 4 tires
Yes,
on the vehicle.
yes.
I'm asking you about the 2 rear tires on the vehicle, not the spare. Do you recall the condition of those tires?
I believe I did make note of that. I do not recall, but I did make note of the condition of those tires and the types of each tire.
Happy to refresh your memory if you look at page 3 of your report at the top paragraph. Let me know when you're there.
Yes, I've read that top section.
Okay. What was the condition of the rear tires?
They were worn.
Worn rear tires on a rear-wheel drive van that is 14 years old at that time.
Okay, I didn't do the math on it, but the 2 tires to the front were definitely newer condition, notable than the ones to the back.
You did note the type of tires that were on the vehicle, correct?
I did.
Can you tell us what tires were on the vehicle?
If you,
I'll direct you to page 2 at the
okay.
bottom.
Thank you. Okay, if it's permissible, I will read that the front driver's side tire was identified as a Uniroyal Tiger Paw, noted as a P235/75R15. The rear driver's side tire was identified as a Dunlop Radial Rover, noted as a P235/75R15. Number 3, the front passenger tire was identified as a National 400 XT, noted as a PR235/75R15. And the last rear tire was identified, or that being the rear passenger side tire, was identified as a Dunlop Radial Rover, noted as P235/75R15. So that both rear tires on that van were of the same make and model, both being Dunlop Radial Rovers, and the front tires were of 2 different types of brand.
So for 4 wheels, we have 3 different kinds of tires, am I right?
That is correct.
In looking at what was marked as Exhibit 29, do you have those pictures up?
I only have this report that you've given me up here.
May I approach, Your Honor? They give you those photos?
Thank you, sir.
And I'm also going to give you photos that we have marked as Exhibit E 1 to 4. And ask if my photos match up as part of your photos, and they should.
In observing the photos from the People's Exhibit and the photos that you handed me just now, noting that it has kind of part of my name on them, they can be the same photo. They appear to have been enlarged, and by development or whatever, the colors are not exactly the same of what I'm seeing in each picture, but I can say that they reflect the same imagery. And I don't have this one. I'm not sure what, it could have been a label on the outside of the vehicle, I'm guessing, but,
If that was from the door, if that was part.
okay. I could have taken that picture.
Is the council testifying where that came from? This witness has no recollection of where that picture's from.
Let me set this up, if I may.
Prosecutor, have you seen these photos? I assume you're
I'm
moving
going
to
to move for
admit
their
them.
admission just 1 second, including
Okay,
that last one.
prosecutor, have you seen them?
I don't know what he's looking at, Your Honor, and I
Okay.
believe he's testifying as to, I haven't seen what he's shown him.
I already told you it's Exhibit E, which you have.
Prosecutor, you do or don't have them?
We do have him in digital form, Your Honor.
Okay.
I wasn't sure what he was showing him at this time.
You also- 4 photographs. You also have them in book form. I gave them to you.
Okay. So you know what he's showing
No,
this
we do,
witness?
yes, Your Honor. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. Mr. Mueller?
You'd have taken a picture of the vehicle information on the vehicle, right?
I would say that's highly likely. I just,
So these 4 photographs that I'm showing you represent the vehicle that you inspected on January 9. Fair?
that's fair?
Okay, I move for the admission of Exhibit E.1 to 4.
It's cumulative, Your Honor, and I don't think he has recognized these particular pictures as pictures he took. I believe counsel said you searched and you took pictures, but we haven't identified that he recognizes these pictures. I feel he's already testified that he doesn't recognize the sticker, so I do have an objection at this time.
Well, Your Honor, photographs for admissibility just have to represent fairly and accurately what was being represented in the photograph, and those include the vehicle that he inspected.
I agree. He doesn't have to be the one to have taken those photos, but I do have concern about the one, I don't know that you've laid a foundation for this one with the tab on it. Yeah, maybe question
Let
him.
me just
some
ask
more.
you, on that vehicle, would that comport with the vehicle you were expecting? You can look at the vehicle information.
Your Honor, it still doesn't meet the foundation that that's what he saw on the van.
I was hoping for the old discount tire commercial. Remember, if ever you're dissatisfied with one of our tires, please bring it back. And there's the little old lady, and she chunks
report
that
would
tire
include
through
a
the
VIN
window.
number, wouldn't it?
I wanted that.
That's what I'm searching for right now in this report that you gave me, to see if I had recorded the VIN number in the report.
And I'm going to say this: Neat Noodle is really is on the spot, spot on. Oh my gosh! Maybe I need to not talk. Maybe Chicken Shipe should be telling me, "Oh my God, shut up," because I cannot talk. It is really hard to come back years after an incident to testify. That's why it's crucial that you would do a good job with your reports. Yes, that's exactly right. The problem is most of the testimony relies on the witness, because he's a layperson, not an expert, right? On the witness's firsthand recollection. It's very difficult to have firsthand recollection after 18 years, number one, but also if you did not detail your report well and they offer you your report to refresh your recollection ain't finna be refreshed. It's not gonna help you. um, so yeah. I appreciate that, Chicken Shipe, but my gosh, on the struggle bus today. All right, here we go.
Let's look at page 1 where it says vehicle.
I'm reading right now that section, sir. And the VIN number that I recorded on my report does match the VIN number placed on this image that you handed to me. So it is the same VIN number
Move for
that I
the-
could testify to.
Move for the admission of Exhibit E 1 to 4.
Right, Irene?
No objection now. I believe that the proper foundation has been laid.
Okay, we'll receive. What'd you say, E1 through 4, Mr. Mueller? What would you title those, E1 through 4?
E 1 to 4.
1 to 4,
Yes,
okay. So
thank
we'll
you.
admit those.
I want to show you, sir, I just want to show you already saw that photograph, right?
Yes,
Counsel showed you. Prosecutor showed you.
I can't hear you.
Prosecutor showed you that photograph. Remember, you talked about it?
Yes, I
All right.
believe I have it in front of me.
That's the photograph you took of the front end, correct?
It appears to be
Well, it matches one of your photos, doesn't it?
true. My statement in why I'm referring is that the MSP also was out there taking pictures at the same time. This being one of my photos, if it's so, it is so that it's mine.
Okay. It shows the blood on the front skirt, correct, in the front. Yes?
I identified it as a red stain at the time.
Red stain. Do you see any red stains on the left fender?
On the fender?
Yes.
No, I can't say that I do.
Yeah. If there had been stains on the left fender, you would have noted that, wouldn't you?
If I saw them, yes.
Okay. I know why he's doing this, and just in case you guys forgot, this is why. I'm so sorry. Hold on a minute. Oh, that was weird. It was like my wind was taken away. All right, sorry about that. And I couldn't do anything. It was just I couldn't mute. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cough in you guys' ear. But there was a witness who testified to seeing something that looked like blood. I actually feel like they testified to panel is the word that they used. And this is where it becomes a little bit difficult. If you don't know, 7 lilies, it's not a hairball. Oh my gosh. No, it just felt like I don't know how to describe it. But anyway, that's not the point. This is an issue, and this is what attorneys do. They argue semantics, right? So I think the person that testified was Linda's friend, the friend that arrived and brought her clothes. She and her husband showed up, not Mike and Connie, not them. Linda's friends. They showed up, and not the maybe she's not the one that brought clothes, but anyway, her and her husband showed up, and she's the one that said, and I believe the term that she used was panel. Now, to me, a panel would be, let me get over here with my handy dandy pointer, like this is a door panel, this is a side panel, this is a front panel. That's a panel to me. Who knows what she actually meant? That's a problem. It would have been, I understand about scheduling, but it might have been her, Nitka Ditka, one of the friends, but I remember it being Linda's friend who came with her husband because they both testified. They both said that they saw blood. They both looked at each other and they both said something isn't right. That's who I remember it being. Now, that I wish that the state would have shown a photograph of the van and asked her to identify where she thought she saw the blood, because that would really clear up when she said panel what she was talking about. And I do think that somebody also used the term fender. If they would, I wish that they would have shown them photographs so that they could say, this is what I'm talking about. Because I don't think they're using the correct, it's possible they might not be using the correct name of the part. And in that case, that's going to open the door for what's happening now, which is a lot. I mean, that's a Miss America answer. And it felt like, you guys, I got the wind knocked out of me for just a second. And I don't know how that could have happened just sitting here, but whatevs. Maybe I have a ghost. Maybe I have a cuckooey. Here we go.
Did you have a tape measure at all?
While I was there,
Yes.
not certain that I did or didn't.
Okay. You can't help us with how far off the ground that lower skirt is,
No, I can't.
other than maybe knowing the radius of the tires?
The type and tire that, yeah, I recorded that.
Okay. Basically, the lower skirt comes about halfway up that tire, right?
It appears that way in the image.
Okay. You remember the temperature? Well, you arrived at 5 p.m. You remember that at the scene?
I did arrive around that time.
Okay. And it was light rain and snow at the time. You remember that?
I believe when I first got there, there was rain that turned to snow, yes.
You said there was a mishmash of fire trucks and EMT vehicles in that front area, correct?
In the front, would have been the east side of the house. There were a lot of emergency vehicles there, yes.
A lot.
Well, I mean, compared to never, I guess there may have been 2 or 3. There was certainly an ambulance. There was more than one fire truck there. I can't attest to other police vehicles without some kind of imagery, but it seemed very busy.
All fighting the fire or treating Todd Stermer.
I would presume so. I saw the firemen working the fire, but I don't know what the emergency personnel were doing.
You don't know what tire tracks were in the front area of the house, front northeast corner of the house at 3:30 p.m., fair?
No.
Seeing as you got there at 5,
Right.
and there's a mishmash of fire trucks right in that area.
In the front of the house, yeah.
And you did not take the 1993 Ford Econoline van and do any testing to determine what type of, with poor tires, in muddy conditions, what type of traction it might get, fair? You didn't do any of that.
I didn't do any tests of, no.
Okay. You didn't take an exemplar. You know what an exemplar is?
No, I don't.
A similar van, 1993, and try to run any tests to see what kind of traction it might have, fair?
No, I did not.
So as you sit here, you have no evidence for us that can rule out that given the tire condition, given the weather conditions, the terrain, that Linda Stermer might have lost traction. You can't rule that out, can you?
I saw no evidence of anybody getting stuck, but I mean, as far as loss of traction, I'm not sure I follow what you mean.
Loss of traction to where Linda Stermer might go in another direction than where she intended to at first. You have no evidence for us.
Speculating at this point, I would prefer that he just ask questions of the detective.
This is cross-examination. I can ask a leading question.
It is, a leading's okay, but this, it does call for
Right.
speculation.
You'd be speculating to say, one way or another, whether there's any evidence that Linda Stermer had lost traction, right?
In fairness, what location are we talking about? Up above in front of the house?
Correct.
Yeah, I have no idea.
Okay. That'd be pure speculation. Fair?
I cannot even speculate. I don't know what happened up there on the top section, or the northeast section on top where the driveway was. I don't know.
And in terms of what you learned, you did not see Linda Stermer, correct?
Don't believe I did, no.
But you heard of people and talked to people who had seen Linda Stermer, correct?
Yes, I did.
And described the situation and the chaos?
In the interviews that I conducted out there was from the time those people arrived on scene, what they saw, what they did, and that was referred to me, yes.
And you learned, learned about the chaos that was going on.
From their perspective, yes.
And what their observations of Linda Stermer, how she was behaving. You learned that, correct?
I would have to refer, it's been a long time, refer to a report that said I don't remember what they portrayed Linda Stermer as being at that time.
If she was described as hysterical, that would be
Your Honor, I believe it's asked and answered. He doesn't know, and now we're continuing then to put words in the witness's mouth.
It's a leading question, and I can explore his memory.
It's already asked and answered, Your Honor.
I'll allow one more time.
Thank you. If she was described as hysterical, sir, that would be consistent with somebody who had been fleeing a fire
This is
for her life.
speculation.
Sustain at this point. Please move on, Mr. Mueller.
You said there was some fuel smell, a fuel type smell you smelled?
Yes,
And that's after you got there and you said you came 6 to 8 inches from Todd Stermer?
yeah, I believe I knelt down there looking at him, the position he was on at that time.
Okay, where did you look? He's close to 6 feet tall. Were you looking at his chest 6 to 8 inches? Were you looking at his face check 6 to 8 inches? Where?
Recollection-wise, I would have observed him as close as I could within reasonableness and from the head of him to the toe of him, kind of looked him over.
So you would have gotten, he's on the ground, right?
Yes, he is.
You would have gotten on your knees
Yes, I would have.
and you would have gotten between about 6 to 8 inches from his whole body?
Well, when you put it this close, maybe this would be better.
What would be better, 18 to 24
12
inches?
inches. 12 inches. I mean, I didn't climb on top of him by any means, but I did get close enough where I could smell, for lack of a better term, and not being able to positively identify the fuel. I would call it an accelerant, if you would, or a gassy smell.
You can
Gasoline.
distinguish gas from anything else?
Again, to sit here and say I could tell gasoline from kerosene or any other kind of fuel, whether it's diesel or not, I would have difficulty in pinpointing beyond saying fuel.
Okay, we'll just call it fuel because I don't want you to speculate and narrow it if you can't, okay?
I cannot, but thank you.
You got there, you're smelling this, and the clothes are still on him, correct?
Yes.
And the clothes are covering his private area and around his groin?
This would have still been in the time that clothing items were being removed
But you
from
were there.
him. From standpoint of when I first made contact to the point of removing clothes, the smell of fuel was there.
Okay. Now, if you wanted to know what did Todd Stermer smell like when the first people arrived before you got there, you with me? Mm-hmm. Yes?
Before I got there,
If you wanted to know what he smelled like, would it be reasonable to ask the people who were first there whether they smelled any fuel? That sound reasonable?
I don't know that I asked that question.
Didn't ask you that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Does it sound reasonable to you?
Sure.
If you wanted to know what he smelled like first, you'd ask the people who were there before you.
Sure.
Now, the clothing you took, and the people who were there before you, Mr. Matheny, correct?
Yes.
Ms. Calhoun, correct?
Yes.
And did you see a Dr. Richard Masali?
No, I don't remember seeing Dr. Masali.
Do you know who he was?
I believe he's a dentist that
He is a
lives
dentist.
nearby, and I think he has a practice in Decatur.
Okay.
I don't know him per se. I wouldn't know him on site.
You just don't remember him being there when you were there.
I don't remember seeing him or speaking with him right at that moment, no.
If the testimony is that he was one of the first three people there, Mr. Matheny, Ms. Calhoun, and Dr. Masali, it'd be smart to ask them what they smelled, if you wanted to know what he smelled like. Sound reasonable?
I see what you're saying. I look at it,
Okay. I mean, I get where Wolf is going with this, right? But if he has an independent recollection of smelling some type of substance, some type of fuel, he termed it gasoline. I know there are certain smells that you know what they smell like, right? That you know where they come from. Fresh cut grass has a very distinct smell. I'm not going to need to run over Hell's Half Acre to ask people if they smell freshly mowed grass on when I'm standing at a scene with freshly mowed grass. I know what that smells like. Also, I don't need to have somebody confirm with me if I smell Mary Jane. I know what that smells like. It's very and as opposed to, say, cigarette smoke or cigar smoke. There are certain smells that you just know because you've been around them. Everybody knows what gasoline smells like. So I get your point, Wolf, but come on.
I guess I'm going from a standpoint, I know what he smelled like, so I didn't ask other people what they smelled when they got there.
I just asked.
There
would it
you
be
go.
reasonable to ask those three.
I guess so.
Okay. Now let's talk about the clothing. You said you put the clothes that you saw on Todd in a bag.
The items that were pointed out to me that Mr. I'll make myself clear here. The items that Mr. Matheny said he had identified and told me he had placed on there, I took those items off of Mr. Stermer and put them in a bag with Deputy Evans. I believe the sheets, which I think there were 2, and a blanket that were provided by it was determined that they were provided by the ambulance, were returned to the ambulance by Detective Lieutenant Stump, as I recall.
The clothes you said you described it as a garbage bag.
Yes.
All right, so you put all those clothes, there could be evidence in this case, you understand?
Yes, I do.
All right, and you put all those clothes in one bag, is that right?
I did.
Are you an evidence technician?
I am.
Do you know the policy back then in 2007 of how you're supposed to separate evidence?
I believe I do. I guess my reasoning at the time was that those items had been placed on there by Mr. Matheny and weren't the original items he was coming out of the house in. So those items were placed by Mr. Matheny, and my way of thinking at that time was that they could all be together for analysis.
Even though they were potentially evidence,
Okay. Yes.
right?
Yes.
And typically evidence, if you're going to have separate items, should be bagged separately, correct?
Again, I explained my reasoning for why they weren't, but
They should be bagged separately, at least according
if
to...
you say so. I don't recall, not to be argumentative, I went with my train of reasoning at that time.
Understand your reasoning, but the policy would be, by the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office, would be to bag items of potential evidence separately. Fair?
I could not tell you the policy of the Sheriff's Department as far as evidence collection.
Okay, because you didn't know it.
I don't remember it.
Now, you mentioned speaking to Ms. Deloach,
Yes.
Cynthia Deloach, the attendant at the gas station?
Yes, I do.
When you spoke to Mr. Matheny and Ms. Calhoun, it was on the scene, January 7, 2007, correct?
Yes.
Probably within a couple hours, right, while they're still on the scene.
I think so.
Yes?
Yes.
And the reason you did that, because the main purpose of interviewing people right as close to in time as you can is to make sure you get their best memory. Fair?
Sure.
Because you know memory fades over time,
Sure.
especially if there's something that may not even affect you, right?
It can certainly go from person to person.
Okay. You received the receipts on February 1 of 2007, am I right?
February 7th, 2007. Yeah, yes.
Those gas station receipts we saw.
Sure.
You did not speak to Cynthia Deloach for almost 2.5 years. Do you remember that?
That is correct.
June 11, 2009, correct?
Correct.
Then you asked her, what was your memory from January 7, 2007, correct?
Not word specific, but I certainly interviewed her as to that time, yes.
And would you have remembered Linda Stermer from 2.5 years ago, correct?
I'm sorry, could you ask again?
You had the subject matter of would you have remembered Linda Stermer at this gas station from 2.5 years ago?
Would I, or would she? For me, I guess.
Poor question. Let me rephrase it.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
I don't mean to fight with you.
No, I don't want to fight you.
No, I'm not.
I want to be clear.
Your subject matter would be, Ms. DeLoach, do you remember Linda Stermer being here on January 7, 2007, almost 2.5 years ago? That would have been general subject matter.
Again, not exact questioning, but certainly would have been the topic.
And you can certainly inspect she was not in the middle of the fire, as far as you know.
Cindy DeLoach?
Yes.
No, she wasn't there that I
Okay.
know.
So she's remote from the incident, correct?
Correct?
And it didn't directly affect her, this fire, correct?
I couldn't say what,
Okay. So 2.5 years later, you might expect that her memory won't be so good. Fair?
Again, I can't speculate as to her memory recollection of things.
But typically, people's memories fade. Yes? Yours has, over 18 years,
18 years, certainly I don't remember everything.
which is, again, the main purpose of getting information as soon as you can would be to make sure the memory is fresh. Fair?
Absolutely.
And your reason for not doing it in February of 2007 was because you were busy with other things and you overlooked it, right?
It certainly would have been an overlooking of one of the interviews.
Of a key witness. Where was Linda Stermer the day of the fire?
I would say yes.
Have you ever been a field training officer?
No.
Have you ever trained any officers?
In certain things,
Like what?
I was basically putting it hand-to-hand combat instructor for the department.
Okay.
Other things, I used to teach alcohol, drug driving detection.
But you've been a detective, right?
Sure.
Would you accept the reason from a rookie detective you might be overseeing, hey boss, I didn't interview this key witness because I was just too busy?
When you put it in that respect, it assumes that the person knew they were supposed to do it and just didn't do it because they got busy.
Okay.
It doesn't mean that if the person has said, I totally forgot, I was busy doing this, that, I forgot to do this, my reaction may be totally different to them if I was a supervisor.
Well, you were a veteran police officer at the time.
Okay?
You knew Cynthia DeLoach would have been a key witness in this case as to where Linda Stermer was on January 7, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes, yes.
And your testimony in a prior hearing was, I overlooked it because I was just too busy.
Your Honor, we're getting into asked and answered. I think he's asked this several times.
Answered.
Sir? I don't know if I got a direct answer to the question. Would you accept that excuse? I was too busy
Asked
to
and
interview a
answered,
key
Your Honor.
Old
witness.
Mr. Mueller, you've already asked the question, it's been
Thank
answered.
you. Oh, you were aware at least of the evidence storage policies of the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office in 2007, I imagine, right?
I could say so, yes.
Having been a detective,
Okay.
yes?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. From February 1 of 2007, when you picked up those tapes that we saw, the cash receipts, to January 11, the day you interviewed Cynthia DeLoach, those receipts were not in the evidence room of the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office, were they?
No, they were not.
They were in your office, correct?
That is correct.
Is there a policy that allows detectives to keep critical evidence for 2.5 years in their office without putting it in and logging it in storage with the property room?
I could not tell you that specific. I can only tell why I had those items, but I can't tell you what the specific policy of the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office is towards items of evidence. If I'm working a case and I want those items in my possession, I don't think I've ever been told no. Check them in, check them out, check them in, check them out.
You have to log in evidence for chain of custody reasons, don't you?
Yes,
Just so we, being the criminal defendant, the prosecutor, can make sure there is an appropriate chain of custody, right?
that's true.
You've learned that, correct?
Sure.
And Van Buren County Sheriff's Office has that policy, correct?
I don't know.
You didn't-
Again, I've been retired for a while, and it's been a while since I remember, but for me to say, what do they call it, quote and verse, I couldn't tell you. It is important to take your evidence and put it in an evidence room and log who's got it, when they've got it, if it's in, it's out, as long as you can follow that chain of custody.
Okay. In this case, there was no official chain of custody for those two receipts, were there?
I'm going to disagree a little bit, only from a standpoint of, I have an evidence bag that they've been placed in. My name is placed on it, and then who I got it from, and then to me. And when I take it from me to somewhere else, then it's logged on to that evidence chain there, which that receipt does have it on the bag when I put it in evidence, when I had it out of evidence.
And it was 2.5 years later.
In my office, yes.
I want to switch.
We'll take a morning break at this time.
No problem.
Okay. So jury will take about
wow.
a 15-minute break, report directly.
That was rather abrupt, Judge. I think the judge is like, man, I need to be away from here. I'm going to say some stuff that I shouldn't be saying. I need to put my own self on a timeout, but I don't blame her. I want to talk a little bit while we're on this break briefly about the pants situation. The testimony from the fire insurance investigator from the insurance company is that Linda says that Todd took his own pants off because they were on fire. So I don't think that it's a person per se. Mike testified, and so did a host of other people, but Mike's testimony is, in my opinion, more outweighs everybody else's simply because he was first. He and Connie were the first two people other than Todd and Linda on that scene, and they're not, fire department or law enforcement or paramedics. He testified that when he saw Todd, his pants were down. That leads me to believe one of two things happened. Either Linda's telling the truth and he was trying to get the clothes off of him, or it's quite possible that when she hit him with the car or with the van, that in that they were sweatpants. It's not like they were button-up jeans, okay? And they certainly weren't button-fly jeans. So that it's quite possible that during the process of being run over by the van, they could have come down. That's possible. I'm sorry, Nick. Okay. My bad. All right, oh wait, hold on. Let's see what's going to happen.
To the jury room. And remember, please don't talk about the case or do any research or watch any news reports or any social media.
I have a feeling that with this judge, people frequently mistake her kindness for weakness. She has a soft voice. She's can appear kind of passive, but I have a feeling when she's done, she's done. And that's that. She's had enough. I wouldn't push her.
15 minutes, Ron? 15. None, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You can step down during the break. Thank you.
All right.
Back up a little bit. regarding your vehicle inspection, you told the jury that you found Linda Stermer's purse with $202 in it, correct?
I heard most of, I found Linda Stermer's
I
purse.
apologize.
Pardon?
I apologize. I didn't speak clearly enough.
No, it's better, actually, I have hearing issues, but
You found Linda Stermer's wallet or purse in the car
I did,
with $202 in it.
yes.
Right. You also found Todd Stermer's wallet in the vehicle, didn't you?
I think I identified it as such, as a wallet, yeah.
This being a rural area, not Detroit, people tend to leave their keys in the car, right?
Your Honor, objection, speculation.
He's lived up here.
He can testify if he leaves his own wallet in the car, but he certainly can't testify what the community does.
I'll sustain that objection. It
Okay.
calls for speculation.
The the search warrant inspection of the van, you were accompanied, or also there was a Mr. Hayhurst from the Michigan State Police, right?
Mr. Who?
Hayhurst?
Could have been, I don't remember everybody was there. I know the MSP Crime Lab team was there.
All right, so Nitka Ditka says, and if Linda laid on him, she would have gas on her clothes too. But they said it wasn't a lot, right? Okay. So the way that I understood that testimony is it's a qualitative test, not a quantitative test. I always get those two mixed up. One of them tells you exactly how much. One of them is just was it there or not? So I'm going to look it up in a minute so I can get it right. My point being, the way that the testimony went yesterday, which was a little confusing and it took me a while to get it, but I think I got it. There are certain materials or things, components to different fuels, but in this case, gasoline. So over time, that stuff evaporates. The lighter material that is used to make up gasoline evaporates fastest, right? And then it moves down the spectrum into the heaviest material. And the sweatshirt that he was wearing had the lightest still present, but his socks had the heaviest still present. Now, if I understood the testimony correctly, there were items that were placed on Todd in between the Linda laying on him, and that might have kept any transference of the elements that make up gasoline. That's what I thought. Okay, thank you, Neat Noodle. Okay. Quantitative is how much, and qualitative is what it was. So I think that those clothes from Mike's vehicle might have prevented the transfer. So it's hard to say. It's hard to say. Also, his, I don't know. This is very confusing.
And as quarterback of this case, you're the one responsible for coordinating all the evidence, right?
When I called the MSP Crime Lab to come in, or if somebody did call them in to assist us, they do their own collection. They sometimes keep their evidence until they're done analyzing it, and in the end, they do ship it back to us and it gets logged in. As per se, who exactly logged it in, I couldn't tell you from back then.
I was just asking, as quarterback of this investigation, it would be your responsibility to gather the reports and evidence whenever they come in. Fair?
I'm going to say that when the reports come in from other agencies, if the person is working that, they'll either log it in or they will tell me it's in or present it to me. I can't say it always is going to come to me as you say, you refer to case manager. I just never really felt that way about the job other than, hey, there's something that needs to be done. If I can't do it, I'm going to ask you to do it. And we work kind of like that.
As officer in charge of any specific case, are you the primary liaison to the prosecutor's office on that case?
Yes, I'd say so, pertaining to if someone else can get some information that I was not personally interviewing or something, they would come along with me and we would talk to the prosecutor, but that person would say what they found out.
Do you recall that you lost the van report from the MSP as part of this case?
No, I don't remember it.
You don't remember doing that?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall that the in-car video from Deputy Gruss that showed this fire is missing?
No, I'm not aware of that either.
Nobody's told you that it can't be found?
I don't remember it, if that's what you're asking.
It certainly would be your responsibility to make sure the file is together as it goes to the prosecutor's office, fair?
You mean all the stuff for a case?
Yes.
I guess I know what you're looking for, and this is for me to say I'm responsible for everything, but I'm going from a standpoint if Deputy Gruss had a videotape and it was logged in and wasn't able to be found. Are we referring from the very beginning to now, or are we talking about just recently? Or I don't remember the videotape at all, so I apologize.
Okay. If there was a videotape from Deputy Gruss showing the progression of the fire, it would have been evidence in this case, correct?
Okay,
That, yes,
it could be.
that, well, it is.
Oh, okay, I
Your
didn't.
Honor, I'm going to object. He doesn't know about the videotape. He's testified that he doesn't know it exists. He didn't have any part in it. So asking questions about the videotape, then he has no knowledge.
It's always a better foundation.
Yeah, and lay your foundation, but also it's asked and answered.
Okay. Just real quick to put a bow on this, you are responsible for making sure that evidence related to the case gets in the case and goes to the
Asked and
prosecutor.
answered, Your
Asked
Honor.
and answered.
All right. One little last area. You talked about Dardita Gordon, who was a jailhouse witness. Remember that?
Yes,
And you interviewed her.
I did.
How did she come to your attention?
This is from the best of my memory, is that I was informed by a correction officer possibly that this person had said, and there were several of these kind of items at the time of where it came from exactly, but my guess would have been it would have been a correction officer saying, hey, this person says they may have heard something, talk to that person says, well, so-and-so may have been closer to them than I was, and spurred off another interview. I'm again not certain of how it came to be that I interviewed her. I just know that I was told that, or informed in some way, that she had heard a conversation that Linda Stermer had stated this in the jail at some point.
Do you know how close Ms. Gordon's cell was to Linda Stermer?
Bruh, hold on a minute. He doesn't even remember how the information came to him 18 years ago. Like, I get your point, but come on.
I do not.
Do you know what cell Linda Stermer was in the jail?
I do not.
Did you know the layout of the jail? I mean, it's Van Buren
Yes, I
County
know
Jail.
the layout of the jail. I know that more than just the cells, that people will be out of the cells for chapel services, counseling services, where they're brought in from different cells, but all are together in one main room. I can't remember the name of the room, but it's where everybody gets together if there's church services or things like that. So I don't know remember anyways, what cells they were in, or whether they had met in a, there's Alcoholics Anonymous, there's Drugs Anonymous, there's all sorts of group meetings that they all come out of their cells and go to. I'm not sure what the perspective, from back then, maybe yes, but today don't remember how she heard what she heard.
Fair enough. You can and help our jury with how Ms. Gordon would have received any information, right?
Not without refreshing my memory from the report, if I had stated in the report where she had heard it or how she had heard it.
But
You said you don't give specific facts of a case to a witness, right?
We usually do not give exact facts of the case. We tend to hold those to see what the other person knows if they match up with what we know.
You don't recall what happened in this case. What specific facts were given to Ms. Gordon? Would that be fair? As you sit here today?
Not quite sure what you're asking me.
Do you recall what facts you gave Ms. Gordon about this case?
No, I guess not.
I'm just asking for your best memory.
Yeah, I mean, fact-wise, what's exactly a fact? No, I mean, I wanted to talk to her about what she may have heard in regards to Linda Stermer, in regards to what she had heard, and left it from there, I believe.
Jailhouse witnesses are often looking for favors or lenience or some type of quid pro for their quo of giving you information, aren't they?
I think that's calling for speculation.
He's interviewed plenty of jailhouse
Allow it in
witnesses.
his experience,
Thank you.
if he knows.
You have interviewed jailhouse witnesses before,
Yes,
more than one,
yes.
and they are often looking for favors or lenience, aren't they?
Some are looking for a deal.
Okay. It's certainly not unexpected in your business.
No, but it's also something they're made fully aware that I have no power to grant them anything.
Okay, and then finally, one of the things you're looking for is corroboration, correct?
More than one person saying the same thing?
Or you have physical evidence that would support what they're saying, correct?
Sure.
All right. I find that so funny that that as a detective, he's saying that I make them aware that I am in no position. That's not my call. I can't actually help them. But if you watch, um, interrogation videos frequently, you will see the detective saying, you want to be the one that helped us. We don't want to have to go back there and say you didn't help us. Help me help you. They can't help you guys. Just want you to know that. The only person that's in a position to decide what, if any, charges you're going to get is the prosecutor. Okay. So if you are thinking about maybe admitting to something, first get a lawyer, okay, and talk it over with the lawyer. But if you're going to go without a lawyer, all right, talk to the DA. The police can't help you. They are not in charge of deciding charges, if any, okay? Just so you know. But my advice would always be remain silent.
Tell our jury what fact of Dardita Gordon's that you verified from any physical evidence or any inspection or anything.
Objection, Your Honor, based on hearsay.
I asked if you could verify
I
a
think the
fact.
present question doesn't call for hearsay, so I'll overrule that.
Was there anything that Dardita Gordon told you that you verified from any physical evidence from the scene or any objective evidence?
He's going to have to testify to hearsay to answer that question, Your Honor.
I think it's just a yes or no.
It's a simple yes or no.
Okay.
Do you recall as you sit here?
As I recall sitting here, did she give specific something that was a factual basis to the case?
That you verified, that you corroborated from
Right.
scene evidence or something?
Not that I recall.
Thank you. I don't have any more questions.
Redirect?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Tony. Good to see you, babe. Good morning to anybody and everybody. Also, and if you're just joining us,
Start out with
whether you're in the chat or you're in the
interview with
bushes.
her. Would it help refresh your memory with what your interview was with Dardita Gordon if I gave you a copy of your report?
Sure.
I'm going to have you look over that report, just to refresh your memory. When it's done, if you could please just look up.
Whatever Dardita told this detective cannot come in without Dardita being present. You can't. That's why it's hearsay. Even though what Dardita would potentially be testifying to is a statement made by a party opponent. I'm getting this hearsay thing down. Because it's not something that was said to him by the party opponent, he can't testify to it. And also, I wonder where Dardita is. Are they going to call her? Are they going to call the clerk? We know that there was a clerk. We know that it was 2 years later that they interviewed the clerk. I just. Oh, Tony, the gentleman testifying is the lead and original investigator in this case. You know, and I think that I think it would have been better if he would have interviewed the lady at the time, the clerk at the time, like in 2007. Even if he didn't do it like that same day, if it were a couple of days later, hell, even a week later, but 2 years later. Oof. All right, neat. Have a good appointment. We'll see you back we'll see you when you get back. Thanks for being here. Also, I forgot to say good morning to ATS News. Good morning, babe. Good to see you. It's not sus, okay? Like I mean, I understand why you would think that it's sus, Jen, but for me, it's not sus. To me, the way that this investigation is shaping up, you know, to sound through the testimony is that I don't think they initially suspected Linda Stermer. I think they thought that this might have been just a horrific, tragic accident. But in between the insurance investigating and just they were probably trying to dot I's and cross T's in 2007, it started to become potentially apparent that something wasn't quite right here. And it may just have been that it took 2 years for them. Well, her trial, let me see when she was charged. Let me Google this really quick. Hold on. Let's see when she was charged and arrested. Let's see. Okay. It was in 2009 that she was charged with murder and arson. So it sounds like to me it took a while to get there. I mean, look where we are with the Wagner family. You know, Billy Wagner still hasn't been to trial, and I have no idea when he's going to get to trial. If I'm being, you know, honest, there's been appeals for some of the rulings that the judge has made. It's been a mess, but the crime itself took place back. Let me make sure I have it right, because I want to say it was 2016, but I'm not sure. Let me just make sure. Yeah, they were charged in November of 2018. And I think, hold on, let me click on this, because it'll tell me when the murders happened. let's see. I feel like 2016 is the right time, is the right year. All right, let's see. Yeah, that trial is going to be something else. Yeah, 2016. So 2 years later. Sometimes it's like that. Sometimes they need, sometimes it takes a while, you know, and think about this too. Um, hey, Penelope Ray. Penelope says, I guess I'm a bush babe, LOL. Seems like a name Shenlu would give us that stay in the shadows or bush boy. Yeah, I would probably say that bush dweller. Something like that. But bottom line is, um, investigations can take a long time because sometimes, for example, like for search warrants, right? Maybe you apply for a law enforcement agency applies for a search warrant right away when the crime has occurred, right? But it gets denied. And so then they have to, because there's not enough probable cause. So then they continue the investigation and they come back with more probable cause, right? And they get that, they end up getting the search warrant. But in that time, there can be, 6 months might go by before they have enough probable cause. You know what I'm saying? So this time, this sometimes this happens frequently. So, I mean, what are you reading, bro? Are you reading everything? Did you forget that you're on the stand? Do you think you're at home just kicking it? Maybe you're on the potty. I don't know what's happening. I mean, this isn't like you're on your phone. You'll get, scrolling YouTube shorts. You guys ever get stuck in a scroll? I've done that many, many times. And before I know it, I've been sitting there scrolling for the better part of an hour. It happens. Are you trying to count the typos? What's happening here, sir? Also, good morning, Patricia. It's good to see you, babe. Bless his heart. I mean, is there some hold music? Hey, I wonder, you guys want to, hold on a second. Let me see if I can. Let me see something. All right. I'm going to give you all just a tiny little preview. Let me turn it down just a little bit, right? Just a really quick preview of the music that I intend to use for the new intro. Are you ready? All right, here we go.
I beg your pardon?
You had an adequate chance to read through that?
Yes.
And does it help refresh your memory as to what your interview with Ms.
There you
Gordon
go.
was?
Yes.
And that was written very close to the time that you interviewed Ms. Gordon?
Yes.
So you had stated earlier in your testimony that you observed laceration on Mr. Todd Stermer's head on scene. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that you also observed blood pooling where you believed Mr. Todd Stermer then had been laying in the ground. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you receive information from Ms. Dardita Gordon that may or may not give insight into those
Violet, would you like me to sing the hold music? The only song that's like coming to my head is ding, fries are done. I gotta run. Ding, fries are done. Would you like an apple pie with that? That's the only song that's coming to my mind at this time. I could also sing Kyle's mom. She's a big fat fucking bitch. Big old fat fucking bitch, Kyle's mom.
Lacerations that Todd Stermer received on his head. He doesn't need to tell me exactly. It's a follow-up from his cross about corroborating evidence, Your Honor.
Okay, as long as we're not going into the substance, but the current question's fine.
Thank you. So don't tell me what she said, because obviously that would be hearsay, but did you receive information from Dardita Gordon that may or may not give insight into those lacerations?
Yes.
Did you tell her about those head lacerations or about that blood pooling that you saw on scene before you talked to her about the potential information?
Objection form leading.
I'll allow it for this.
No.
So I want to get back to why you had those tapes in your office. Was your office secured at that time?
Yes, I had an office with a lock on it.
And was it common practice that you would lock those doors?
Yes,
And was evidence then kept secure in your office?
absolutely.
And why did it take you that amount of time to then interview Ms. Cynthia DeLoach at the Marathon Station?
Okay. I would say that it wasn't an important interview. It would have been surely a oversight on my part or on the team's part that we are a small department. We do multiple crimes at a time, and you may have heard the term before. It's juggling. You're juggling things. And the interview with Cindy DeLoach was something that when I was reviewing all the case reports and going through items that had been collected in preparation of this case, noting that the clerk had never been spoke to, and immediately was sought out to get an interview from them. But it was not that it wouldn't been considered important. It was more that it got slipped, if you want to say slipped through the crack, but found and rectified.
And you had already spoken to the owner of the gas station.
Yes, I had.
You'd gotten the tapes, the VHS tapes.
I did.
That, it's getting to be leading, if you can rephrase.
Before that, did you get the tapes from the
Yes.
Marathon Station? Did you work then to try to view the tapes?
I did.
Did you work with another department to see if you could recover information on those tapes?
I did.
And you also then did you also recover the tapes, the cash register tapes that have been entered into the exhibits?
I did.
So all that had happened then close to the time frame of the fire.
Yes.
You were asked a little bit about tapes that were in the car, I believe from other officers. Do you recall what type of taping system was in the police cars at that time?
I don't.
As a detective, did you have a system in your car?
No, I did not.
Was that common for detectives not to have systems in their car?
No, detectives did not have recording devices at that time in their vehicles.
Detectives, did they have body cams at that time?
No, we didn't.
And again, this is back in 2007, is that correct?
Correct.
I want to bring your memory back to the picture that defense counsel had up on the screen for quite a while of the van being heisted up. Do you recall that picture?
Yes.
And do you recall if you saw any mud flaps on that van?
I don't recall seeing any mud flaps on the van.
Did that picture depict any?
No.
And do you recall seeing any mud in the wheel well in that picture?
No, I did not.
And do you remember if there was mud in the wheel well of the rear tires?
No, there was not.
I want to take you back to what you were thinking on the time at the scene. You were asked by defense counsel if you asked the original people on scene if they could smell accelerants on scene. Do you remember that question?
I do.
If you would have asked the people on scene and gotten an answer, would that have influenced your actions or what you thought you smelt?
No. I mean, if you're asking, if I had asked them before I saw the body myself, their statement of they had smelled fuel on the body would influence my.
Yes. If they would have smelt fuel or not smelled fuel, would that have changed how you approached your investigation?
No. As far as I see it as, I was there, I smelled accelerants or fuel on Todd Stermer. So,
And you're the detective.
true. But what they smelled, I couldn't tell you, or I don't know that I would have asked.
But you're the detective and you still would have done your job to determine what you smelled. Is that correct?
Yes, and I would have recorded such.
You pumped gas before, Detective Maziowski?
Sure,
Do you know what gas smells like?
I do.
At the time of this fire, did you live close to Lawrence?
I lived in Lawrence Township, yes.
And do you recall, if you recall, was this a big deal in this small community?
Yes.
Lots of people talking about this event?
It's a small town.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's work backwards if I can.
Here
So you do know
we
what gas smells
go.
like.
I have pumped gas and
Right.
I've smelled
You know
gas.
what gas smells like? You smelled it a lot, right?
Well as anybody else, yeah.
Okay, but you can't tell this jury that what you smelled on Todd Stermer was gasoline. You remember telling us that?
Yes, I do.
Now, you said you reviewed the file back in June of '09. As you were reviewing the file, remember you told?
Yeah, I do remember realizing that we had interviewed her and it was later in the investigation, yes. Exact date, kind of, if you say that's what I reported, then fine.
Isn't it true, sir, that an officer, Charity Cummings, brought that to your attention, that Ms. DeLoach might have some evidence to share? Some information to share?
I honestly don't remember how I thought it was through review of it, but if it's documented as such, I'm not going to deny it.
It's certainly possible that it wasn't through your file review. It was through information you got from somebody that prompted you, oh my God, we didn't talk to this witness.
And
right?
again, that I can't remember, but if there's documentation to such, I would not say no to. I'm just saying from what I could remember, it was during reviews of things, so.
And you testified just a second ago that, I think you said, what are you, a small sheriff's office and you're juggling a lot of cases?
That is true.
Right? Death case is a big case, right?
Pardon?
A death case is a big case, small sheriff's office or not, right?
Okay, yes.
Yes. Didn't that case deserve your best effort?
I believe I did give a very good effort in this case.
By simply overlooking it because you were too busy?
I believe nobody's infallible, but I will definitely admit to it didn't get done in a timely fashion.
Okay. Then you were asked some questions about Dardita Gordon, and did she provide information as to what might have caused lacerations on Todd Stermer's head? You remember that?
I do.
Were asked questions about that?
She asked me if she.
Okay, listen, Mr. Mueller, I need you to dial it back. I think what he's doing is he's not trying to recall whether he recalls. He's trying to make sure he understands your question before answering. Listen, I know that it's 11:30 there. I know that you're getting a little hangry and you're getting a little peckish, but you're doing a little too much. You're at an 8. I need you to be at like a 5. It's not time for you to be 8 yet. All right. We don't need you at an 8.
Gave any information that was pertinent to that case or that would have followed through, yes. But specifically, she didn't say, that being the prosecutor, what specifically we were talking about?
Okay. You do not recall testifying 5 minutes ago that Dardita Gordon may have given you some information about what caused lacerations on Todd Stermer's head?
Okay, yes.
You do now remember.
Again, I'd almost have to go back to that. I thought that what was asked of me was, did she give any facts that were in the case or such? But if that's what it was, maybe I'm confused.
Okay, I don't want to confuse you. I want
Okay.
to make sure you and I are very clear with each other.
Okay.
You never corroborated with a medical expert, like a medical examiner, Dr. Markey, what caused the lacerations on Mr. Stermer's head. Fair?
Not that I remember.
If you would have put it down in the report.
That would be very true.
So as you sit here today, you have no evidence to corroborate what Dardita Gordon may have told you regarding lacerations on Todd Stermer's head. Fair?
Argumentative, Your Honor.
I'll allow it for cross, although it is getting
Okay,
asked and answered.
During the course of interview with Dardita Gordon,
The question is,
questions were asked of her that, did she hear things from Linda Stermer? Did she hear them directly from Linda Stermer? And she would answer to that effect. And then in some items, she would not be totally clear. And so examples would be laid out to her as to, well, could it have been this? Or was it something like that? Or something, and she would respond to that, if that's what you're looking
well,
about.
now you took me to a new little area.
Okay.
You had suggested to Dardita Gordon, could some injuries be the result of this?
As
Or-
an example only, not as a specific.
Fair enough. As an example only, and she said, yes, it could be.
That would be true.
Okay. And you never corroborated with any medical expert
That it would have been that item?
that it was true.
Your Honor.
Hold on a
I'm
minute.
sorry,
I don't know
you
if
delay
it's-
slowly enough.
Even if he would have corroborated, let's say, for example, a frying pan, okay, unless that laceration had an imprint of the maker, like Tefal on the back of it, right, in the laceration, there would be no way for a medical personnel, as Mr. Mueller says, to be able to say with any degree of medical certainty that that is what caused that laceration. They can only say that it was caused by a blunt object or a sharp object. Okay, that's a cutting tool, something like that. They can't get specific without some sort of specific pattern to the laceration. Stop playing.
I'm sitting here fighting myself trying to finish your sentence. I apologize.
Yeah, I think it has been asked, but I'm not sure it's been answered. So
Okay, no.
Last question. You can't help our jury at all with any source of lacerations to Todd Stermer's head. Fair?
No, I cannot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Detective Maciowski, it's your job to try to gather all information as to what may be pertinent in this investigation. Is that a fair statement?
That is true.
And so when you heard this information from Dardita Gordon, you interviewed her because it may or may not be pertinent.
That is correct.
And you gathered that information and presented it in your report with what Ms. Dardita Gordon said.
That is correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, come on. I mean, look, I don't dislike Wolf Mueller, Esquire. I actually like him. If I were charged particularly with something
Sir,
that
did you
hold on.
interview any other?
Pardon me, Mr. Mueller, Esquire. If I were charged with a crime that I absolutely did not commit, I would want somebody as passionate about defending me as Mr. Mueller is. However, I would also be over there saying to him, bruh, you're going in too hard. I appreciate the passion. I appreciate the rigorous and vigorous defense of me, but you're alienating the jury with these tactics. Dial it back, please.
Excuse me, witnesses from the jail that would corroborate anything Dardita Gordon told you?
I couldn't say I remember one way or another. I did interview other people, but I don't remember the content or statements that they gave.
Okay. You interviewed several jailhouse witnesses trying to get information regarding Linda Stermer's involvement in the suspected crime. Fair?
Okay.
Yes?
Again, I
doesn't
just
mean
said,
anything.
I don't remember how, I know I interviewed people from the jail in regards to this. I don't remember how many. I don't remember what they told me.
And you don't remember their names?
No, other than to refresh right here, there's a whole list of names that she told me, that being Miss Gordon told me were in the room. So there's a possibility I may have interviewed them.
And as far as you're able to tell us, nobody of all the people you interviewed corroborated anything Dardita Gordon said with respect to lacerations on the
He's
head.
already testified that he doesn't have any of the information from the others, so unless we want to sit here while he reads all of his reports, I don't think he can answer that question.
Well, then just real quick,
It's asked and answered, so move on,
prepare
please.
for trial today?
Did I prepare
Did you
for
review
trial?
anything?
Oh, I did review some reports, yes.
Your reports?
Some of my reports.
Not that one.
This one right here? No.
And did you meet with the prosecutor
I did for when I drove into town, yes.
to talk about the case and what your testimony is going to be?
I had been given outlines of what would be asked, I guess.
You were given outlines by the prosecutor of what might be the direction of the questions she's going, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
You didn't you didn't memorize your interviews with others word for word in preparation for this testimony. Is that a fair
No.
statement? And you understand that that's hearsay and you can't testify then to what others have told you.
That's correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller, you done? Okay. Jury, any questions of him? Yes, I have several coming.
I mean, I would have I think that my view of the testimony and the investigation conducted as a whole would, hold on a second, would be a lot harsher and a lot different if this were, say, 2 years ago, right? But it's 18 years ago. It's hard to remember that kind of stuff, even refreshing your recollection. Like, hold on a second. I'll give you a perfect example. All right. Let me see this. I'm going to show this. I'm going to tell you guys this. All right. Remember when when I was covering and we were going through the case against Anissa Wire and Morgan Geyser, which we will get back to. Don't you guys worry. It's going to be a side project. I'm just not sure how I'm going to coordinate that, but we'll do it. Bottom line is they both pled guilty. They both pled not guilty by reason of insanity. And all I could remember the whole first part of what that plea means, right? The part that I couldn't remember was or their conduct or conform, the word conform, their conduct to the requirements of law as a result of a mental disease or defect. I could not remember the word conform to save my life. Okay? And I looked it up and looked it up, had to keep looking it up. For whatever reason, that word conform would not stick in my brain. And it is something that I was absolutely reviewing in that moment. I cannot imagine if they were to ask me 18 years from now when I'm 66, right? No, I'm 48 now. Yeah, 66. about pleading not guilty by reason of insanity. What that second part of it was, the second prong of the defense. What the defendant must prove. I highly doubt. Yes, Chicken Shite is correct. Chicken Shite says because your brain refuses the concept of conforming. Absolutely, it shuts it down. But that's my point. And you guys were super patient with me. Like none of you guys got it in the chat in all caps or even no caps and said to me, Jen, we've been going over this and over this and over this. You literally read this thing 5 minutes ago. Bruh, what the F? None of you guys treated me like that. So I wish that I think that what I would say as a constructive criticism to the state is I think that they're doing a very quick prep of their witnesses. I think they might want to slow their roll and I think they might want to adjust the time length of preparation. I mean, obviously you can't do it too long or it gives, it looks bad. But I think certain witnesses might need a little more trial prep than others. And I think that they should adjust accordingly. That would be my only suggestion, really. Because once, like, when he starts to cross-examine, it feels like in the first part of his cross-examination, and even to some extent all the way through the cross-examination, but then on redirect, when the witness that they did a crappy investigation, but then on redirect, when he's allowed to use a report to refresh his recollection, it doesn't. She does do a good job of damage control in that respect. Yeah, I'm very curious about what these questions are, and it might be that she's losing it mainly because of Mr. Mueller. I mean, there is something about him that really gets under this prosecutor's skin. So, yeah, I'm curious about this. Let me see what these questions are. All right, let me be quiet.
Okay, I have some questions from the jury. Jury, I'm asking most of the questions. I've determined under the law not to ask others. Some may be addressed, though, in future witnesses. Was the Dardina Gordon interview, is that the name, Dardina Gordon?
Dardita Gordon, Your Honor.
Dardita Gordon interview recorded or transcribed?
I believe it was recorded.
Are there any pictures of the rear tires on the van?
Only from what probably was shown here today. No, there's that I know of. I don't know don't recall what the MSP crime lab took pictures of.
Do you recall if the pulley that retains the spare tire on the vehicle was fully retracted, or was there some play in the spare tire that would allow some rotation and tilt?
I do not know that.
What was the date of Ms. Gordon's interview?
I know it was listed on the report that was in front of me. I no longer have that.
Would that refresh your recollection? Okay.
I could refresh. Okay. Excuse me. They're requesting, if I'm not mistaken, the date of the interview of Dardita Gordon?
Yes.
This is not that report.
That's not the report I just took.
It was the report you just took off the table here.
Well, while she's looking that up, sir, do you believe most of the tire tracks marked were going downhill?
I believe that to be the direction of travel based on where the van was located that was running on the backside of the house and the trail, if you will, or tracks going from the top of the house to where the vehicle rested, indicating that I saw no other tracks. It indicated to me that that's where they began, was at the top, and came down around behind the house.
Got it.
Thank you. The date of the interview of Dardita Gordon was on 10/28/2009, at approximately 12:02 p.m.
Did it appear that the van tracks were sliding down slope or simply traveling down to its final destination?
I could not tell that.
Did you verify what was on the marathon receipt? Without telling us what was on it, but did you verify?
I believe that the items were identified at some point as to what was purchased.
Okay. I think that's all. Let me double check. Okay. Council, any questions in light of those questions and answers?
Just to be clear on that.
Okay.
So you did verify, you remember there were two exhibits, the big roll of receipts and then the copy of the one receipt, correct? Do you remember that?
I do recall 2 rolls in the bag there.
I'm sorry, my question was probably confusing. Do you recall that there was a roll?
Yes.
And then there was a paper copy as a separate exhibit?
Yes.
Did you verify that that paper copy, that was a smaller section, was from that roll?
Yes. Yes.
And when you were looking at the tire tracks, did you see tread going down the hill, or were you unable to see tread at that time?
I do not remember seeing tread. Like if you're asking, could you identify the tread marks that were in that track going to the tires of the back of that van? I could not.
And weather conditions at that time, when you were looking at the tracks, I believe you had stated it was raining, turning to snow.
That is correct.
Was it muddy as well?
It was in certain locations, absolutely.
And do you recall when you got there at 5 o'clock, was it raining?
It was.
And last question for you. You remember, even though we didn't show you a picture, we showed you a picture of the front wheel well. You remember clearly then the back wheel well?
Question leading.
It's leaving, I'll allow it.
In observation of the van in general as well as the wheel well, I did not see any large deposits of mud on the vehicle.
Whether it was in the front or the back, correct?
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Thank you. When you describe the condition of those rear tires as poor, you remember that?
I stated they were worn.
Worn?
Yes.
You understand that it's like 1/16 of an inch tread, and you have,
Objection, Your Honor. Facts not in evidence. I'm not really sure if, again, he's testifying or what we're doing here.
do you know, sir,
Do
what
I-
the tread depth is when you should replace your tires?
I'm going to say, no, I don't. I see people putting a penny in there, and if it's beyond a certain way, you should replace the tires. I state that the tires in the front looked to have more tread than the ones in the rear, and that is why I stated them to be worn.
Worn. In fact, they were nearly bald, if you remember.
That
right?
I don't remember.
Okay. You can't tell from just tire tracks themselves which direction a vehicle is going, can you?
I didn't.
Because you couldn't.
I'm saying I didn't determine what direction the tires were going, or the track.
And as far as any path that you saw of the vehicle, you can't help our jury with the path that Linda Stermer might have taken from the top of the hill to the point of final rest, fair?
I believe what I said before was from the area going down the embankment where it was apparent they were the only set of treads coming down. This is at the embankment below the top, let's call it the north west side of the driveway and parking area, if you will. After that, going down the hill, that was the only set of tracks I saw which went to the back of that van.
Okay. And you don't have any photos of those tracks, do you?
I believe photos were taken.
You don't have any photos of the
I don't
tracks?
have any photos.
Okay. Did you help Detective Guluz, Sergeant Guluz, do his mapping of the area?
I don't know who that is.
Okay. So the date of the Dardita Gordon interview was almost 3 years after this incident, wasn't it?
It was on 10/28 of 2009.
This being January 7, 2007, almost 3 years, 2 3/4,
Okay.
right?
Your Honor, I think that's a mischaracterization. We're talking from January 7th to January of 07 to January of 09. That's 2 years.
Let's do the math, if I may.
How about we just move on?
Thank you, Your
About
Honor.
whether we're going to clobber over.
The jury can do the math. Thank you. I don't have any other questions.
Anything else, Ms. Seiderbean?
Can we approach, Your Honor?
Sorry, you guys, I'm clearly remiss in my hostessing duties. I apologize. I have to, sorry, I'm trying to get adjusted. My right shoulder hurts. I don't know what's going on with it, but let me see. It's been hurting for a while. I wanted to highlight what Jennifer said. She says, so far I haven't heard anything that makes me think innocent, but it hasn't been proven to me beyond a reasonable doubt yet. That's where I'm at. I don't know.
When you talked to Dardita Gordon, it was after after she had been incarcerated, is that correct?
Correct.
And to your knowledge, she had been incarcerated at the same time or some overlapping time with Ms. Stermer, correct?
Yes.
So you would not have been able to follow up with Ms. Gordon until they had been incarcerated together, correct?
Correct.
Let's just ask why he did it at the time he did it.
So why would you have then been alerted to Ms. Gordon's statement at that time in 2009?
I would not have been alerted to any of that until after Linda Stermer had been incarcerated and brought to my attention that Dardita may have some information based on her being incarcerated during the same time as Ms. Stermer.
So you wouldn't have been able to interview Ms. Dardita Gordon before that, correct?
Form, leading.
Would you have been able to interview Dardita Gordon before Ms. Stermer and Ms. Gordon were incarcerated together?
No.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Can you both approach, please?
Yes.
All right, I'm pretty sure the judge is going to tell the attorneys that she needs to be able to rule on the objection before they just start speaking again. And also, I think that she is probably, or she at least should, admonish both of them about the over talking, because it's very difficult for a court reporter. I think, call me Sadie, what it is, I notice that it hurts more the longer I sit here. Like it's mainly it's the position that my arm is in when I'm holding the mouse to click it. And if I'm doing a lot of editing like I've been doing recently, I think that that is what, hold on, I need to get comfortable. I think that's what's aggravated it. I have some, I think it's Voltaren. I think that's what it's called. That cream that you can put on it, but I don't know if I brought it with me. Like, I don't know if I put it in storage with some of the other bathroom stuff, or if I took it out. I should probably go look, but I'm not going to go look right now because I'll be all right for a while. But I've been working on a lot of different videos at the same time, and so whew.
Questions of this witness?
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller, any questions of this witness?
Sir, you just mentioned that you were aware of the situation with Linda Stermer and Dardita Gordon being in jail, right?
Did I know they were both in jail?
Yes.
Yes.
All right. Linda Stermer was jailed in June '09. You remember that?
I remember she was incarcerated. I don't have exact dates from back then, but okay.
If I tell you that, any reason?
Yeah, I'm not going to dispute.
I'm not going to lie to you.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor. I don't know what the comment there was. I'd ask it be stricken.
June '09, if she was arrested and she was bonded out in August '09. Do you remember that?
No, I don't.
Okay, but you didn't interview Dardita Gordon until October of '09, correct?
That's correct.
All right, thanks.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Jury, any other questions of him? May he be excused from his subpoena obligations, counsel?
I would ask that he please be excused, Your Honor.
No problem.
Okay, you're done and you're excused from your subpoena.
Thank you,
Thank
Your
you. And if you don't mind, I'll take those exhibits that are sitting.
Your Honor, may I approach and grab my report?
Yes, yes,
Thank
if you want to keep all those, you can.
This is
His report.
Thank you. Okay, jury, we'll break for lunch now. Remember the rules, no media, no talking about the case, no research, investigation.
All right. So they're going to be at lunch for an hour. I am going to go over here really quickly. You guys want to watch the rest of the roast of Chandler Halderson, or as I call him, a Chazzle Dazzle. I don't really call it's not that I call him that. Like, it's not a name I made up. It's his handle on whatchamacallit, Snapchat. So there's that. All right, hold on a second. I need to add this to the playlist. I meant to do this yesterday. I have a playlist on my channel of the roasts with Dr. B. And so hold on a minute. Let me make sure. Okay, good. All right. It's so loud. I'm so loud. Okay, here we go. Let me make it. Hold on. Why is it I don't like when it does this. Hold on. Give me just a sec. Sorry, you guys. Oh,
I was always a little bit of an I was always a little bit of an extremist, so I pierced my own belly button. I know. When I was 16, I just
I
did
did
the
mine
whole
too
thing,
when I was
and
17.
My mom was like, "What is that in your stomach?" And I was like, "Nothing." What do you mean, eh?
When I came home with a tattoo at 16, it's on one of my boobs, and my mom was like, I hope you don't ever have kids because that thing is going to look horrible after you have children. Spoiler alert, it looks exactly the same. Suck it, Mom. You're wrong.
Oh, okay. Chandler.
Gotcha. So in the bedroom upstairs, and then you slept downstairs. Why have you been sleeping downstairs again? You told me last night. The bathrooms, right?
I need to be close because stairs, I can't see too well in the dark now. So
I can't see too well in the dark now. Like, I used to have a superpower,
Just like
and I
last night,
fucking
I'm
lost
some
it.
notes, but it doesn't mean one thing is more important than the other. It just means that I need to remember stuff. And
I understand it.
No, he's checking you for
So
bullshit.
you just leave their door closed that night or open?
Oh yeah, I always have it closed.
Closed door. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I have
Because
a
I'm
feeling they argue
texting his
about
cat.
Parents did. What are they arguing about?
Schmida's gonna need a picture of the tattoo for her collection.
Us not having food.
Okay.
I mean, we just.
I'll have
like
Dr. B sketch it from
whatever is in the
memory.
Fridge, I suppose.
Yeah. Who was upset?
Oh.
He usually doesn't like that. He likes the wooden cut.
I feel that it's incumbent upon me to give a little explanation for that last remark. By this time, when we had done this roast, let me see when this was. Hold on. It was November of 2022. That October, Dr. B had come and visited me in the Floridas. Okay. That's why I said that. Nothing nefarious. It was just a joke. All right, here we go.
Okay. Does he ever cook?
I haven't seen him cook. Oh, he grills. He likes
Oh,
to grill.
here's
He grills on
the
Thursday.
smell.
Here's the
He grilled.
explanation for smoke. It's
There's
that
a
green
big
egg
cold
thing.
one,
That's so
obviously.
That's
The
so
green egg.
fucked up, dude. He says we
Right.
grilled on Thursday, knowing damn well that he was burning his parents' heads.
Oh, the green egg. That's like grill or something?
Yeah, it's
Oh my
insulated.
god.
Yes.
Smoky.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Burgers.
They were waiting for 87 hours. They started grilling at 9 a.m.
I know.
I'm serious. That's what he actually told them. 9 o'clock, waiting for the
I know.
grill to
6 a.m. is kind of
temperature for fucking burgers. Like you weren't even grilling, like it wasn't a brisket or anything like that, which does actually require several hours and all that business.
Oh my God.
But no, this full burgers. You can even
from 9 a.m. until 5 p.m.
Yeah, and then the next morning or 2 mornings from then, he's just eating shit off the counter.
Cornbread.
Yeah,
That was obviously pre-Tuesday because he never mentioned anyone making any cornbread.
He also didn't do any of the dishes.
In the morning, she left for work at 7:30.
Now, if one of my kids, God forbid, ever unalived me and tried to cover it up, they better have that kitchen clean when them crime scene photos get taken. Don't do me like that. Don't unalive me and let me have a dirty kitchen in the crime scene photos. You asshole.
Yeah. That's what we always do.
Oh my God.
And she's gone.
Welcome to Inside the News Break.
My dad starts the grill around 8:30.
8:30 or 9, he started the grill. In the fucking morning. No fucking coffee, no fucking breakfast, grill.
We gotta get the temperatures right.
For burgers. How big were these fucking burgers?
God. I can't. If I were unalived right now, someone better take out my wet clothes and put them in the dryer because
we didn't want that mildew.
I live alone, so it's probably gonna take some time to find me. So it just started snowing, so it's cold. Now I'm saying
no, it won't take. I don't care that you live alone. If I don't hear back from you after whatever time is appropriate for me that I think I should have heard back from you, I go straight to the text. Hey.
Oh.
What are you doing?
You're a Nicole Atkinson.
I sure am. I sure am. I've been worrying
Did
about
you climb out that window? No, I'm just kidding.
I could fit through that window downstairs. However, I like Nicole Atkinson. I don't be sneaking in nobody's fucking house. All right. I come in through the front door. I don't come in at all.
Thank you.
I got standards.
Was he working from home that day or?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Working from home.
We ate the grill. Nothing really happened between that. We kind of either were outside with the dogs from lighting of the grill. Him going in.
Right, Max. Sleeping in the basement.
Grill, like it was a fucking ceremony.
But we just kind of watched the grill and it set steady.
We just watched the grill.
The lighting of the grill.
So, yeah, we just kind of waited for the burgers.
What kind of grill takes 3 hours to cook burgers?
Noon 30.
Noon 30. Mm-hmm. Okay.
12:30, sorry.
Fans, Heather.
Yeah, we're totally buying all this you're selling too.
Had our TV showing on Wheel of Fortune. It's always on around our time for lunch. Or was it Family Feud?
Chandler, you already watched Wheel of Fortune. There you go.
This is the other thing, Chandler. This is why you need to shut the fuck up talking right now. The thing about shows like Wheel of Fortune and Family Feud, they air at the same time weekdays, every weekday.
Right.
Okay. So you don't watch Wheel of Fortune on Tuesdays and Family Feud on Thursdays unless you're watching a different channel. That's possible. But you didn't say nothing about changing no channel. You said we always. See, that's how I know you're a liar.
Well, I have something too.
Okay.
He probably thought he was like, I feel like he was probably like watched an old episode of like 48 Hours or something, like super old, like old school, where things like that were a thing, where detectives were like, oh, you must not have been there because Wheel of Fortune is actually on Mondays. Ha ha, we got you.
Or he
where
watched.
He's like, oh, I'm gonna really fuck them up. Like, this is gonna really sell them because they're
Yes.
gonna see that, like, I was at home. This is my alibi.
Mm-hmm.
Meanwhile, his girlfriend's got a
alibi.
meanwhile his girlfriend's got a screenshot of him at one of
Miles
the dump
away
sites.
for 3 hours. Also, maybe he
Oh,
did do
Chandler.
quite a bit of YouTube searches. He did some
That
Google
he deleted also.
yes, but he did watch some YouTubes, and I'm curious if one of the YouTubes he watched was the the Scott Peterson trial, because that was Scott Peterson's alibi. Part of it was Martha Stewart watching that show.
I remember. No, okay.
That might be a little too smart for Chazzle Dazzle, but what else?
Yeah, no, I think he was just...
Look at him.
Sorry, I'm really trying to with memory. That's fine.
Your memory, my memory is so bad. Why don't you just say you smoke
That's
weed?
right.
That would be believable.
A little bit more.
Hey, Michelle.
You know, I think his girlfriend Kat is like Shmita reincarnated, because she's got receipts and pictures of everything. She's got a screenshot of a receipt.
Yes. You know what I find interesting
Target,
about Kat,
CVS.
Yes. But what this is the part about Kat that I feel that I find interesting is that the whole reason she's keeping tabs on his ass is because he cheated on her. And you know, once somebody cheats on you, it's kind of really over for me. If I have to keep tabs on you, I'm out, because I'm not trying to babysit anybody. So, but what I find interesting is that she fundamentally didn't trust him, and she shouldn't have. I mean, he did cheat on her, right? And he is a big lying liar face who tells lies. But some of the most obvious bullshit ass lies are the ones that she believed, like hook, line, and sinker. And you can tell those are the ones she actually really believed. You could tell when there were things that she was side eyeing, but the SpaceX and that shit, she was actually sold on that whole ass story. She thought she was moving to the Florida.
Because why would you? Like, you know, especially if he was like bragging about it in front of his family. Like, if he was just telling her that, like, I would see her being like, all right, Chandler, really, you got a job with Elon Musk? Like, you can't even freaking walk down the stairs, like, you know.
You have to be supervised to go potty.
Right. So I'm pretty sure he would have gotten questions, but then, you know, they were at the Father's Day thing, and like, I'm sure that was like a whole thing with the whole family of like, oh, Chandler's moving to Florida and blah blah blah, like, you know. So it's like, you just go with it, and that's
because
that's what he was counting on.
But the thing of it is this. Remember when they read out the text exchange between her and him, and they were talking about SpaceX? And there are parts of that story about where he is going to meet them and whatnot that just don't make sense. Like there's a time issue that the story just doesn't flat make sense. And though it's obvious that it doesn't make sense. And for me, I guess just because this is the kind of asshole the brand of asshole I am, just letting y'all know this. Once stuff starts to not, like, I be side-eyeing, and then when it stop, and I'm the kind of person that I don't give a shit if you tell 50, 1100, 11 billion and 37 people the same lie as you told me. If the story doesn't make sense, it just means that you told that you just repeated the 11 billion 87 times, and it still doesn't make sense. I don't care how big your audience is that you're speaking to. To me, if something doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. I don't care if you say it in front of Jesus Christ himself. You just lied in front of Jesus.
Obviously,
it is what it is. I'm mean though.
Obviously, Kat is not like that. So,
but she is not on some level
there yet.
Well, she is on some level, though. That's the part that's confusing to me, is because on some level she is. She knew something was wrong, which is why she took that fucking screenshot in the first place.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, in terms of like questioning everything that he's saying, like, she's not on that level to where she needs to break that apart, because like I feel like there's levels to what you're gonna like question and go into, like, because she has her whole ass own thing going on. Like, this girl is working her ass off apparently at some fucking pharmacy, like, you know, and she's going to school and she's trying to like make it, and like they're like a middle class family, it sounds like. They're just all like really just trying to survive. And then you have this freaking asswipe who's like, oh, you know, making.
I just wanted to pause briefly to say hi to Carolina. Good to see you, babe. And also to say hi to Nicole. Good to see you too, babe. Thanks for being here. This roast is Chandler Halderson. Just for you guys, I wanted to do something a little different for lunch, because other than just listening to me ramble on and try to talk about things after I run out of things to say, it's really awkward. And so I thought, hey, well, let's just break up the monotony a little bit and hear a roast from back in the day. All right. This is from 2022. And I'd like to say right here and right now, I never realized how much I used to cuss on stream. Like I thought that I did it a lot and I made an effort to change that, but I never really realized that it's so much more than I initially thought that it was. Wow. All right, here we
go. Them all dote around him, you know, like that's what he is. He's a crybaby. Like he demands that attention, and I think that's like a cat is a caretaker, you know what I mean? Like she just has that vibe of like she'll take care of you no matter what. And so is her mom, in my opinion. Like they have that, you know. And
Yeah.
so that's where Chandler would just slid right in, and she was just there to take care of him, and she loved it. Like
I wonder if this has had a drastic impact on her in that way, where now she already had trust issues with Chazelle because of the cheating. That's enough. That'll shake you. And especially because it's fucking Chazelle Dazzle. Like, bruh, he's a whiny crybaby, and you think you're going to cheat on me like that? That's the part I would be pissed off about. How dare you? But I don't know. I go back and forth sometimes with Cam.
I don't know. Something went well for him, so that's all. Then we were hanging
that
out
takes care of that.
Yeah. Red flags. Come on. It was like alarm bells going off. If one of my girls would have brought home a Chazelle, it would never have worked.
His phone died. My dad, he didn't. He's kind of like charged it, put it on the dock, and left it. Then we just kind of hung out.
Makes sense.
My mom gets home, and I start the.
He didn't sit next to the dock while it charged, watching every
shrimp, so I made
percentage go up. Shrimpless scampi is just noodles.
That's why they told me while we
what
were
the fuck are you talking about?
They were going to go with their friends, and I was like, oh, cool.
Oh, cool.
They said they were going cat.
Yeah. Well, we were going up north. That's how they referred to it.
Who said that? Mom or dad?
Mom. My dad doesn't talk while he eats.
Okay.
My dad doesn't talk while he eats. Oh my God, Chandler. Hey, Justin, good to see you. Chicken Shite, I don't know if he was on Grindr or not. I don't think so. But MK Lynn, if you still in here, we coming up on the couch for it, bro. All right, here we go. I mean, it'll probably be 4 hours from now since me and Dr. B are just making fun of him left and right. Who knows when we'll get to it. Here we go. You see?
Jeez.
So there we are Thursday.
Now, I don't want to be an armchair psychologist, but this is very telling.
Yeah.
There are several, yes, there are several moments. Now, I wouldn't say several, probably like 2 or 3. I know there's another one coming up for sure. But I think it's my impression that Chandler's issues were actually not with his mother, but they were with his father. The conflict was between him and his dad. And I think that because he speaks with even after he's did what he did, when Chandler talks about his father, there's disdain. Oh, he doesn't talk when he eats.
Mm-hmm.
Or the other one, no, it would be pointless to call and ask him. He does call him. Like, he didn't try to call his dad's phone. He only ever called, well, I mean, he called his mom's phone,
Right, and
obviously. You know what I mean?
I'm wondering too if he's also, because here's the thing with Chandler, like he was either gonna die, but he was never gonna admit, or they were never gonna get a confession out of him, like
No,
ever. He would
no.
rather die than to confess to what he did because he knows how bad it is. Like he knows how terrible it is. So while he's, you know, freaking out, he's going through all these scenarios, and
Hey, Justin, good to see you. Glad you stopped by.
I'm wondering if he's trying to like pin it on his dad, like, oh, because in his mind he's like, well, they still don't know where they're at. So if he makes his dad seem like, oh, he doesn't talk when he eats, we're not allowed to watch TV.
Like he's abusive and
right.
overbearing.
He's trying to set that
stage. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely.
But really, like what it's doing is like it's making him look even more of a monster.
It is.
These detectives knowing the truth.
Exactly. Because
that he drove his father's corpse out there in a trash bin.
Yes.
And with
Hey, Justin, I don't know if I said your last name or not. I think I did, but I think I said it wrong, and I'm really sorry about that. I have a case of the Wednesdays. You know, some people have a case of the Mondays. By midweek, none of the synapses are firing like they should. I'm just going to go ahead and pre-warn you, since I know you're kind of new to my channel. It's never intentional. It's just me. I don't just feel like I didn't say their name right, but let me say it right. Hey, Justin Mason, how are you? I'm glad you stopped by. Yes. MK, yo, cat. You want to come over for some Netflix and kill? Hey, girl. Hey, and by the way, when you on your way over for some Netflix and kill, could you bring the Swiffer wet jet? Appreciate you, babe. Okay, bye.
Dragged him by rope.
Yes.
Out into the woods.
Yes.
That's who Chandler is.
Because when they first bring him in, see, this is the setup, you guys. I don't, because they didn't, the way that court was, because I know we all watched the trial together. We didn't watch like all of the everything, but, and I had forgot. I do. Yeah, he's shaking off. But I just remember Nestor, Dr. B says, hey. Nestor's like, hey, Dr. B, what's up?
I miss you.
Oh, I know we miss you here too, for sure.
Okay, sorry.
But okay. No. What was I saying?
Oh, I forgot.
Oh, how this got set up. So so initially, Chazelle was brought in because Cress called, and she's like, "Hey, by the way, Chazelle Dazzle was out at my house, and." He didn't tell when he was making his missing persons report and he was going through his day before, he didn't bother to mention that he had been out at that property on Monday by himself. That is what got him brought into the police station. So as they're sitting
I thought
here,
it was I thought it was after they found so they got word.
Yeah.
Cress called. They went out there. They found the torso, and then immediately, like as that was like happening, they took Chandler. So I think they knew at that point that they had found body parts.
No. They were bringing him in because they were not only was it Cress was part of it, right? They were at the farm during this interview. There is a part,
right?
So but they had not found the torso yet. But there were other things
I thought they did because see the
I
only
did
reason
too,
why I'm
but
saying
then
that
when
because of the house, like they were able to go in the house and do all of that.
Well, if they were
Because
able
they
to
knew
go
they weren't going to let him go. Like they were
right,
there
but they,
to get him to see like why they found the torso. But it doesn't matter.
it
We can
doesn't, but
figure
no,
that
but
out after.
no, I thought
So,
that's the way I thought it was too, but it's not. They find, because I read there, the complaint is posted. So Jennifer says, as I was watching the roast of Nicole Kessinger this morning, Jen Lou and Dr. B kept calling her NK. At first, I thought they were saying MK, and I thought, what did MK ever do to you? I think back when we did that roast, if I remember correctly from my days on the island, there was some kerfuffle about actually saying her government name then. So we just avoided saying her government name for whatever reason. I don't even remember what it was about. I just remember us always being very careful and cognizant to not say her actual government name, just refer to her by her initials online. And that's why if they had the torso, all right, then there would have been a search warrant issued, and Chandler would have seen, unless they served it to Mitchell, and he consented to it, because obviously Mitchell's on the house too, and he is one of the beneficiaries of all of their.
well, Mitchell was already like cooperating, and he was on his way
But right
back from the
now,
cabin, and
but right now, Chandler is in this office. You know where Mitchell is? Driving back from
right.
being
My
up
dad
at
says
From
the
the
only sell
cabin.
for pipe repair and gas. So I'm like, all right. I grabbed the pipe
I'm really
repair
curious.
stuff from his
I'll,
plumbing chest or plumbing box. It's like a tote of what you need for pipe repair. And two
I meant to watch
whatever jerry cans. I can't remember the amount.
when I was clipping it,
But they're red.
the other
Safety
detective,
glasses.
or to watch both of the detectives, but I
Got those
couldn't
squared
because
away.
I was having to watch
They
the
had most
time.
of their duffels already packed.
But
And we all just started bringing them down to the mudroom with the shoes by the garage.
Where you showing me?
Yeah, I'll check real quick.
yeah,
After that, we watched there's a Netflix original, Seven Underground, the thrill-seeking, like,
yeah, I'm not going to watch this show,
like
Chandler,
they fake
because
their deaths and they fly airplanes and
this buildup
they,
is
like,
just
at the
bleh.
evil of the world by being ghosts.
Uh-huh.
I don't think I've seen that one yet.
No, I'm not seeing that
Who was
one
watching
either.
that?
Three of us.
All three of you? Okay.
Oh, that sounds right up
And
Bart
that
and
put
Chris's
it at
alley.
9. They had their drinks.
Their drinks.
Went to my computer. My computer was at that black table we sat at.
Sure.
Saw that stuff. Played a video game called Tarkov till midnight. Well, after midnight, maybe even. I don't lose track of time. And my parents by then were asleep. We got a deep rush and everything.
Thank you for including the fact that you
I got
believe in
upstairs.
good oral hygiene, Chandler, because that's important.
It was Thursday. Yeah, so I did. So we got the bed all set before we played Tarkov. And that's when I crawled into bed.
Who is
from
we playing
the black
Tarkov?
table.
You played Tarkov,
So
you
after
weirdo.
we set up my couch bed.
Your fort, we
the
know.
Pillows for the girls.
Who helped to set the bed up?
My dad. Yeah. He was leaving. And I
This
was
is also conflicting to me because of the way he refers to the dogs as the girls,
Friday morning.
which is very
I
affectionate,
woke up. They had
and yet
left
he's a
with
monster.
the stuff was all set out. They remembered the gas. I found the folding chairs that they wanted to bring, but they never brought them. Assuming they could fit them. They're big. So I put those away. That was Friday morning. I go upstairs, feed the dogs. It was around 6-ish. Not 6:15 when I woke up. I was a little late that day.
6:15, Friday. Okay.
That's just when I looked at my phone. Dogs. Saw my Ma's note, the insurance for my appointment.
No, Rochelle.
I just ate whatever's on the counter. I think it was cornbread.
Scott Peterson did. And he talked about the episode that
Where
was
that?
on of Martha Stewart.
That was on the kitchen. Like, there's a peninsula.
Yeah.
With the insurance.
It's not a
stuff.
peninsula.
I
It's an
moved it
island.
to the
But
table.
okay.
And then those insurance cards were there also that we saw yesterday.
Yeah.
Have you? Is there such
No,
thing
no,
as a
I should know
kitchen
which one I
peninsula? I only know about a kitchen island.
I have three now.
But if there, maybe I want a peninsula.
Okay.
Friday.
Yep.
No, I hung out with Kat Friday night, I believe.
What'd you do Friday during the day?
Oh yeah, let's work backwards.
I went to buy ice. I bought a tarp. Had Kat bring over hydrogen peroxide and a Swiffer.
I should have been cleaning and all that.
You were cleaning, we know.
Well, the house seemed pretty clean when I was
You
there.
see all the dog hair? That's got to be gone.
It goes along with it, right? Yeah. All right, so Friday during the day, I just played video games, kind of.
Yeah. Then after work, I believe that was the day. Kat
I
came
don't
over.
know.
Okay, I'm back.
She is
Okay,
Friday.
what do
Can we
you know,
pause?
Joe? I'm
Can we
pausing.
pause?
Yes, I'm
I'll
getting
play.
over to the screen.
Oh, sorry
right.
if I'm yelling because I can't hear myself.
No, I paused like 27 seconds ago, babe. I was pausing while you were telling me to pause, Bossy Betty.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean
No,
to.
it's okay. I don't care. I'm just teasing. Who's
You got
Jeff,
him?
Rochelle? Yeah, here.
Oh,
You can do it. We're on
I
the
got
same.
it. Yeah.
Oh my God. Rochelle called me
All right.
Jeff. My name is Jeff. Play it. Where is it? Is it in here?
Yeah, so this is Detective Shunk. He's testifying about the phone call, about the day, that day that he was interviewed.
Okay, but
And
hold on.
what?
Hold on a sec. Rochelle called me
Okay.
Jeff. So hold on. I got to play this real quick. Instead of Jen, she
Oh.
typoed Jeff. Remember
Hey, my
this?
partner, you want to see the product when he talking. My name is Jeff. Es jefe, man. Hey, my partner.
I'm going to push it again.
I forgot.
Because Rochelle called me Jeff. My name is Jeff.
Oh my God. Oh. All right.
Okay.
Here's Detective Shunk.
Anderson that we'd like to be in contact with Mitchell as we were going to be sending 2 members of the sheriff's office up to assist with the search. I didn't want anybody going in or around the home without law enforcement present.
Sure. And was that call recorded?
It was not.
Did something happen between the second call and you said there were 3 calls and the third call that day that was important in the investigation?
Yes, we received information that Chandler Helderson was observed out at the farm in Cottage Grove near a wooded area. I also had just received, prior to the third call, information that torso was located in the area that Chandler Helderson was last seen.
In your mind and in the course of the investigation, is that the point where this became a homicide investigation for you versus a missing persons investigation?
Yes.
So the third call, when was that?
That one was approximately 3:30 p.m.
Okay, so you're right.
And, was
It
that
has
call
it the
recorded?
Thank you.
That one
It says
was
it the
recorded.
other way
Why was
though.
that one?
I know, but I'm a queen of the timelines. You understand?
I know you want.
Let's hear the phone
recorded
call
in the
too,
prior two
please.
now?
All right.
At that point, Chandler had called me. We found a torso in the location where he was observed. It appeared to be a male torso at that time. Chandler moved from a person of interest to a suspect at that point.
Sure. The deputies
His lawyer's
that you
like,
had
yep.
sent up to Langley
lawyer's
County
like,
at some point.
I'm glad
was
I
any
didn't wear
action
my
taken
hoops
regarding
today,
this
but on the last day of trial,
Yes.
at
Those
closing arguments,
members
I'm going
of
to
the
take those
sheriff's
hoops
office
out
were
and I'm going
part
to
of our crime
object.
scene unit. We immediately called them and arranged for them to turn around and come back, as we now had a active crime scene.
So when we watched the Langley County video and they talked about Dane County turning around, that was the impetus was you and in that stage of the investigation where everything changed.
That was why.
Okay. The call that you recorded with Mr. Halderson.
Okay, let's get it.
Okay, but hold on. I have a question.
Yes.
So they picked him up And they started
After.
questioning him at 5:08. No, I know it's after this, right? Why the
Oh.
fuck did they let him go on for over an hour and a half? It's really only the last like maybe 15 or 20 minutes. The whole
Right,
interview.
because at that point of the investigation, they know that, like, at this point, they're like, all right, this motherfucker did it. And
Mhm.
they didn't know where his mother was. They
Oh,
didn't
so
have
that's what they were waiting for.
Right, they needed him to confess and to tell them what he did. And when he didn't, he spun that whole story. And as soon as they were like, look, man, as soon as they were moving towards the second phase of the read and like, you know,
Yeah.
okay, we're going to present you with the evidence that we have, and you're going to have to explain that for us.
Okay.
They didn't even get there because he was like,
No, they
lawyer,
only got to
I'm done.
yeah, they only got to the no bullshit part.
Right.
And then he was like,
He just
lawyer. As soon as the first cuss word come out, and it's not even a bad cuss word. It wasn't in an F-bomb or anything. It was just bullshit. And I don't
I
even think he
know.
even used the whole word bullshit. I think he might have actually said BSing. I don't even think he
BSing,
actually
yeah.
cussed. And here comes lawyer.
So obviously this is why I was so convinced that it was they had the torso beforehand, which is why they
stopped
picked him up.
Yes, and
And
that's
they
why those
sent
detectives
police to his
turned
house.
around, and because they did have detectives on their way. And I remember this now from the body cam footage where they said they
Right,
canceled the call.
but
'Cause
they
they were
also had the police presence at his house increasing because it was a
Yes.
crime scene now. So
Yes.
officers were arriving. So here's Chazzle Dazzle calling the detective to be
Has
like,
something bad happened?
why are there
Hello?
police?
A little confused. I got 2 squads parked right outside my house, and they're not really canvassing. They're just kind of sitting there.
Well, they're watching you,
Is
fool.
everything all right?
Yeah, I mean, they're in the
Yeah,
area
you're
doing
being
canvassing,
surveilled.
and they're also probably
Watching your
doing a
ass.
shift change right now, getting our second shift crew on around 3:30.
Oh, there's 4 now.
Oh, there's 4 now. Look at Chandler counting.
Something going on that we need to know?
Well, they're probably doing reports. They're probably doing shift change.
Oh, squad
You know, they've been going around trying to get hold of neighbors, so I'm wondering if they're in the area trying to catch people now that they're coming home from work. I'm not sure. I haven't talked to any of them in just a little while.
Okay, now this detective is a bad liar, but
in just a little while. I haven't talked to them in just a little while.
right. So that was that. And so that's immediately before this interview. So can you
Okay.
imagine that
Yes.
anxiety that's bubbling inside? Like he knows something happened, but
how does he
doesn't know at which of the 75
places
crime scenes.
Correct. I didn't think about that. Plus, this is what I don't get. Okay, whenever I know things are about to be bad, I get tummy troubles. How he doesn't have to, I would be in the bathroom right now. I'd be like, we're going to have to conduct this whole interview in the bathroom, or not at all, because I don't talk to cops. But when you want to arrest me, that's where the fuck I'll be, is in the potty. Because I know shit about to get back. Hey, Molson, man. Good to see you, babe. Are we ready?
Okay. Yeah, sorry for that derailment.
No, I'm glad you it wasn't
you know,
a
I'm like
derail.
OCD.
No, but you were right. And it needs.
So she's done around 5. Does it came at 5? You said? I don't think she went straight here after. I believe she came over. It could have been later, like 6, maybe give her time for like getting closed.
All he can picture is what he actually did. All the dismembering and all the things that he did. And he's struggling.
She stayed with me on that couch that night.
That's another thing. I have to stop you right there, Chazzle. Now, Kat, listen, I know you're young, so I'm going to help you out, girl, okay? As an older, wiser, we females got to stick together. If a guy brings you, first of all, over to his parents' house at 23 years old, that's a red flag number 1. But if this fool makes you sleep on 2 living room couches that are pushed together like some, I don't know, bootleg bullshit
because
from the
he can't get to the bathroom at night.
Right, because he can't see in the dark. Like, who the fuck can see in the dark? Alice can see in the dark, but nobody else can. All right, like, come on. Like, this is some bootleg, like I Love Lucy type shit. You know, where they weren't in the 50s, how they weren't they weren't allowed to film a big bed. That's why they have it 2 separate beds. Yeah, that used to be a thing. Yeah, and so people used to joke that they push them together. Blah blah blah. This is what this fool's over here doing.
You guys both slept on the couch downstairs.
Okay, Bethy. Rochelle has called me Jeff. Bethany Cakes has called me Jenla. I got all kinds of different names up in this joint today.
I'm wrong. I think I spent that night alone. I just kind of gamed online.
I spent that night alone because I needed my space.
Saturday night.
Cat took my stapler. Set the whole place on fire.
I gamed alone.
I asked for no salt. Salt all over the
One
thing.
night, Kat spent the night on the couch. Oh, and Sunday she spent the night in my bed with me.
Oh, she did? Look at you.
Sunday night,
Hot dog, digging it down.
She didn't want to spend another night on the couch bed.
She didn't?
She didn't like it.
Oh, she didn't?
And she went to work on Monday
She didn't like the couch
so
fort, Chazle? Not a
bed.
fan?
We, backtracking, one night she spent on the couch with me, with like the couch bed.
Chazzle.
The one night
Where's your mom?
Yeah, Chazle. Hey, Chazle.
Sure that was
when did you put the phone and IDs
Friday
in foil?
Let's go with Saturday was my night.
And inside your stinky ass shoe. No, you should get a whole ass sentence just for that. The whole ass sentence added
Friday.
For making those detectives go inside that nasty ass shoe and digging that shit out.
Right.
So we just Bright. No.
Hi, Jody is cool. Far away eyes. Good to see you
On
guys.
Netflix. We watched pretty much the entirety of that into the morning. It was apocalypse show. I don't know the name.
You don't know the name? You can't. Look, see? There goes
the
moving the waters.
We stayed up well until
Y'all not getting my DNA.
10, I would say. At least.
Hi, Corky.
Morning.
In the morning. Did you make waffles?
We didn't do much. She left. This is when I'm really starting to notice my legs.
Oh, really? That you have 2 of them, or what's up?
Anxiety.
You need to shave. What's going on? You know, keep that swimmer's body. What's up?
It wasn't too bad.
Oh my God.
Wait a minute.
Last week, Tuesday.
I'm gonna have to stop you right here.
Saturday was.
What does anxiety have to do with your fucking legs? I don't feel bad. Listen, when I have panic attacks, it's my entire body. I'm not just like, oh, my legs. You know what I'm saying? You're such a bullshitter, Chandler.
Oh, he's about to clarify that for you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just kind of like set me like to ask for some space, and I just kind of gamed.
You asked for some space? I'd give you the whole motherfucking universe, dude.
I think I might have even stayed up till 2.
You party animal.
Yeah.
You're a wild and crazy guy.
Yeah, it's just the same game. Escape from Tarkov.
As somebody who has had back problems, sitting like that is not what you do.
I play like some here and there.
Oh, okay, some here and there.
But none stick around for that late in the night.
Okay, Chandler.
Yeah.
Sunday.
You hit up Discord. None of your friends were hitting you back.
Good morning. I'm a little worried about my
family. Look. He's starting to choke on the book.
Yep. Here comes the Dubuque is rising up.
I don't know the times.
Well, that's her. Yeah. He's choking on it.
Yep.
I called my mom, I believe, in the morning or along those lines, and I get a text from her. It was a text message. It wasn't even my message, so I assumed. She said White Lake today. So she sent it that day. I couldn't figure out where she was because it was a text. There was no iMessage, so I kind of just like left it at that. They're safe. They're alive. Then,
okay, because that's what we all think.
Right.
We get text messages.
Right.
You're alive.
Right. Just I'm gonna stop you right there. You and your Dubuque. Just shush for a second. First of all, So me and Dr. B have a Facebook message, right? If all of a sudden instead of Facebook messaging me, she texted me, I would know some shit was up. Okay. And I don't even reside in the same motherfucking house as her. And neither one of us came from the other one's loins. Okay. Okay. I haven't known Dr. B my whole ass life, right?
Mm-hmm.
He has known his mother his whole ass life. You just need to stop playing with these fools, Chandler.
Dan,
Yeah.
I call him up and I ask him, well, what he's doing.
Oh, you did?
Or
You
maybe it
called
was this
Dan?
morning, but I called Dan.
Yeah, because he showed up
Dan
at
the
the house
man.
and Dan Kroninger man wanted to know where his mom was at. Because he showed up on Friday at the
Dan's mom's
house.
coworker / friend.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. So I thought I'd rub it in and go shoot off fireworks over there, me and Kat.
He invited me for fireworks in his...
And make up another injury on his hand.
Yes, correct. Which is most likely
because
due to
he
the
burned
dismemberment.
it.
Or you said yesterday.
Yeah.
Because he burned it while he was, burning his parents' heads.
Correct.
In the family fireplace.
Right.
The dogs.
In the ash
me and
trap.
The dogs, the fireworks, and the dogs are like, running around.
That ash trap was lit.
Yeah,
all they're doing is knocking stuff
It
over.
contained over 250
Listen
pieces
to him.
of human
Listen
bone.
to him snitching out his dogs. Listen to him. They're just running around. They're knocking stuff over. They spilt the water. Chandler, you murdered and dismembered your parents and burnt parts of their body in the fucking fireplace. And you're snitching out the dogs for knocking over shit and knocking over their water? Ma, fuck you. I'm going to kick your ass right now.
What was the deal with that?
Fireworks.
Oh, the fireworks.
Oh, fireworks. Fireworks.
Yeah,
Fireworks.
not the murders. No.
Right.
The fort, crank the TV.
Crank the TV. The fort. See? He says it.
Did that seem to help at
Bitch
all?
ass.
Yeah. Good, but Rizzo doesn't like, or maybe does like New Girl, the TV show, so we watched that. It's the theme song the kids are, I think. She barks.
Oh, that's such a cute and touching story.
so
She's
we
probably
watched
freaked
that.
out because parts of her mom
Izzy
and
fell
dad were
asleep,
laying around the
so
fucking house, you
Izzy's
asshole.
The old dog.
Oh, poor Rizzo.
It's Sunday.
Poor Rizzo and
Cat comes
Izzy,
by.
I think the other one
Help me
is.
with the girls.
So she wasn't there during the day.
No, it was just me and the dogs.
Izzy,
She left
Rizzo.
some
Maybe
Sunday
Rizzo is Izzy. I don't know.
from No, she left.
Those poor dogs were
Saturday
probably
morning,
like,
because I
hell no, we don't want to
Saturday,
go in the
Saturday,
fucking
Sunday,
fort
and
with
then
you.
Sunday, it was just me and the girls. Till
Want me to do it again?
Stop calling!
We didn't eat.
Them the girls.
Let me do it again.
Yeah, this is Sunday. So I went to Cat's house
On Sunday.
I actually, so that was Sunday morning is when I left the girls. So all of Sunday morning, I had the girls in the fort and we watched New Girl.
In the fort.
I went to Cat's house Sunday.
Your murder fort?
to eat, but we ended up not eating there.
For real.
We went
At first, I thought he pushed those couches together
Chris's
because
house.
that's probably like where he shot his dad, and he was covering up the blood with his lazy ass. He just put the couch over it. It's like it's gone. See,
area.
like in Adam Sandler's Big Daddy when he just covers the pee with newspaper.
Yes.
That's impressive. You see
Yes.
her in my phone. Yeah, I saw the call story. That's your
helps me out with everything.
I know, Heather. That's like
I know. I feel awful
terrifying.
for those
It
dogs.
breaks my heart.
I kind
It
of want
breaks
to
my
write
heart.
to Mitchell and be like, "Hey,
Helps me with what's going on
where are
with
the
me.
pupsters?" I mean, I hope you and your family are doing well, but I'm really worried about those
Cat's
dogs
out Sunday to eat. What time
because they don't have anybody to talk to. They don't offer
Well,
therapy for
actually-
dogs like that. You know what I mean?
So about 3:30.
I think.
Oh, I was at
w-
Cat's well
with
before. I was out there noon.
Hold on.
I'd say noon.
Where's Cat?
Thank you. I think that
You're welcome.
with what's her name? Oh my God, Cat. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So with Rottweiler's records request, she
Mhm.
also received the text or whatever the text messages between Chandler and Cat
Mhm.
after he was
Mhm.
incarcerated.
Mhm.
And so in those texts, she actually provided a quick update about the dogs, and they're fine. So that's good.
I want to know how they are today, not how they were.
The east
Where
side,
I want to know
the
where
south,
they're at.
I,
But that's nice of her to provide that.
I'm sure I can look it up.
Yeah.
You know the role.
Dieter. Oh, Dieter. I miss Dieter.
Blaine, Hafflever.
Okay.
Dieter was probably like,
We're in the, so
Oh,
we
poor
met
Dieter.
her
oh my
Sunday.
God.
Dieter's like, man, I've
Well,
seen
Dieter
some
was
shit.
like,
What do
no.
you guys do?
We got like 3
Well,
days worth of body cam
she
footage
realized
of
while I
Dieter
was-
just
I went in to do stuff with
snitching.
them,
No one's listening to him.
Nobody was listening. Poor Dieter. He was laying it
Dieter's
all
like-
out. Dieter had timestamps. Dieter had receipts. And they're like, can you shut that dog in the basement up? Meanwhile, Dieter's like, no, motherfuckers, don't shut me up. I know all the things I'm trying to tell yo ass. Where's that Jane chick? She says she's good with dogs. Maybe she can translate. And then Jane
And here
brings the
comes
dogs
Jane.
in. Yeah. And the dogs are like, go ask Dieter, man. He's telling it all. I don't got to sniff. Dieter knows what's up.
No, well, the dog's like, hey, wait a minute. This smells funky over here in this portable bathroom. And I'm alerting to it.
And Jane's like
like,
choking him
come
out.
on. So, yeah. Oh,
Yeah.
So her brother and her brother's date
Dieter.
went to a thrift store while she had me sleep.
Had me sleep. Look at your bitch
She just
ass.
put me to bed.
I know.
They
Put
would
me
get-
to bed.
And then they get home
You know how
around
many times
2:30.
I've been put to bed in my life, like as an adult? Probably like 4 or 5. And each one of those times it's because I've been way fucking overserved. Okay. And couldn't get myself to bed. And none of that was even happening here. This isn't even a good drunk story. Chandler, you suck.
Kat and I rush back to my house, let the girls out, and we go
Rush
straight
back.
to the farm.
Straight to the
before you
farm.
went to let the dogs out, or
No, we were at Kat's. Like it's like a duplex.
so Cat's house Sunday around noon. You went to sleep with Cat. her sister,
Cat made him go Mimi's.
Her brother
Cat's brother
and his date.
and his date. Okay, sorry about that. Went to a thrift store.
Then we went to Cress's and we ate.
What'd you eat?
After that, James left after dinner, leaving his date with us, and we took a swim. After the swim, we left. Went to Kat's house to drop off his date. The date stayed at Kat's house.
Okay, what about where are your
These
parents?
roads, maybe.
Yeah, and all of this. Where's Bart and Krista? This is what we
You
really
never
want to
met her
know.
before?
No, this was a Tinder match from her brother, Kat's brother.
Okay.
Look at the disdain. You stay, Chandler. You unalived your parents.
What time do you suppose you guys went?
And
to
you think
Cress's
you can
also?
judge a
Got to have
Tinder
Cats around
hookup?
noon, went to
2:30
sleep.
we got back.
Right.
Kat and I went to my house to let the dogs out. Then we left. I think we got gas. And then we went to Cress's. So I'd say we got to, it was maybe 4 when we got there. We were late for dinner. But it was good because they were still setting up.
We were late for dinner at
Where
4.
do you guys take gas at? Do you remember that?
I know, right?
Is the farm an old folks home? What's happening here? 4. There it is again. The freaking number 4. It's like the number 23.
Forest, Sun Prairie.
Divorced, it had to be.
Okay.
Oh, it had to be. Just had to be.
I think we got, I'm still not super sure, but I know we were doing something on the way, or we didn't do something.
Well, you're not under
Or we're
oath,
gonna do a
and since
return.
you're not going to
I'm
testify
jumping
in your own
right now, so
defense,
just
this
have
isn't,
that.
you know.
We went to my house and back to
And
Cress's.
we also know you're a big fucking liar, so we're all just kicking it.
What were you guys driving? Were you in your
Cat's red Subaru.
Okay. Was she driving or you?
She drives
Well,
that
Nelson,
Cat's
man,
red
you
car.
know who's going to be joining him
Red
and
Subaru, so- yeah.
who's
she
going to
didn't
be
stop at my
joining him
house,
at Dodge? Okay,
Yes,
pause, please.
Yes.
I am.
Check out this lineup
Okay.
at Dodge Correctional Institution. Now we're going out with a bang.
Yeah, we are.
2022.
Yup.
We got Chris Watts.
Mm-hmm.
We got Chazzle Dazzle.
Yup. And we're soon to
got
be.
Daryl Brooks.
Yup. I'm telling
Subject
you right
matter
now,
jurisdiction.
there's going to be a whole fort off between Chazzle and Brooks. And Watts is going to be the judge, but he's so wishy-washy. And I can't decide.
Watts and Chazel would probably get along like amazing. Like they could probably be BFFs. Like I can totally see that.
But the problem is going to be during the fort off, because Darrell is going to be like, man, I built the most motherfucking epic box fort ever. And
no, that he did. I'm gonna give that to him.
But here's the deal.
That was
but Chris and Chazel have already had, like, Chazel's been in there a minute, so they've already had that bonding time. They've already made friends, right? So Darrell's going to be the new guy, but Chris is non-confrontational, and that's going to cause an issue because Darrell's going to be like, "You need to pick, motherfucker. My fort is better than his fort, and you need to say it." It's going to be a problem. I'm telling you right now.
And they're both probably like in the in the same area of the prison because they're all like high risk inmates. So like it's probably like a freaking reality TV up in that bitch every day.
I'd just like to pause for some commentary here. I spent an inordinate amount of time coming up with that whole box fort off scenario. I really put some thought into that. I had characters, plot outlines, plot twists, conflict, all the things.
Chazel Dazzle, like over here, like thinking that he's like hustling big time with his little coffee packets and shit, and his noodles.
I guarantee
Chris Watts over here, like with his fucking petroleum jelly looking ass,
and his 1,001 uses for bounce dryer sheets in prison.
Oh my gosh!
I bet you him and Chandler are giving each other cleaning tips, because you notice how many times Chandler mentions cleaning. No, it wasn't. Did you see all the dog hair around? That's got to be gone.
I just got it. So check this out. Here's my theory.
Okay.
So post Chandler's arrest, if you look at like all of his court appearances, you can see him, like his physique is changing. Like going to prison actually made him better. Like he's like healthy, he's exercising, he's experimenting with like different recipes in prison. Like
different mixing noodles, mixing ramen packets. I may add a little chicken flavor, a little. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. So he's like thriving in there.
And they're all fighting over Ezra and her yellow cup.
But he has like this unhealthy. Now reading those text messages again after
I haven't
arrest,
read those yet.
You should, because he is obsessed with body parts. Like he is talking about how he's exercising. Right. He's like, my bicep, tricep, the lateral, contralateral.
So, Carolina, no, we have not roasted Monica or Robert Baker. There's a whole list of people that Dr. B and I want to roast, but time constraints. We just cannot seem to get on the same page with a schedule. So we'll get there eventually.
Lateral.
Oh, my deltoids, all blah, those, blah, blah. my quad.
All of it. And I'm like, how? Because. Like, I feel like if I dismembered my parents in the way that he did,
yes,
I would be uncomfortable, like talking about like muscles and like body parts, like, like every time I would say bicep, like I would have a flashback. I
might gag.
Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And he's over here like, oh, you should see my trioid, whatever the hell. And it's like, Chandler, you're so fucked up, dude.
There's something, I mean, obviously there's something wrong with him, but there's something extra wrong with him. There's something a little off.
Right, so that's sorry. Oh my gosh, so sorry. That was the point of this whole ass story, was that that's going to be Chris Watts's thrive-looking ass and Chazel Dazzle's points of connection.
All right, you guys, it looks like court is back in session, so we're going to cruise on over there. I don't know. or there's an earthquake happening. Look what the camera's doing. Ah, cripes. Hold on. Hold on, let me rewind it like a few seconds. It was a look. What's happening? Oh, you can't even see it. Oh my God. It's like it's my first day streaming. Hold on. Oh, Katie, this was in 2022. We did this roast. It's an old roast that Dr. B and I did back in November of 2022. Just 2022. I'm done chicken shite. Connie has entered the chat. Oh my God. Oh my goodness. We needed that levity. Thank you, chicken shite. That's a thing that Dr. B and I used to do. We used to roast interrogation videos. So we did NK, Jodi Arias, Stephen McDaniel, who else? Gypsy, Chris Watts. We've done a bunch of them, and then Chandler. So, oh, thank you, Katie. I appreciate that, babe. Yeah. Dr. B and I's theory about all this is, or feeling about it, I should say, is that true crime is really, really heavy, right? But there are moments in cases. It usually happens like during the trial. There'll be some moments, but mainly during the interrogation. Oh, Dahlia DePolita, where there's an opportunity for humor. And we really, yes, Sarah Boone, and we feel like we need a little bit of a break, from just this. We're not like making light of the crime, obviously, but just sometimes you just need to laugh. And so because we both like true crime and because we both like interrogations, it was just like a natural fit. One time, how it got started is we were on a phone call of it was me and Dr. B and all the ward girls, Shamita, Sam, and Team Psych Ward. We were all on a phone call. We were talking about NK, and I just went off on like this rant about her, and Dr. B is like, "Oh my gosh, you need to say this like on a live," and I was like, "Okay." So I did. And that's how it started. And give me just a sec. Wait, and that's not what I want to push. So that's really how it started. People they responded really well to it. And so the rest is history. And we just started doing it. Just whenever we would think about it or, in between other content or whatnot, like that. My goodness. Camera person, don't shake the camera like court's about to be back in session and then just let us down. I don't appreciate that, camera person. All right. Tony says, never apologize. Tony says, I'm sorry, but I think NK, Jodi, and McDaniel might be my faves. Listen, Stephen McDaniel is right. Jodi and Stephen McDaniel are probably my favorite of all of them because there's just so much there. And like, it's not really Stephen's interrogation video. It's not really him that says a lot. It's the detectives. Like, I call them Detective Fuchsia because I didn't remember their name at the time. Because obviously one of them was wearing a fuchsia colored shirt. Then the other one was Detective WD-40, because the chair that detective was sitting in was so creaky. And I was like, now I know they got some WD-40 down there at the cop shop. So, it's just, it was that. And then Jody, like, yes, the things that come out of her mouth during the interrogation, specifically the ninjas, like, come on, Jody. But then there were those moments when the detective would leave the room and Jody would be alone in the room and she would do stuff like she tried to stick her finger in the light socket, stuff like that. But those are just the the in between that are just funny. Tony says, I think your famous line, quit playing with these people, was made for NK's ass. Yeah. I think that's when I started saying it, is NK, because, she went into that interrogation. And listen, I'm not the person who betrayed Shanann and the girls was Chris Watts. Let's be clear about that. And I'm talking about with the affair before the murders even happened. He was committed to them. All right. But this is where my issue is with NK. She tried to sell that story, they said they were separated and I believed him. They're so little. No. Ugh. I'm going to get off on a whole tangent. Anywho, she went to Chris and Shanann's house, and and there is no effing way that she walked into that home and did not know that a woman was currently residing there. Okay. No effing way at all. And that's where I got irritated with her, because, just own what you did. You were the side chick. Nobody would, I wouldn't, like, she didn't owe anything to Shanann and the girls. Chris did. He's the one that made the commitment, right? So in that sense, I don't ever think it's like, because you see this a lot where we as women will blame the side piece instead of directing the anger where it belongs, and the betrayal and the hurt feelings and all of that at the man or the other person who betrayed us. We always go after the side piece, be it, whether we were, whether you're, with a guy or a girl or whatever. It doesn't, that's neither here nor there. It's just the betrayal belongs to the person who actually, the anger belongs, the anger should be directed at the person who betrayed you, not the side piece who was, involved in the betrayal but doesn't owe you, unless the side piece is a friend. Then that's a whole different story, but that's not what happened with NK. And she just walked in there and she just tried to act like she was so innocent, yet, and had no idea what a monster this guy was. But she did some really odd things. For example, I'm mad at him, so I'm going to delete all of the texts between us. That never made any sense to me. Speaking as a woman, I love a receipt, especially text messages, because they are a receipt of a conversation. And you can't gaslight me and tell me that that I said something I didn't say, or tell me something didn't happen when I have the texts of the conversation. It never sat right with me that she deleted all of those texts. I just wanted him out of my mind. Girl, bye. No, what you were worried about is you were worried because you were the side chick that you were going to get called in, which you did, and they wanted to know what you knew and when you knew it. And then the whole thing with, oh, I'm going to give you my phone, but I had to get an intro and I don't even know how it works. Can you help me? Like, fuck off, NK. It was just ridiculous. And it was an insult to everybody's intelligence. And that's what my issue is with NK. I don't give a rat's fat kneecap that she cheated with Chris. That Chris is the one who is the betrayer in that situation. He's foul. And I don't, and then speaking of, I don't like when they refer to cheaters as dogs. Dogs are loyal. Dogs are faithful. Stop comparing cheaters to dogs because it's not the same thing. They're not the same. It just bothered me, you know. I just, yes, Sadie or Jennifer, how NK saying that she wanted to paint pottery and take care of plants with the girls and taking, you know, pictures of kids cereals she thought the girls would like, and sending it to Chris. You know, I wasn't there. None of us were. And there's, for whatever reason, and I don't know what that reason is exactly, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really even matter, does it? She wasn't charged. So I can't imagine a scenario under which, oh my gosh, who was the female Tammy from CBI? I cannot imagine a scenario that would occur in which Tammy had even the slightest inkling that NK participated in the murders of Shanann, Cece, and Bella, that she would just be quiet about it. Do you know what I mean? So the fact that she didn't get charged at the end, you know, at the end of the day, you know, that speaks volumes to me. Seven Lily says, text can be misinterpreted. I'm very sarcastic and joke a lot with friends and family. If strangers saw my text, they think I'm a horrible person. They might think that, right? I have a very dark, sarcastic sense of humor. And if anybody were to read mine, they might think I'm a terrible person. But you know what they wouldn't fucking think? They wouldn't think I was trying to get rid of evidence by deleting them because they'd be there to read. You know what I mean? I'd rather have a text potentially misinterpreted, and you can explain a misinterpretation. Okay. What you can't explain is why you deleted every text you ever had from this guy, particularly when you were spending quite a bit of time with this guy during the 6 weeks in which his wife and daughters were out of town. It just is a bad look. So, you know, I just think and Tony says, you know, or Chicken Shite says, I'm a deleter. I mean, I think I'm not a deleter because I don't really care about that. But like, you need to hang on to that stuff. And I dang sure wouldn't be deleting when the guy that I was hooking up with over the summer is sitting in the cop shop or has been arrested for murder. Like, he's a suspect in his wife and his kids' murder. And, you know, he's down at the cop shop getting questioned, and I'm over here deleting. Hell no, I would want proof of all of the things. So that's just me.
Miss Stermer somewhere.
Oh my gosh. Please tell me that I was unmuted when I said hi to Annette. Let me just start again. Hey, Violet. Violet says, my mom is in the car with me. She thinks you are funny. Her name is Annette. If you can say hi. Hi, Annette. Violet's mom. Thanks for joining us today. I'm glad you think I'm funny. I'm glad you're having a good time. Thanks for being here. All right, for real, let's get started because I can't remember if I muted and unmuted. Who knows what I did? You know, I've been streaming for like 5 hours.
On the record, in the case of People versus Linda Stermer, the jury is not present. The record should reflect I did meet with counsel during the lunch hour on the issue of Ms. Stermer being in jail in on or about June of 2009. I had ruled that the prosecution and in favor of the prosecution when they argued that the defense opened the door to Ms. Stermer's jail status back in June by focusing in the questioning on why Detective Maziowski would have waited so long to interview this Dordita Gordon. So I had ruled that that opened the door. On further reflection, I don't know how much it really did. I think the more important question is when he first got information that would cause him to interview Dordita Gordon. But in any way, we have the jailhouse snitch was brought up in the defense by their opening. We have this witness who's going to testify that she was in jail. So it's neither here nor there at this point. But parties and I have met, and I think everybody's in agreement with approaching this in the following way. I would give an initial instruction now when they come in that says you've heard testimony that Ms. Stermer was in jail on or about June 2009. The parties stipulate that she was in jail for this offense. You must not consider this as evidence of defendant's guilt. The fact that she was in jail must not impact your deliberations or verdict in any way. You may only consider Detective Maziowski's testimony regarding this to explain why he did the interview of Dordita Gordon when he did. And then there's a request to give the same instruction without the last sentence, honing in on Detective Maziowski immediately prior to Dordita Gordon testifying. Is that correct, counsel?
I think that's
Yes, Your Honor.
a reflection of our conversation, Your
Yes.
Honor.
Okay, thank you. So I'll do that. Any other matters to address then before we bring in the jury?
I have none, Your Honor.
Your Honor, could I just have 1 second?
You good, Mr. Kelly?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll bring in the jury. Welcome back from lunch, jury. I do have a legal instruction for you before we proceed with witnesses. You have heard testimony that Ms. Stermer was in jail on or about June of 2009. The parties stipulate that she was in jail for this offense. You must not consider this as evidence of defendant's guilt. The fact that she was in jail must not impact your deliberations or verdict in any way. You may only consider Detective Maziowski's testimony regarding this to explain why he did the interview of Dordita Gordon when he did it. Council satisfied with that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Mueller satisfied, or Mr. Kelly satisfied?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Okay, you may call your next witness then.
Thank you, Your Honor. If you could call Gabrielle Rout.
Okay. You raise your hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. Please have a seat, and when you're settled, we'll have you give us your full name and spell the last, please.
My name is Gabrielle, Gabrielle, and last Rout, Rought.
Thank you. Ms. Seidemann?
Thank you. Detective Rout, were you employed on January 7th of 2007?
Yes, I was.
And what was your employment at that time?
I was a detective for the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office.
And how long did you work for the Van Buren County Sheriff's Department?
16 and a half years.
Are you currently still employed there?
No, I'm retired.
And on January 7th of 2007, did you receive a call regarding the Stermer residence and a fatal fire?
Yes, I did. I was home and received a call from my commanding officer, Lieutenant Stump.
And what did you do upon receiving that call?
I went to the residence. It was in Lawrence, and when I got there, I radioed him that I was there.
Do you recall approximately what time you arrived there?
I arrived a little bit after 5:30. I think it was actually 5:35.
And can you explain to the jury what you saw when you arrived there?
When I arrived there, there was a long driveway that went to the west, and there was a police line tape that was across the driveway.
And did you cross that police line?
I did. After I spoke with my lieutenant, he advised me to go ahead and come back in. I drove just a short distance on the driveway where I parked.
And any issues driving on the driveway at that time?
No.
Do you recall how many other vehicles were in the driveway when you arrived there?
There were quite a few vehicles, but mostly I remember emergency vehicles, but they were closer to the residence.
Did it appear that any of those vehicles were stuck?
I wasn't close enough to see any of those vehicles. I was closer to the road.
And did you walk down the driveway then to the home?
No, I did not go to the home. I walked to where Lieutenant Stump and Lieutenant Lux were, and Deputy Evans, and I believe it was maybe somewhere in the front yard area, but it was closer to the road. It wasn't by the house.
And did you speak to any other law enforcement when you first arrived then?
No, just those three.
So you did speak then to Deputy Evans, Lieutenant Lux,
Lieutenant Lux and Lieutenant Stump.
And what did they ask you to do when you arrived?
Lieutenant Stump asked me to go and take pictures of Todd Stermer before the MEI completed the investigation or removed the body from the scene.
And when you say MEI, what does that stand for?
The medical examiner investigator.
Would that have been Amy Darling?
Yes.
So did you take photos of the body?
I did.
And did you also take photos of the scene?
I did, but after speaking with Mrs. Stermer.
Can you describe then what you saw when you went to, can you describe Todd Stermer when you were taking pictures of him?
Well, the first picture he was covered with a tarp, but after those items were removed, I saw extreme burn injuries, saw some skin slippage on his hands, and when he was rolled over on his side, I saw some lacerations on the back of his head and shoulder area.
And so you said he was covered with a tarp at that time.
Yes.
Was he alive at that point?
No.
Did you speak to the defendant on scene?
I did.
Do you recall approximately when that was?
It was about 6:25 in the evening.
Hey,
Approximately an
Alicia,
hour
good to see ya.
Even a little less than an hour, but yes.
And what was your purpose of your questioning at that time of the defendant?
Well, my purpose was to just get preliminary information from her as to what happened. It was not an interrogation, and this was the scene of a fatal house fire where her husband just passed, so I was certainly trying to be sympathetic to what was just happened.
Where was she when you spoke to her?
Initially, I was told that she was seated in a red pickup truck, but actually I was directed to an ambulance where she was in the back of the ambulance.
Was anyone else with her in the ambulance?
Yes, a woman by the name of Gail Crandall.
And that's when you had the first opportunity to speak to her?
That's correct.
And did you confirm that she lived in that home with Todd Stermer?
Yes, I did.
And did you ask her who lived in the home with her?
I asked her if she had the number of children, and she told me she had 5. And she named her 3 boys, and then she named 2 girls from her previous relationship. And they did not live there.
When you say they did not live
The
there?
girls.
Did you ask her to recall the events from that morning?
Yes, I did. I asked her if she could recall the events from the time she got up until the present time that I was there.
And did she tell you when she first got up?
She did. She said that she got up earlier than Todd that morning, and she estimated to be about 7 a.m.
And did she say when Todd woke up?
She did. She thought that he woke up at 10 a.m.
Sorry for scaring you, Adrian. My bad.
She did. She told me that Todd had been suffering from an ear infection and that he was taking medication for that. I asked her if she knew the type of medication, and she told me she didn't.
And did she say where Todd was?
She did. She said that Todd was in the living room snoozing on and off, watching TV.
Did she say what she did?
She said that she made breakfast for everybody, and she said it was eggs and breakfast sausage, smoky links, and coffee.
And did she talk about where her sons were at that time?
She said her 3 sons were home, but she had asked them not to bother or wake up their father.
Did she talk to you about any arguments that may have occurred?
She did. She said that they had had an earlier argument in the morning when they were in the kitchen. Asked her what the argument was about, and she said that she had told Todd that she used a debit card and that she didn't record the activity in her checkbook register, and she didn't transfer money from one account to another.
Did she tell you where she had sent the boys or where they went?
First before that, I asked her what she had purchased with the debit card, and she said that she had bought some prescriptions, some groceries, and a disposable camera. Yes, she did tell me that she had asked the boys, or told the boys they could go to the mall to hang out so that they wouldn't hear any further arguing.
And did she tell you what time the boys left that day?
I asked her what time she thought that was, and she thought that it was around 12 noon.
Did she say if there was any arguing between her and Todd Stermer after the boys left?
Oh, I asked her if any arguing occurred after the boys left, and she told me no.
Did she tell you what she did after the boys left?
She said she went outside to turn water on for her horses.
Did she say what Todd was doing at that time?
She did. She said that Todd was in the living room, and he was starting to watch some hunting shows on television.
Did you ask her if there was a fire going in the fireplace?
I asked her if there was a fireplace in the living room, and she said yes, and that there was a fire going in the fireplace.
And did she tell you what she did when she came back into the home?
I asked her what she was doing when Todd was watching the hunting shows, and she said that she went to her bedroom and that she was reading a pamphlet on some acne medication that her son was taking. And she said she snoozed off as well.
That she snoozed off for a while?
Yes.
Did she tell you what happened when she got up?
She said when she got up that Todd had asked her for a drink of juice and that she gave him the juice. And she told me that he was in his recliner chair when...
Did she say where that recliner was?
In the living room.
Did she say what she did after she gave him juice?
She did. She said she went down to the basement and she was doing some laundry. She also told me that when she was down there, she had let her dogs out and had fed a cat and was straightening up a bathroom.
Let me just pause briefly for a little schedule update. I am really tired, you guys. I'm going to do like another couple of hours today. And what I can do is come back tonight and do the rest of the rest of today's testimony. I'm just tired and my shoulder is really hurting. So that's, like I'll probably get off of here about 2:30 Central Time, so 3:30 Eastern. Chicken Shite says, "Did you read her rights, ma'am?" So she was trying to gather preliminary information. This isn't like a formal interview, so I don't know. They haven't said if she read her rights or not. I'm kind of curious about that. She hasn't been asked, so. But she did make that very clear at the very beginning of her testimony. So that makes me think the answer is no, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong many, 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 many times. Oh, thank you for understanding, Tony. I appreciate that. I'll be back tonight. I just need just to rest my arm and chill out for a little bit. I'll be back. I promise. All right, wait, let me push play.
And did she say anything occurred when she then was downstairs doing laundry?
She did. She said when she was in doing laundry in the laundry room, she said she heard Todd yell there was a fire, and she ran to the stairs and up the stairs, and she saw fire and a lot of smoke in the living room.
Did she say if she saw Todd at that time?
She said she did not see Todd and that she could not get to a telephone.
And did she tell you what she did next?
She did. She said she got out of the residence and that she knew she needed to get some help, and she thought to go to her neighbor's house, Mike and Connie.
And did she tell you if she then did indeed leave the residence?
She did. She said she got in her van, which was parked in the driveway, and she said she heard a boom and saw Todd on fire in the side yard. I tried to clarify what side yard meant to her, and she told me it was the north side.
Did she tell you how Todd got out of the home?
She said she didn't know how he got out of the home and that he was trying to shed his clothing.
Did she say if he was on fire at that time?
She said when she initially saw him with the boom and see him, he was on fire, but she also said that he was on fire and trying to shed his clothing.
And what did she do then after she saw that?
She said she got in her van and she tried to turn the van around, and she said she couldn't really remember what was going on.
And did she say then if she saw Todd after she was in her van?
She said she saw him and then she couldn't see him, and she said that she drove around the north side of her property, or north side of her house, to the back side or west side of the residence.
Did she say why she was doing that?
She did. She said that she was doing it to get help for Todd or to get Todd in the van.
And when she saw Todd was on fire, did you ask if she took any action?
Well, after she told me that she drove around the north side of the house to the back, she said at one point when she saw him on fire, she tried to get him to stop moving. So I tried to clarify this with her to see if she had gotten out of the van or if she had grabbed onto him. And she said she didn't think that she got out of the van. and she denied ever grabbing him.
Did she say if she saw Todd when she was driving around to the basement area?
No, she said the time from driving around the north side of the property to the back side, she did not see Todd during this process.
Did she tell you at any point she got out of the van?
She did. She said she got out of her van and hollering or yelling, and she saw him again in the side yard, and that's when she said she ran over to him and she covered his body with herself.
And you said that he was in the side yard at that time?
That's correct.
And did she say where approximately in the side yard he was?
No, she just told me side yard.
And she said he was on the ground?
Yes.
Did she tell you what she was doing when she was then covering herself with him?
Well, she said that his face was burned and that he was gasping and she was trying to keep his mouth open.
And did she say if anyone else arrived?
She did. She said her neighbors Mike and Connie and a Mr. Masali got there. She doesn't know where or when they got there. They were just there.
And did she say if at that time when they arrived that Todd was still breathing?
She did. And she said that somebody threw something over the top of him. And from that point on, she didn't really remember a lot.
Did you ask her questions about how the fire may have started?
Well, I asked her if Todd was a smoker, and she told me that he smoked a pipe. I asked, actually, she clarified with me earlier in the interview. I had asked her if there was a fireplace in the living room, and she told me there was. She clarified with me that there were actually 2 fireplaces in the house, and that there was a fire going in the upstairs living room fireplace.
Did you ask her if there was any kerosene in the house?
I asked her if there was any, or I asked if where they kept their kerosene, thinking that they possibly had a kerosene heater or something like that. She said that they didn't have any kerosene that she was aware of.
And did you ask her about how they did heat the home?
I asked her about the fuel tank, and she said that they did heat their home with fuel oil and that it was professionally filled.
Did you ask her about any potential oil lamps or anything in the home?
No, she told me that there were 2 oil lamps, one in the living room and one in the dining room.
Did you ask her about what the arguments were about prior to the boys leaving?
I briefly asked her if there was a series of little arguments leading to a big one, and she said no, it was just typical relational argument. And she said that Todd was under a lot of pressure, that his business wasn't doing well, and they were just arguing over typical stuff. And she said that he was also angry with her that she had attended her grandmother's 90th birthday party the night before.
And at that time that you were talking to the defendant, did you have any knowledge about blood on the van?
No, I didn't.
Did she ever offer any information about running Todd over?
No.
And you didn't ask because you didn't have the information, is that correct?
That's correct.
Then did you obtain search warrants then for the van and for the residence?
Yes, I did.
Did you have any further involvement that day at the scene?
Yes, after that, I took several photographs of the scene before my camera battery died.
Just really quickly, I just want to say thank you guys. I appreciate that. I appreciate that you guys are just really good to me. You're really understanding and you are so patient with all my bendyisms. And I just appreciate that so, so much. I have to agree with Nick Kaditke here, who says, I'm inclined to believe that he came out, tried to take his clothes off. That sounds real, not made up or something to lie about. I agree. I think that that is probably the truth. I think where the lies come in pertain to the van and how all of this got started. And it seems like in this interview anyway, of course, it wasn't recorded, so we don't really know for certain, but it just sort of seems like she was minimizing the arguing or the fighting that existed between her and Todd, where when she was talking to the insurance investigator, she was much more forthcoming. So I think that's interesting. That's all. I don't know what it means yet, just interesting.
And did you see the tire tracks in the yard?
I did.
And were they marked with flags at that time?
Yes, they were.
And could you tell where those tracks started and where they led to?
They appeared to be coming from a blood puddle area leading to where the van was parked behind the residence.
And you saw that after your interviews then with
Yes,
Mr.
actually, yes.
So Jennifer says, why would he be mad about her aunt's birthday party? Thank you for bringing this up, because I remember distinctly listening just 5 seconds ago to this bit of testimony and thinking to myself, why would that doesn't really make sense. It doesn't, something about that does not have the ring of truth, particularly mentioning her age. It almost sounds like that is what she did the night before. And yes, I think Todd was mad at her, but I don't think that he was mad at her for going to that birthday party. It's just, you know, I wish, I don't like this kind of testimony, really. I need to hear what the person said themselves, all of it, everything, because she's only repeating, just, you know, I need to hear the context.
Out to the residence then on January 8th of 2007?
Yes, along with Lieutenant Stump, we both were.
Anyone else present there when you were out there on January 8th?
Yes, the fire marshal, Sergeant Leroy, and there were members of the fire department.
Did you take pictures of the scene then on January 8th?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 31. I'm going to show you a series of pictures marked from 1 to 23, so there are a total of 23 pictures. If you could just flip through those pictures real quick and let me know if you recognize them. This is 31, Your Honor. And then there will be 23 pictures included with 31, all then marked in the bottom right-hand corner like our previous photos.
Not really neat. You haven't missed it. Welcome back, by the way. Thanks for being here, babe. Nothing really that you've missed. That's been big. This is the second detective that arrived and investigated this case, and she actually is the one that spoke to Linda Stermer at the scene on January 7th of 2007. So you're caught up.
Yes,
And do you recognize those?
I do.
And why do you recognize them?
I took these pictures.
And those were the ones taken on January 8th of 2007?
That's correct.
Altered or changed in any way?
They don't appear to be.
Your Honor, I'd move for for the admission of People's Exhibit number 31 into evidence at this time.
No objections, Your Honor.
I'm going to keep permission to publish. I'm going to keep them in front of you, and I'm going to then put them on the screen and just have you describe for the jury what we're looking at. So this is picture number 1. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at?
This is a picture of County Road 275, I believe that was, 215, sorry, County Road 215, and I'm facing north. And then I'm just going to be just a little bit north of the driveway of their residence.
So this is the road out in front of the house, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm going to advance then to the second slide. What are we looking at here?
I'm still standing on the road, but right at the apron of the driveway, facing north.
And when you say the driveway, you mean the Stermer driveway?
That's correct.
And that would be on the left of the photo?
Yes, going.
This is a really good point that Nitka Dicka makes. Nitka says, okay, hear me out. Remember the testimony where she said, I got him juice. That's just the way he was. If he was sick, he may have been mad. She left to go to a party and not take care of him. That's an excellent point as well. I mean, it's possible. There's just something about, this is why I don't like this kind of testimony, because that, like just saying it that way on its face hit my ears wrong and didn't have the ring of truth to it. But it's quite possible that it was said in a way that would have the ring of truth, which is why I don't think this kind of testimony should be allowed.
Going west.
I'm going to go then to the third photo. What are we looking at here?
This is looking west down the driveway, the Stermer residence. So you can see the address 66598 on the wooden post at the end of the driveway.
And I am going to advance now to photograph number 4. What are we looking at here?
That's just a closer view of the address at the end of the driveway.
And I'm going to advance then to slide 5. What are we looking at here?
This is the driveway as I'm proceeding closer to the residence, still facing west.
So this is you are going down the driveway and you are taking pictures?
That's correct.
I'm going to go then to slide number 6. What are we looking at here?
Again, the driveway, just getting closer to the residence.
And you mentioned that others were on scene. Is there any evidence in this picture then of others being unseen?
Yes, several vehicles, plus I see the fire truck.
And again, this was the day after the fire.
Correct.
I'm going to advance then to slide number 7. What are we looking at here?
Again, getting closer to the residence, still facing west on the driveway, closer to the fire truck and the other vehicles there.
I'm going to advance to then slide number 8. What are we looking at here?
This is the front of the house. It faces east. You can see several fire department personnel there.
I'm going to advance then to slide 9. What are we looking at here?
Again, a closer view of the front of the residence or east side of the residence.
I'm going to advance now to number 10. And what are we looking at here?
This is a picture of the, it would be the northeast corner of the residence.
So just to be clear, for those of us who are directionally challenged, the front door.
The front door would be on the, yes.
To the left?
Yes, to the left.
And that would be then, my pointer is covering the overhang then to the front door?
That's correct.
And it would be then walking around to the right-hand side of the house?
That's correct.
And I'm going to advance then to slide number 10. And what are we looking at here?
This is the north side of the house. And you can see that the grade of the lawn appears that it's going to a walkout level to the back.
And I'm going to stop you to the left on the home. Do you know what this is? It would be kind of a brown area on the house?
Yeah, it appears that that was a service door, and the other one appears that it was some type of a slider door. but it didn't appear that there were any finished decks or any way to go out. It didn't appear that they were using them, actually.
So there were no improved decks coming off of those doors.
That's what it looked like to me.
And then I'm going to advance to slide 12. What are we looking at here?
Okay, so this is going to be as I'm walking around the house again. So this is still the north side of the house, but probably it's the northwest side of the house.
So if I'm looking at the front of the house, it's on the right-hand side, but the back corner of the house, is that correct?
That's correct.
So you're still just walking around the home?
Walking around the home, yep.
And I'm going to advance this to then slide 13, and what are you looking at here?
This is the back side of the residence, the west side, and you can see that the lower level is the walkout level or basement, and then the upper level is the main floor level.
And I'm going to advance now to slide 14, and what are we looking at here?
This would be the southwest corner of the building or the house.
So are we still looking at the back of the house here?
That's correct.
Are you walking up to then the other side of the house?
That's correct.
Which if you're in the front of the house, this would be the left-hand side of the house.
That's correct.
I'm going to go ahead and go to number 15. What are we looking at here?
That would be the south side of the residence.
So again, if I'm in the front, looking at the front of the house, it'd be to the left.
That's correct.
And I'm going to advance now to slide 16. What are we looking at here?
This is the backyard, and I'm facing north. And you can see some evidence flags on the ground.
And do you know what those evidence flags were depicting from the day before?
Yes, they were marking where the van had parked.
And that's where you saw the van parked the night before?
That's correct.
We're going to advance now to 17, and what are we looking at here?
Again, the backyard facing north with the evidence flags indicating where the van was parked.
So the back of the home would be to the right-hand side of this picture, is that correct?
The back of the home would be to the right-hand side, yes.
I'm going to advance then to slide 18. What are we looking at here?
Again, evidence markers, back side of the home as well. Depicting where the van was parked.
So, and this is where you saw the van parked the day before?
Yes.
And can you tell specifically then what those are marking?
I believe that they are marking where the tire tracks were.
I'm going to advance now to slide 19. What are we looking at here?
Again, this is the back side of the residence. I'm facing east now.
And are you looking at the back of the home here?
That's correct.
And again, the same evidence flags?
Yes.
I'm going to advance now to slide 20. What are we looking at here?
Well, it was like a lean-to horse barn area. Again, that was in the back side of the residence.
When you're looking at the residence, was this lean-to on the left or the right?
Say that again.
If I'm looking at the front of the residence, was this lean-to on the left or the right?
The lean-to would have been on the right.
On the right-hand side?
I believe so. Hey, I don't understand your question.
So when you were walking around the home,
okay,
if you're in the backyard,
yes,
where would this be in relation to the tire tracks that you saw?
To the right.
To the right corner?
I believe so.
Would it help refresh your memory if I showed you a report on where that is located?
Sure.
Something tells me she got the answer incorrect. So, yeah. So Tony asks when was this built? Wasn't it recently built? Yeah, I think that it was fairly recent, maybe 2006 or 2000. I think 2006. It was fairly recently built, yes. I'm also having a very difficult time with understanding, like getting the orientation of everything, but I think I got it. And I think I understand now in relation to the front door. If you're facing the front door, I think his
in terms of my questioning.
Okay.
Do you
his
know
body
what
would have been to the left of the door
direction
if you're
this
facing
shed
the
was?
door.
Or this particular lean-to? Like in what corner of the property?
I believe it was on the southwest corner of the property.
On the southwest corner, so
Yes.
Did I confuse you with my back and front?
I think so.
So this would be on the southwest corner of the property?
Yes, as I'm walking around, yes.
Okay. And I'm going to advance this now to 21. What are we looking at here?
It looks like a horse trough and pen for the horses and the lean-to.
So this is the same lean-to that's in the other photo?
Yes.
Just the other side of it?
Yes.
I'm going to advance then to 22. What are we looking at here?
This is back out in the front of the house, and there was a gas can to the south of the porch and east of the residence, and that's a picture of that.
And so I just want to be clear what we're all looking at. Are you looking at this item here in the front yard?
Yes.
And you had a chance to examine what that was?
Yes.
And you said it was a?
Gas can.
I'm going to advance then to 22. What is this?
This is a closer picture of the gas can, and there appears to be like a nozzle there.
I'm going to advance then. I'm sorry, that is the bulk of the pictures. After these 2 days that you were on scene, what was your involvement in this investigation then, at that time?
Well, we continued with if any witnesses came forward. I got people that called into the sheriff's department. I would follow up on any leads. Continued to support Detective Maziowski, and if he needed anything, I would follow up on anything with him. And we continue to wait for laboratory reports to come back, and I wrote some search warrants also.
Did you participate with an interview with Ms. Kate Fox on May 17th of 2007?
Yes, myself and Lieutenant Stump, we both did.
And do you recall where that interview was taken, what took place?
Yes, that was at her workplace.
And were you able to then speak to Ms. Fox at that day?
Yes, we did.
And did you talk to Ms. Fox about any of the details of this case or anything, any knowledge you had of this case before you did your interview?
No.
Was your interview to gain information from her of what she knew?
Yes.
I have no further questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
I can do north, south, east, and west, but I need to be familiar with the area. Like, I couldn't just say it north, south, east, or west. And I need yeah.
Good afternoon, Ms.
I'm
Rath.
not good with directions.
I would like to quickly go to the photo that you identified of a gas can that you stated that was on the premise when you arrived.
On the second day when I arrived.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Yes.
Yes. And I believe that's number 22 of the photos that you have. Is that right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Now, If we could zoom in just a little bit on the gas can. Yes. Now, you took that photo?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, on January the 7th, when you arrived at the location, did you see that gas can in the front of the house then?
No, I did not.
Did not?
No.
Okay. Can you explain to me or to the jury what you did see on the front of the house when you first arrived on January the 7th?
I didn't, well, when I first arrived on January the 7th, got there and spoke to my lieutenant, and I didn't even go to the front of the house. I didn't even go near the house.
Okay.
I went and took pictures of Mr. Stermer, and I spoke with Mrs. Stermer. After that is when I went to the house, and I don't even believe I even walked around the full circle of the house.
So you say you did go to the house. Did you go to the front of the house, though?
No, I went to the north side and the back side.
So you never went to the front of the house on January the 7th?
I don't believe so. And it was dark. I didn't.
Okay. Okay. So what time did you arrive back at the house on January the 8th?
It would have been shortly after 9 a.m.
In the morning?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not your department had secured the property at...
No, it was 9 a.m. in the evening. What the fuck? What a.m. implies the morning, sir?
As a investigation?
Yes.
Had it been taped off?
It had been taped off, but reserve officers posted.
I didn't understand your answer.
Reserve officers posted, standing guard, protecting the scene.
So you're saying that there were individuals that was posted over the night?
Yes.
They were there when you arrived back on January the 8th?
I don't know if I saw them when I was there, when I came back.
Well, did you see anyone there when you arrived back on January the 8th?
When we got there, the fire department was there and the fire marshal was there.
On January the 8th?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know if anyone else had reference to you this gas can that was in the front of the yard?
Nobody referenced it. This is the first time I saw it when I took this picture.
Okay. And that wasn't the only gas can that you saw on the premises, right?
Right.
Okay. Could you tell us where the other gas cans were that you saw on the premises?
The other gas cans, fuel cans, multiple different colored fuel cans, were all in a shed-type building behind the house, all put away.
Will you call them fuel cans or you calling them gas cans?
Well, there were blue ones and there were red ones.
Okay.
I don't know. Gas cans.
Gas cans.
Blue and red.
So would it be fair to say that there were multiple gas cans that was on the premises, right?
Yes, the other ones were all in a little structure shed building.
But you took pictures of them, right?
I did.
And the pictures that you took was part of your total investigation, is that correct?
I was taking pictures as I was walking around the house, yes.
Yes. And did you submit all of the gas cans for any type of forensic analysis?
No, I did not.
Why not?
This gas can was different than the other ones, as it wasn't put away and it was laying out in the yard, and that was the one that Detective Leroy, the fire marshal, took with him.
So in other words, you was instructed by the state fire marshal about that can?
No, when I found that can, I didn't take it off the property. Scott Leroy, or the fire marshal, was there on the property, and he said that he would take it at a later time, and did.
At a later time?
Yeah, he didn't take it when I was there.
What was the condition of the can when you saw it?
Just exactly.
Did it have mud on it?
I Just exactly, I didn't even pick it up. It was just exactly the way it was on the ground.
Did you not, you say you didn't pick it up?
No, it was seized as part of the search warrant and recorded on a tabulation, but Detective Leroy took the can from the scene. I didn't package it, I didn't take it.
But when you came back on the 8th.
This is when it is, yes.
Yeah, but you had a search warrant, right?
Yes.
And the search warrant was for you to seize certain items on the property, right?
Yes.
As part of a probable cause investigation, right?
Yes.
I would just like to take an opportunity to point out at this time that if I'm understanding the testimony correctly, she showed up with the search warrant. Is that correct? Because if she showed up with the search warrant, right, she would not have included the gas can in her probable cause because she hadn't seen it yet. Am I understanding that right? Please help me.
But instead of you seizing it, you let somebody else remove it.
I would say we both said it was going to be seized, and I recorded it on my tabulation, but Detective Leroy said he would package it and take it with him to the laboratory.
So if your report stated that as part of the items that you seized, that would be incorrect.
Well, it was part of my search warrant. We seized it, but he transported it from that scene to the laboratory.
It never was recorded with the property of the chain of custody with the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office, right?
Yes, I believe it was.
It was recorded.
Yes.
But not taken.
Right, correct.
Is that a standard procedure that you had at that time with the Sheriff's Office in reference to the chain of custody of items? When you have a search warrant that's detailed in reference to what the search warrant is for?
Correct. Well, we both seized it, but he removed it from the scene and took it with him.
Look, I get what she's saying. What she's saying is it was part of the total and overall. It was included in the search warrant. It was part of the investigation. The other person is the one who actually collected it, packaged it, and physically took it to the lab. That's what she's saying. Do you need my help, Shug? I'll help you. That's what you're trying to say. He's trying to confuse you. Don't let him get you twisted.
Mr. Leroy didn't have a search warrant, did he?
No, I did.
Yeah. And you never saw the gas can again?
Not after he took it, no.
You don't know whether or not there was any gas in the can at all, do you?
No, I do not.
And you stated that you didn't seize any of the other gas cans? You just took pictures of them?
That's correct.
Okay, now, this is where a bit of common sense comes into play, okay? If you have on a property 25 total gas cans, and 24 of them are all put away, stacked neatly, lined up in a separate shed, all right? And you have one gas can that's laying in the middle of the dadgum front yard, and the house behind it is completely burned down. Okay, now what are you going to do? You're going to photograph the one that stands out, and you're going to go around and photograph that the other 24 gas cans are all put up. I mean, that makes just good sense.
Now, when you arrived on the 7th, you actually received a call from Detective Stump. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you first arrived, did you get directions from Detective Stump as to what your duties or your assignment was to be?
Yes, I did.
And was your first duty or your first assignment to take pictures of Mr. Stermer? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. When you approached the location where Mr. Stermer was there anyone else there with Mr. Stermer's body?
I believe the medical examiner investigator was, and I'm sure there were, I just don't remember. Possibly Deputy Evans.
The medical examiner investigator was there, and Detective and Deputy Evans, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was Mr. Scott Leroy there?
I don't recall if he was, but he may have been. I just don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall anyone removing anything off of the body of Mr. Stermer?
When I was taking my pictures, items were being lifted away so I could take pictures. I don't recall anybody removing anything from him when I was there, no.
You know, what items, you said items was being removed.
So when I got there to take the pictures, he was covered with a tarp, and then things were peeled back so I could take pictures.
Okay. So that gives me my next question. Did you take a picture of Mr. Stermer exactly as the body lay when you arrived?
I did.
With all the items that was on top of it?
I did.
You do?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
And you submitted that picture to?
Yes, it was the first one with the tarp, the blue tarp.
The blue tarp?
That's how I remember, correct.
Okay. And on the blue tarp, was there some other clothing on top of him?
Yes.
Okay. And that picture was provided to the district attorney's office as part of your investigation?
All my pictures were turned in
Okay.
to the prosecutor.
Okay. All right. Thank you. And so upon, after you've completed your pictures, what did you do then?
Well, I went and put my camera away, and then I was told that Miss Stermer was in a red pickup truck, and turns out that she was in an ambulance, and that's when I spoke with her.
Okay. And do you recall who else was in the ambulance with Miss Stermer?
Yes, a woman named Gail Crandall was in the ambulance with her.
Okay. Did you take any pictures of Miss Stermer?
No, I did not.
You did not?
No.
Okay. Well, what did you do when you approached the ambulance and Miss Stermer was in there with Miss Crandall?
I stepped in and introduced myself and started asking the questions that we just talked about.
What questions did you ask?
I started off by asking her for telephone numbers. I asked her about her children, how many, and she told me that. And then I just went into asking her to tell me if she could, from the time she got up in the morning to the time that we were there, of what happened.
So was your interview considered to be an investigation for the cause of the fire?
No, this was just a preliminary information from Ms. Stermer of what may have happened. This wasn't an interrogation. It was just some preliminary information from her as to what happened.
Okay. But at some point, you had Mr. Stermer to provide you her clothes. Isn't that correct?
Oh, that's not correct.
You didn't?
No, I did not.
Were you at the ambulance when she removed her clothes?
No, she
Did
never removed her
changed clothes?
Never, no.
So what else did you do when you asked her about what had happened that day, what her activities had been that day?
I don't understand your question.
Well, you asked her about what she had done that morning, right?
I asked her to tell me the events of the day starting when she got up till the present time. She started offering me that she got up before Todd. She estimated that to be about 7 a.m. And she continued telling me information.
Well, were you in the ambulance when Ms. Stermer changed clothes?
No. No.
You didn't have a conversation with Ms. Crandall?
No. When I interviewed Ms. Crandall, I asked Ms. Crandall what happened to her clothes.
You asked Ms. Crandall what happened to her clothes?
Yes. I believe I asked her in the interview if she remembered what happened to Ms. Stermer's clothes.
Why would you ask that question?
Because I didn't have them, I never took them, and I was wondering if she knew who took them.
But why did you engage in a conversation about who took Ms. Stermer's clothes?
Because it appeared that nobody actually knew who had her clothes before Sergeant Franks got them.
So now you know that somebody had her clothes.
Somebody had her clothes at one point.
You said Sergeant Franks.
Sergeant Franks is who I was told had her clothes, but somebody gave them to him, and I don't know who that is.
Who told you that?
That was part of the investigation way back when.
Well, you prepared an incident report right after your appearance on the Stermer property on January the 7th. Do you recall preparing an incident report?
Yes.
May I approach you on? I'd like to show you, see if you can refresh your memory in reference to that report that's dated January 7th, 2007. Is that?
Yeah, what part?
Well, do you recognize the report?
Yes.
The whole report?
Yes.
Okay. So, in your report, there's no reference to you talking to Ms. Stermer in the ambulance, right?
There are two reports there. This is the first one.
One is dated January the 7th. The other one is dated January the 8th, right?
No, the other one is dated January 7th as well.
Okay.
This is just the initial when I briefed and took the photographs.
But it's the incident report, right?
That's correct.
And the incident report references to individuals that you either took instructions from other officers or individuals that you had communications with, right?
That's correct.
And as part of your investigation, you were considered to be, at that time, you were a detective, right?
That's correct.
And you and Detective Maciowski became the lead investigators for the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office in reference to this case. Is that correct?
Actually, Detective Maciowski was in charge of the case.
And what was your position in the case?
I was a detective, and I assisted him when necessary.
But on that date, you was considered a detective, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so my point is that you never referenced to the conversations that you had with Ms. Stermer in that report, right?
Not in this first report.
Did you have another report that you prepared for January the 7th?
Yes.
Have you reviewed that report?
Yes.
Prior to your testimony here today?
Yes.
When?
It was given to me in a packet from the prosecutor.
Today?
No.
Would that report have the conversations that you had with Ms. Stermer?
Yes.
Okay. And that report, would it have who seized her clothes and what happened to her clothes?
Not in that report. It would have been probably when I went to, on the 8th is when I would have had the reference that the individuals that took the clothing.
Now, Ms. Rout, after you finished your investigation at the Stermer property on January the 7th, what did you begin to start doing in reference to your activities concerning this case?
Well, like I said, individuals were calling into the Sheriff's Department with information. When they did, I would contact them and interview them as part of any relevancy to the case.
Okay. So, would it be fair to say that this case turned into an information gathering by calls being made to your office?
I wouldn't say that would be fair to say that. We had lab reports that we were waiting on. We developed individuals to talk to. Some people did call in with information, that's correct.
Would it friends that knew the Stermers, did they contact you?
Well, I believe, yeah, we did get some that were friends of the Stermers that contacted us.
And did you investigate information that they provided to you?
Yes.
And so did you make reports on individuals that you received information from that you tried to verify or corroborate?
Yes.
Did some of that information seem kind of wild to you? Well,
Hear you.
I'll rephrase it, Judge.
Okay.
In reference to some of the information that you received, did some of it seem kind of far-fetched as it relates to?
Your Honor, this is speculation.
I'm just asking her.
I'll allow it. Overruled.
Well, when anybody gives us information, whether it seems far-fetched or not, we try to find the relevancy or accuracy in that.
Okay. And in trying to find out the accuracy of that information, you would go out and try to corroborate it with other individuals, right?
That's correct.
But you also would keep it as part of your report, right?
That's correct.
So, do you recall interviewing a Jeremiah Moyer?
Yes.
Do you know where you interviewed him at?
I couldn't say for certainty 18 years ago, but
May I approach you, Honor? I'd like to show you, see if you can refresh your memory on this report.
yes.
You can?
Yes.
And did you try to corroborate the information that was provided to you in that report?
Yes, he's the one who actually called the sheriff's department, and then I went to his residence and talked to him.
What did you find out?
Objection, Your Honor, this is all going to be hearsay.
Your Honor, it's a report.
Is that your response, that it's the police report?
Yes. Is this your report?
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Then I'll sustain the objection as to hearsay if that's your only response.
Did you also interview a Serena Moyer?
Yes.
Okay. Did either one of these individuals provide you with information that was corroborated in reference to Miss Linda Stermer causing a fire?
No.
Okay. Do you recall interviewing a Kelly Stermer?
By telephone.
Okay. And nothing in the interview that you had with Miss Kelly Stermer corroborated any information about Miss Linda Stermer causing the fire, right?
Correct.
Do you recall interviewing an individual by the name of Dean Joseph White?
He again called the sheriff's department. Correct.
And you had a rather lengthy conversation with that individual, right?
He called, and actually it was transcribed, yes.
His interview was transcribed over the phone?
It was recorded on the phone, and then that was transcribed.
Okay. And nothing in reference to that interview had anything to do with Miss Stermer causing a fire, right?
Nothing.
I'm going to stop at this point. These are not witnesses in this trial. I don't know if we're going to go through the entire 2 years of everybody that was interviewed. I don't see how they're relevant.
Your Honor, this is part of the investigation in reference to this case, and we had requested the discovery of all police reports that was provided.
Object, Your Honor, I'm going to say it's outside the scope of direct.
Your Honor, this
How many of these?
Oh, and I also think that we need to have this conversation outside the presence of the jury if we're going to continue it.
Okay. How many of these names, how many are there that I've?
two more.
Okay, I'll allow if it's only two more.
I need to show you guys something because this is kind of how I feel about this line of questioning about these people.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
And the reason I say that is because you can, part of the normal course of an investigation would be to interview lots of people, right? And not only just by your own choice, right? These are the people we think we should talk to, but people who also call in. So I don't give a rat's fat kneecap if Joe Schmo, who lived on, you know, next to the Muffin Man, said Linda Stermer would never set a fire. What does that mean? I mean, that's not evidence of anything. There's no way to corroborate that or not. I don't understand the point of this. That's all.
I was waiting on the answer to
And what was the question again?
Dean Joseph White.
Yes.
The information you obtained from that individual was not corroborated to establish any evidence that Ms. Stermer caused the fire, right?
No, he just told me of threats.
And you stated that you received a call from a Kate Fox. Is that correct?
No, I did not receive a call from Kate Fox.
Did you interview a Kate Fox?
I did, as a result of another interview.
As a result of what?
Another interview.
What interview was that?
I received a call from a Kathy Ilge.
Kathy Ilge?
That's correct.
She told you to call Kate Fox? How did you wind up contacting Kate Fox?
From the information that Kathy Ilge told me.
Okay. And did you do a formal interview with Kate Fox?
At her workplace with Lieutenant Stump.
At her workplace?
That's correct.
Okay. And were you able to corroborate any information that Kate Fox provided to you?
Yes, I did corroborate some of the stuff she told me, yes.
What were you able to corroborate?
Information about a post office box, information about an individual.
And what else?
Your Honor, again, we're going into hearsay. If he wants to ask generic or the things she followed up on, I think that would be appropriate, but to actually ask about the specifics, we're getting into hearsay.
I think he's asking about what she did to follow up on what information she received. Is that what you're?
Right.
Okay, maybe just ask it like that.
So did you receive information and followed up on that information you received from Kate Fox?
Yes.
Okay. And did you participate in any interviews of other individuals that were housed in the Van Buren County Jail?
I believe I did. Which ones, I don't remember. Sergeant Maziowski or Detective Maziowski, they were his interviews. I recall sitting in on some of them. I don't think I sat in on all of them.
Can I have just a second, Judge? Now, you just want to go back one question, Ms. Rout. When you interviewed Ms. Stermer, was she, in your opinion, in a state of shock?
I wouldn't say she was in shock. She did cry on and off during our interview, yes.
Okay. When you interviewed Kate Fox, you said you interviewed her at her work?
Yes, with Lieutenant Stone.
Okay. Did you obtain any type of documents that was provided to you from Kate Fox in reference to Ms. Stermer?
Did I obtain any documents?
Yes.
Probably after a month after speaking to Kate Fox, I did some search warrants, yes.
This one's for you, chicken shite. Take a minute to look at your screen. That's just for you. And everybody else's delight, but that's for you.
Okay. And what was those search warrants for?
Those are search warrants of phone records.
Okay. Was there any other search warrants that you issued, that you sought?
Probably periodically through the next several months and probably even the next year.
Okay. For the next year?
I believe there were some subpoenas that the prosecutor's office asked us to serve for phone records, yes.
Okay. I have no further questions.
I'm glad y'all enjoyed that. I aim to please here at the ward. Hey, Lily's Corner. Lily's Corner says, so Jen, what is he trying to show the jury by this line of questioning? Beats the hell out of me. The only thing that I can think of is that during her investigation, what he's trying to point out is that none of the interviews that she conducted tied Linda Stermer to setting this fire or any other fire for that matter. But I don't actually see that is that he did that. I mean, he did, but hold on.
Did Mr.
I mean, he did, but it doesn't prove anything one way or the other, right? Just because, there were only two people in the home at the time that Todd Stermer and the house were on fire, right? Linda and Todd. So I don't know what other people would have been able to say that would have been able to be corroborated. So it just didn't do anything for me but annoy me.
Stermer tell you that she heard a loud scream when you were interviewing her in reference to Mr. Stermer?
When she was in the laundry room, she heard Mr. Stermer yell there was a fire. That's what she told me.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Just quickly, Your Honor. Is it common for law enforcement agencies to work together on an investigation?
Absolutely.
And is it common to then work with the fire investigator and the state police then on investigations?
Absolutely.
And you share information?
Yes, we do.
And I just want to clarify, Ms. Stermer did not remove any of her clothing in your presence?
No, she did not.
You were not part of that?
No, I was not.
And did you provide multiple reports as part of the overall report during this investigation?
Yes, I did.
What are they called? Supplemental reports?
That's correct.
And you would have had several supplemental reports?
Absolutely.
documenting everything that you just went over on the stand.
Absolutely.
You're welcome, Lily's Corner. I appreciate you asking because, frankly, I really don't understand some of the questions that they ask. I don't understand the point other than to confuse the witness, really, and the jury, I think.
And out of the people that defense counsel asked you about, there were several names. Were any of those individuals, were you able to determine if any of those individuals were present at the scene?
None of them were present at the scene.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit number 32. Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
And why do you recognize that photo?
This is the way the body was when I arrived on scene.
Changed or altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, people would move to admit People's Exhibit number 32 into evidence at this time.
No objections, Your Honor.
Permission to publish? I'm sorry.
We'll receive it and you may publish it.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, you don't want that? Can you vote? Your Honor, just so that we don't bring up anything that has not been admitted, I'm just going to pass this around to the jury. Thank you. And can you just describe, as I'm getting ready to pass this around to the jury, what that picture is a picture of?
That was the position of the body when I arrived on scene and asked to take pictures that I was talking about, the blue covering tarp.
So that was exactly then the picture you were describing in your testimony with defense counsel?
That's correct.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Jury, questions? Any questions of this witness? I've got a couple.
I'm curious what the jury is going to ask because I think it would, oh, I like her little romper. That's adorable. I need that in my life. Hey, get back here. Where'd you get that? Uh, One thing that I think would have been good to show the jury, and maybe it's coming in, it just hasn't come in yet, but I think that if she took a picture of how where the other gas cans were and how they were stored in stark contrast to the one that's just laying there, I do think that that would be good to show the jury. Oh, wow, Seven Lilies. Seven Lilies says, was just about to start getting ready for an appointment I didn't want to go to and was praying something came up and it would be canceled. Mom just called and said it was canceled. And that's the power of prayer. I'm really curious what the jury's going to ask. I'm kind of bummed because when I moved from Florida is a place that allows jury questions. Now, not in every trial. It's up to the court's discretion, but it's something that's allowed in Florida. And now that I don't live there, I won't, I don't think Texas does it. So I'm kind of bummed about that. Sorry, I had to yawn. Also, the thing that's cool about the jury questions obviously for us, we get to listen to it, and I think that's always good. But I think it gives great insight into the jurors' minds. And I think that for us, that's fascinating. It's also good for the prosecution and the defense. And I will say,
counsel,
hold on. Hold on, Your Honor. I also think that I have to give credit where credit is due to this witness for being able to she's prepared to testify today. She had a keen sense of attention to detail and remembering all of the things for the most part. I mean, she had to have a little refresh. But what I'd really like to say is that I have to give a little bit of a shout out to the prosecution because they're having to sort of adjust their putting on of evidence kind of based on the questions that are asked on cross-examination. And I think that's the way that they're able to, as Ross would say, pivot is fantastic.
Day of the fire, were you in a position to observe if the gas can was in the location that you saw it on the night?
Yes.
I think, was that the 8th of the night?
It would have been the 8th.
The day after, were you in a position, on the day of the fire, were you in a position to observe if it was in the location you saw it when you went back on?
I did not see the gas can on the night that January 7th that I was there. I saw it the next morning when I was there on the 8th.
And when you asked Linda Stermer about phone numbers, did she give you a landline phone number?
She gave me a landline house phone number and a cell phone number.
Okay. Counsel, any questions in light of those questions and answers? No. Jury, any other questions in light of those? No. May she be excused from her subpoena, counsel?
I would ask that she please be excused, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You're all done, and you're excused from your subpoena. Ms. Ziderbean?
Thank you, Your Honor. People call Connie Calhoun to the stand, please.
And here it is, the Connie Calhoun. So if you guys have it, sorry, I'm getting very excited. If you guys have anybody that you know that was watching, that is wanting to see this testimony, go and get them now.
Before you have a seat, I'll have you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this cause will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay, thank you. I'll have you have a seat. Ma'am, if you could maybe hand me those 2 documents. Those were for another witness, I think. You want those back? Okay, are those exhibits? Okay, thank you. Ms. Calhoun, if you could tell us your full name and spell your last, please.
Sure, it's Connie Lynn Calhoun.
So yes, she was tested, and apparently she did not pass the test.
Calhoun.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Calhoun, do you recall where you were living in January 7th of 2007?
Yes.
And where were you living?
County Road 215.
And who did you live with at that time?
Michael Matheny.
I'm sorry, what was that?
Michael Matheny.
And you 2 lived together in the home?
Yes.
And do you recall what you were doing that day?
Which day?
On January 7th of 2007?
Yes. Mike and I were going bowling. We went bowling.
Did you usually go bowling on Sundays?
Yeah, every Sunday.
Do you recall what time you guys used to go bowling?
No.
Is that a regular occurrence on a Sunday afternoon for you?
It was in the afternoon.
Pardon me?
It was in the afternoon.
And where was your residence in relation to Todd and Linda Stermer's residence?
We were after their residence, so I guess that would be south.
Did your property lines touch?
Yes.
So you were neighbors?
We were.
So tell me what happened when you left to go bowling that day.
Mike and I were pulling out of our driveway, and we could see smoke. It looked like smoke coming from the Stermer's house.
So you saw that from your driveway?
Yes.
And once you saw that smoke, what did you do?
We immediately went over there to pull. We left our driveway, went onto the County Road 215, and then went into their driveway.
So you pulled into the Stermer driveway?
Yes.
And what did you see when you pulled into the Stermer driveway?
Linda Stermer's van, the house, looked like it was on fire.
And do you recall where the van was positioned when you saw it?
I don't.
Do you recall how close it was to the house?
Not really.
Was it in the driveway?
I mean, I don't know. I guess it's hard to explain because how our driveways were, we pretty much like made our paths ourselves. So, I mean, it was. I mean, it was in the path that you would take, but it's not like a paved driveway. It's like a dirt driveway.
So it was on the dirt driveway?
I believe so.
And was that the dirt driveway leading out to County Road 215?
Yes.
And so you're pulling down the driveway. What was her van doing?
I don't really recall.
But you remember seeing it in front of the house?
I do.
And as you went down the driveway, what did you see the van do?
Linda's van, it's been so long, it's hard to really remember details. I just remember the van going around the back of the house. At what point, I can't really remember.
And do you recall testifying under oath on this in a previous hearing?
You know, it's been a long time, so there's a lot of things that's happened since then, so it's hard to say.
Do you remember testifying?
I do remember testifying.
And if I showed you your prior testimony, would it help refresh your memory?
Sure, yes.
I'm going to show you your prior testimony. I'm going to have you take a look at this, the bottom of this page, which would be page 72, as well as on the top page of 73. Could you read through that, and when you're done, if you could just then look up when you're done reading through that?
Okay, just while she's doing that, because otherwise just sitting here would be like watching paint dry. I need to note the abrupt and 180-degree change of her outfit of the day from today versus the day that she went to the clink. She's much more covered up today than she was in that
refresh
one.
Your memory?
Okay, yeah, yes.
And tell me then, after refreshing your memory, when you were driving down the driveway, what the van was doing.
Facing our vehicle, like, as we were coming towards each other.
So you were coming towards each other on the driveway?
Yes.
And were you able to see who was driving?
Yes.
And who was that?
Linda.
And once your vehicle started going towards each other, and you're looking at her, did the van make any turns or changes in the direction?
I mean, at what point, I don't know, but I know it had moved. The vehicle moved.
It moved? Where did it move to?
I can just tell you where it kind of ended up. I don't really recall like where exactly it had moved.
Did you see it leave the driveway?
Yeah, it left the driveway, so it went towards around the house.
Towards around the house, you said?
Yes, so I don't know which direction, so it would be going down. I guess it would be south, I think.
If you're looking at it, do you recall if it was left or right?
Okay, so it would be on my left.
To your left?
How she went down, yeah, I don't really, it's hard to say.
You remember her going around to the house, the back of the house?
I do.
So let me ask you this. Once you saw her going around to the back of the house, what did you do?
I don't know.
Did you get out?
At some point we did. Everything is a big blur.
Where did you guys stop your vehicle?
Up top, on the top of the house, the top part of the, it would be in front, or well, I guess it would be considered the front, like as you're approaching the house.
At the front of the house?
Yeah.
And at that time, was the van in the back of the house?
Yeah.
And then, what did you do then at that point?
I don't really recall.
Did you get out?
I did. At some point I did get out, yes.
What did you do when you got out of the van? I'm sorry, out of your vehicle. I misspoke. Please strike that.
When I got out of our truck, I don't know.
Did you call 911?
I did call 911, yeah.
Did you tell them what was going on?
I did.
Were you upset?
Yeah.
Did you, at that point, see Todd?
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. And where was Todd?
He was on the ground by the house.
He was on the ground? And you said by the house?
Yeah.
And you saw him once you got out?
Yeah, I was out of the vehicle.
And did you get close to Todd?
I did.
Did you see Linda at that time?
I did see Linda.
And what did you see Linda doing?
When we came across Todd.
When you got out of the van, tell me what you saw Linda do.
I don't recall.
Did you see her get out of her van?
I don't recall.
Did you go to the backyard?
I don't recall.
So once you saw Todd, did you stop there?
Yeah. I didn't go any further.
And did you see then what happened as you were standing by Todd?
I mean, not really. I don't recall most of it.
Okay. Did you remember what Linda was doing with Todd?
No.
What do you remember?
I don't remember a lot. I kind of blocked it out.
If I let you read your prior testimony, would that help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Just going to have you take a look at that while you take a drink of water, okay? Just look at that page when you're ready. And then you can just look up and tell me if that help refreshes your memory.
and I know you're having a difficult time, so I'm going to try to be as brief as I can. Do you recall having an interview with a detective?
Yeah, I mean, I know I had an interview with the detective. I don't know exactly when, like if you asked me if it was what month, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Do you recall the day? I know you recall the day of the fire, the day that you arrived at the Stermer's property and saw Mr.
I can just tell you where it kind of ended.
Out of the van, tell me what you saw Linda do.
I don't recall.
Go to lunch.
I didn't go any.
Just going to have you take a look at that while you take a drink of water, okay? Just look at that page when you're ready. And then you can just look up and tell me if that help refreshes your memory. Did that help refresh your memory?
Yeah.
And when you were by Todd, what did you see Linda do?
Linda covered Todd with her body, top of his body.
So when you say she covered Todd with her body, was she laying on him?
Yeah, she was like laying covered on the top of him, like.
Was Todd alive at that point?
I don't think so. I mean, it was hard to tell.
Did you see him breathing?
I don't recall. I want to say I think he was, but it was hard to tell because he was so badly burned.
Did you see them move Todd's body?
Yeah,
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And do you know where they moved him to?
Away from the house. I remember they were concerned about some tanks, maybe, possibly on the side of the house, or some explosion they were worried about, possibly, so they moved him.
Did you see what they moved him in?
I think it was like a sled or some kind of some kind of whatever was on the property that they could find. Maybe some wooden pallets or something like that.
I'm sorry.
Like wood pallets or a sled or something.
Like a sled thing?
Yeah, it was.
And did you talk to Linda about what had happened?
I I may have asked what had happened, but I don't recall what she said. I may have asked.
If I show you your past trial your transcript, would it help refresh your memory?
It would.
I'm going to start here and then go to the next page. Just read through that. And after you've had a chance to read that, if you can just look up.
I think this was a mistake to call her, quite honestly. They
Refresh your memory.
have Mike's testimony. They don't need
And
hers.
Can you tell me then what Linda told you had happened?
She was doing laundry in the basement.
And did she tell you if she heard anything?
She did. She said she heard Todd scream.
Did you ask her if she had run over Todd?
I don't recall.
You looked at your trial transcript. Would it help refresh your memory?
It would.
I'm going to have you actually just continue reading there
Okay.
on the page that I gave you.
And also, the jury has no idea what took place. They don't know any of that she went to jail. They don't know any that she was drug tested. They don't know any of that. So she's just coming across as a witness who doesn't remember anything. So she's not helping or hurting at this point. She's kind of canceling it out. It's kind of a waste of time. I think she was going to be the last witness chicken shite that day. I think that she was going to testify.
Did that help refresh your memory?
Hold on a minute. I think she was going to testify after Mike, but she didn't show. You know how they called the married couple back to back? I think like that.
I believe so. What was the question?
Did she tell you, did you have a conversation about her running Todd over with the van?
Yeah, I didn't see that in here. I didn't.
And yes, I forgot about that part. Linda is still friends with her, but because of this trial, this whole situation, she can't communicate directly with Linda, so she was communicating off and on with Linda's significant other over the years.
Do you remember writing out a statement when you talked to law enforcement?
I don't remember.
If I showed you a copy of a statement, could you recognize your handwriting and determine if this is yours?
Yes.
I'm going to have you just take a look at that.
You should probably ask, easier questions like, do you know where you are today? Do you know what a van is?
So maybe pull the microphone a little closer.
Do you know what
I
a
recognize
cop
it.
is?
Yes, I recognize it.
So I'm going to direct your attention then to your handwritten statement. Can you just read that when you've had an opportunity to look up?
Okay.
That help refresh your memory?
Yes.
And so did you have a conversation with her about if she had run over Todd Stermer with the van?
Yes.
And what did she say?
That she thought that she had.
And
done with you
later
again.
on, did you continue to have discussions with Ms. Stermer about what had happened after that day?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had.
And did she mention anything about fighting with Mr. Stermer or anything the day that you talked to her at the fire?
I don't recall.
So when you looked at your statement from your testimony, did you say that she had said that?
No.
No? I'm just going to have you look at one of the other pages that you wrote out. I'm going to have you read this paragraph right there, and then when you've had a chance to read that, if you could just look up. Did that help refresh your memory?
I don't. It does refresh some of it, but I don't remember this specifics.
So when I ask you, do you remember any conversations about any potential arguments or anything between Mr. and Mrs. Stermer? Do you recall that conversation with Linda?
I don't recall it.
Had Ms. Stermer ever talked to you prior about any sort of arguments or problems in her marriage?
I don't recall her talking prior about arguments or problems. I remember one time talking about how one of the horses kicked her and he told her to kind of suck it out. But that's, I think, one of the only.
And that was prior to the fire?
I don't know if it was prior or after. I don't.
You don't know if Linda told you about it
Right.
prior or after? Okay.
Right.
And that particular paragraph, you don't recall then her discussing this with you afterwards?
I don't recall a specific day of her talking to me about that, no.
Okay. Do you recall that conversation at all, even if you don't remember what day?
It's very scattered. It's very hard to. It's been so long.
It was a very traumatic incident for you, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Still is.
Still affects you today, talking about it?
Yes.
You still remember it?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Ms. Calhoun. And I know you're having a difficult time, so I'm going to try to be as brief as I can. Do you recall having an interview with a detective?
Yeah, I mean, I know I had an interview with the detective. I don't know exactly when. Like if you asked me if it was what month, I couldn't tell you.
Okay. Do you recall the day? I know you recall the day of the fire, the day that you arrived at the Stermer's property and saw Mr. Stermer land on the ground. Do you recall that day if you gave a statement to one of the officers on the scene?
I don't recall.
But you do recall getting out of your car, you and Mr. Matheny.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And when you was getting out of your car, you also saw Miss Stermer. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell me, if you recall, what her emotional status, in your opinion, was when you saw her?
She was hysterical.
Hysterical.
Yes.
Do you recall if she was crying?
She was more than crying, yes.
Was she screaming?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear her voice screaming before you and Mr. Matheny reached the house?
I don't recall.
You don't recall? When you got out of your car and you approached Mr. Stermer's body, Mr. Matheny called 911. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Okay. And did you also have the phone in your hand for a period of time?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And you were screaming for help?
Yes.
Okay. Did you, if you could recall, did you smell any unusual odor on Mr. Stermer?
No.
Do you know what the smell of gasoline smells like?
Yes.
Did you smell any gasoline on Mr. Stermer?
No, I didn't.
Did you smell any gasoline on Miss Stermer?
No.
Said I'll be brief, Your Honor. Could I have just 1 second?
Thank you. I just have one, Your Honor. So when you see Todd and you see his condition, are you upset at that point?
Yes.
Did you kneel down beside Mr. Stermer?
Yes.
And how close did you get to him?
I don't know in distance, but I was not far. I mean, from me to the podium, maybe.
From me to what?
Maybe from me to here. From my where I'm sitting to maybe here. I was close.
Were you by his face?
Yeah, I checked his. I believe I checked his airway. So yeah.
So you were by his face?
Yes.
I have no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
Jury, do you have any questions of her, anyone? We've got a hand going up.
Now, what in the absolute hell could these jurors be questioning her about? She don't remember nothing. Every time she's been, I really like that jumpsuit. Every time she's, or those overalls, whatever you call it. I don't know. It's cute. Every time she's asked a question, she says, she doesn't recall. Yes, and this to you, Connie, as well. From Nitka Ditka and all of us over here at the ward. Dear Connie, sorry we are being silly.
Did you call
It's the
911
only way
or
we
did Mike
can deal with
Matheny
it.
call 911?
Nothing personal.
I don't recall.
Okay. Counsel, any questions in light of that question and answer?
No, Your Honor.
No? Okay. Any other jury questions? No. May she be excused from her subpoena, both sides?
Please be excused, Your Honor.
Okay. And you as well, defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
Excusing her? Okay. You're all done. You're excused from your subpoena obligations, okay? Thank you, ma'am. We'll take a 15-minute break, jury. And remember...
All right, you guys. So that's where I leave you. I'll be back tonight with the rest of today's testimony. Also, I've already scheduled the live. So if you want to just go ahead and after I end this, just go over and hit the notification bell. That would be like fantastic. But other than that, I will see you guys back here tonight, 8 p.m. Central. Have a great rest of your afternoon. Bye.